close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and
penultimate race of the 2020 season here at Cremona. A very foggy morning in the north of Italy as we welcome you to round 2 of the Wsk Final Cup for 2025. Nice to have your company as you join us on a cold morning, but that fog will lift, it will clear. We are in for a sunny day, and forgive the cliche, the action on track will be white hot this afternoon. It is the second of 3 rounds. Of course, we raced at Franciacorta 2 weeks ago, and in 2 weeks from now we go to the centre of the karting universe, South Carter Karting Lonato, for the final event of the 20th anniversary season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport. 336 drivers from 56 nations around the world here at this fabulous circuit Cremona, which has hosted the World Superbike Championships for the last 2 years. It is the penultimate round of the penultimate event of the 2020 season. 12 pre-finals this morning and the 7 finals this afternoon. Ian Silvestrin with you, delighted to be joined once again by Zach Sweeney for this, the WSK Final Cup here at Cremona.
Yeah, very much looking forward to being here. We've got our first race about to get itself underway, the Mini Under 10 at Prefinal A, and it's Wyn Godchalk who took the win at Franciacorta that will start this one from pole position. Alongside him, Daniel Pascali from Caramo. Zane Burgess completes the second row. Behind that comes Max Varish and Andreas Papagiorgio on row number 3. Beretta Gutat from Pelico, then comes Dan Aktgen, who was very quick yesterday, and Garcia Patino that complete the top 10. Bupoe from Guidicelli, then comes Paliviani and Colton Schniegenberg down in P14 for the driver that came into this round inside the top 2 in the championship. Oliver Weitjens from Shitov, Algar, Ottaviani, Ebegeni and Zollner complete the top 20. Veterino and Kefalios completing row 11. Amrikdad from Haliovic, Stasionis from Zvarakov making an all-Lithuanian row 13 from Ladvi and Torres Kelston. Gomez Castro from Capariz complete the top 30 with a very lonely Blake Soy for Tony Kart Racing Team completing the 31st and final grid slot ahead of what is going to be a 10-lap race for these Mini Under 10s. Don't know about you, Ian. I'm looking forward to this one.
I'm certainly looking forward to the fog burning off because it was just 3 degrees. It was freezing cold, not literally, but very, very cool here this morning at Cremona. Thankfully, the sun did come out to shine on Friday, yesterday as well, for 24 heat races, and we can expect beautiful, not winter, but autumnal sunshine later this afternoon as well. Nice to have your company as you join us here at Cremona for the first of our 12 pre-finals here this morning. Wyn Godchalk, the Red Bull Junior, officially from the United States of America, in reality from the Dutch Caribbean island of Curacao. He won at Franciacorta 14 days ago. He starts on pole position. DP out of grid 2. This is Mini Under 10, Prefinal A. Godchalk to the left of your screen. Look at Coromor inside second row of the grid. Daniel Pasquale animated as he's being pushed by the Jamaican-American Zane Burgess up to the line. The field scattered. We don't start.
Yeah, not the most ideal way of being gridded up there. So Marco, absolutely not very happy with that one. So they're going to be going around again. Probably a good thing in all honesty, because the air temp still 7 degrees Celsius. It's a bit warmer than what we had about an hour ago, but still quite cold. Again, while the minis do warm up a bit quicker than the bigger karts, again, you want to have your car in as prime position as possible. So they're going to go around again. Gives them an extra opportunity to get those tyres and brakes up to temperature for that dash towards turn number 1. And especially for Wyn Godchalk, he wants to pick up exactly where he left off in Franciacorta.
Godchalk on pole position. Pasquale out of grid 2. We look a little bit further back in the pack. Just to row 4, grid 7. Farel Beretta, son of former Larousse Formula 1 Grand Prix driver Olivier Beretta for the Tony Kart Racing Team critically on the inside row. The field looking good. Zane Burgess looking to get a run. There is Max Varish, one of the 3 Varish brothers from Thailand, a team driver on the 3rd row of the grid. Welcome to Cremona, a foggy morning for the first pre-final here today. Godshock on pole position, leads the field around again. We don't race, no start. Our race director, Mr. Marco Amigone Carlino, not satisfied. We've still got time, exactly to the minute on time here. 12 pre-finals here this morning. 66 drivers in Mini Under 10 here this weekend. Sorry, 63 drivers in Mini Under 10 here this weekend, as well as 43 in the original Mini Group 3 category. .31 going back to the American Blake Schuer. Looking also, speaking of the Tony Kart racing team, well, the Giano racing team, Giudicelli in the 554 car. That's Leon, who is being mentored this weekend by Euro Cup Formula 3 driver Jules Caranta, who'll be lining up on the grid at Barcelona next weekend for the final round of the Formula Euro Cup 3 Series. Watching on his young charger. On your screen, there is young Leon Giudicelli for the Giano racing team, but it is Wingod Schalk for the Kiddix driver performance team of Alessandro Levrati. Watching on, now starting to get slightly frustrated. Of course, Alessandro Levrati, team manager for the Kiddix racing team, and was the former mechanic for the great Lorenzo Travisanuto, taking LT as a mechanic to both of his OK World Championships at the end of last decade. Look at the animation for the drivers on the right side of the grid. Gottschalk cops a tap from Ito Kotomo. The third attempt, Mini Pre-Final A for under 10. Our assistant race director, Mr. Philip Trombik, standing on the circuit. Gottschalk up to the line. And this time, finally, we race. Pasquale from the outside back to second, to third, to fourth. As Beretta, that we just spoke about, goes down the inside. Great start from the second generation racer. 626 goes through in position 4. Good start by Max Vadic. The tie goes by the team driver, but it's Gottschalk, the Red Bull Junior, who takes the lead in the early stages of the first of our 12 pre-finals here this morning.
Yeah, exactly what he needs to be doing, and you can see the woes for Daniel Pasquale continuing down into what we call the pit lane hairpin, because, well, it's adjacent to the pit lane down at turn 8. Gottschalk, though, a fantastic launch, and once again proving our thesis that if you're on the outside for turn 1, you're probably not in the best position, and that's exactly where Daniel Pasquale was. He dropped back a good 4 positions in the opening corner, let alone the opening lap, and that's completely tarnished his momentum. The skirmish, though, in the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th is continuing. The top 2 continue to get away as we're 1 lap into the books. Gottschalk leading from Karamo the Finn.
The field coming by, there was a yellow flag displayed. It has been withdrawn. You'll get a glimpse on the infield. That was the Paralin of the Indonesian Mo Wibowo. He is out. The driver from Jakarta coming together with the Cypriot Andreas Papageorgiou, who has just crossed the line. He's way down, still circulating, but in 29th place. Gottschalk leads from Kotomo. Beretta into 3rd place. The Giano Racing Team driver. Vortex Power Tony Kart 554. 626, in fact, is Beretta. 554 is Giudicelli. He's behind David Acton. Stinkerberg has made a great start. The Texan for Ward Racing is about to appear on your screen. The Tony Kart up into position 8. It's Gottschalk who's got the early race lead. Comes across the line to start lap 3. The gap, 0.3 of a second. There is Mateo Garcia, one of 16 Mexican drivers here this weekend. Team Baby Race in 3rd place. Garcia from Beretta, Zane Burgess, Pasquale back to 6. Zvadic, Snickenberg, Acton, Pachilo, Sitov, who took pole position at Sano earlier in the WSK Supermaster Series. The Russian coming onto the straight now, as we see Zvadic having to defend from the pole, but David dives down the inside. Acton goes on through. Finally, the sun trying to break through the fog here. The heavy cloud cover this morning, as Gottschalk from the Caribbean continues to lead.
Yeah, he's looking pretty comfortable, in all honesty, exactly sort of in his element, and it was not as comfortable last time a couple of weeks ago at Franciacorta. Those that joined us, of course, for that one, I'm sure you remember a fantastic battle, but Wyn Godchalk had to fight really hard for it around Franciacorta. Also a fight in the background as well. I think that's going to be Colton Schniegenberg trying to find a way through on the inside. That, of course, of Beretta, the 626. Nicely done from Schniegenberg. It's not really where we'd expect him to be, starting, I think it was down in P14, but making some really quick progress to consolidate his position potentially for the final this afternoon. But look at the gap that Wyn Godchalk has got, and now CREMONA has to go defensive because he's got Garcia trying to go for a move to the inside of the pit hairpin, and that could actually open the door for Zane Burgess as well.
Look at the gap, look at the sunshine, Zach. It's finally come out here this morning. The temperature's up to 7 degrees as Godchalk pulls away, 1.5 seconds clear. The Mexican Mateo for Team Baby Race goes through to second place. Of course, the team of Sandro Lorandi, the team from just up the highway from Castelnaudolo. Next year, they are celebrating 20 years of competition. A big 2026 season plan for the team who have been dominant in WSK World Karting over the past 2 decades or so. There's their Mexican driver ahead of Zane Burgess, second generation racer, the Jamaican-American. Andretti Jr. in position 3 from Colton Schniegenberg. The Wood Racing driver there further back in the pack. Kodomov fighting from Farel Beretta, Sitov, Zolna, the 2 Russians. From the Belgian Spaniard, Oliver Vatens, Pachilo, Halilovic has made a great start. The Austrian from 24 up into 14. Ottaviani, the second Austrian. Gaziel Magded, Algrea, Venturino, Zarikov, and Guido Ebergeni. The Mexican-Serbian, the Deb Sports team driver, rounds out the 20. Godchalk from Garcia, Burgess, and Colton Schniegenberg.
In towards what is turn 3 and 4. These are obviously a double apex right-hander that really opens the door for some good moves, and there's one from the 581. Zane Burgess down the inside of the 522 of Garcia, but Schniegenberg, of course, trying to find a way through and does exactly that. He's up now into second place. Meanwhile, Wyn Godchalk is absolutely running away with things with a pretty, I say, easy affair. Probably more comfortable than he's used to. On to lap 6 of 10, though, and over half distance of this race. 1.8 seconds is the gap to the lead, and that's because these lot are giving it hammer and tong. Colton Schniegenberg is the one leading this train. Of course, a fantastic recovery. Qualifying pace maybe not there, maybe the luck in the heats yesterday and on Friday not necessarily there either. But his racecraft on a Sunday is exactly what matters, and with more points on offer for round number 2 of the Wsk Final Cup in 2025, and subsequently more points on offer for round number 3 when we get there as well. It just means that the stakes are continuing to rise. Once again into turns 3 and 4, no real look as Schniegenberg not really under too much pressure at this moment in time, but Zane Burgess is there, Garcia is there, Daniel Pascali, who again didn't get the best of starts, looking to have a strong finish.
David Acton down the inside of Daniel Pasquale, the CRG team drivers. Teamwork between the two of them. David goes by in 5.47. Pasquale in 5.51 has been on the podium in the past in WSK, as has Wyn Godchalk, as recently as 2 weeks ago at Franciacorta, and he's looking good to repeat that here today. The lead almost 2 seconds. Incidentally, Gaziel Magdad, the Syrian-Austrian, is storming up through the pack. He's in P12 after coming from the back of the grid and has put in a purple 53.569. 2.5 laps remaining. Wyn Godchalk, if he continues on, will start from pole position for the final later this afternoon. Round 2 of the WSK Final Cup. This is the Red Bull Junior. Back to Colton. A storming drive from the Texan from grid 14. Driving for the legendary team of Joachim Ward. A team which in the past has had some such great drivers. We think of Dino Beganovic, Heikki Kovalainen in years gone by. We even go back to Susie Stoddart, former driver with Joachim Ward's team. Joachim as a driver himself. We go back to the 1988 World Championships at Laval. And before Joachim did hang up the helmet, finished 5th in that race almost 4 decades ago. Sorry, Joachim. A legendary team. Joachim, his wife Rosemary, and of course their daughter Rebecca, the family team, matching it with the best in the world. Their American driver in second place, just repeating his come from grid 14. Actually has cut the gap down slightly to win Gottschalk. And Gazi Al-Makdad, the Austrian, the top Austrian, through to 10th with another purple, 53.456. He's flying 1 lap and a half to go. Gottschalk, the gap down to 1.2 seconds. Colton, the Texan, on your screen for Wood Racing, is catching wind, but you'd have to think that Gottschalk has got this under control, Zach.
Yeah, exactly that. As a move there being made from the 5.22, and that's actually opened the door for the 5.47 to find a way through. That, of course, is David Arkden, who has been so quick in that CRG this weekend. Now is looking to continue that. Quick look over the shoulder as we head on to what is the final lap here at Cremona. Wyn Gottschalk looks comfortable, however, Garcia does not. David Acton trying to put some pressure on, and Zane Burgess demoted in that 581 machine. Also closing back in is Daniel Pascali. I think he might run out of time to go for a bit of a move, but with just half a lap left to go. There we can see the Red Bull Junior, the Kiddix driver performance driver of Wyn Gottschalk. Further back in the pack though, here comes the move to the inside from David Acton. That's more in defence as opposed to offence, and now with just a couple of corners left to go, Wyn just needs to hang on.
The gap 1 second dead. David Acton defending from Zane Burgess and Daniel Pasquale. But they've gone on by. There's Garcia. Colton at the bottom of your screen. Right into the centre of it is Wyn Gottschalk. Again, we have to break out the famous line. It is Wyn who takes the win. Gottschalk wins Prefinal A for Mini Under 10. And with that, the Kiddix driver performance team pilot will start from pole position. For the final later this afternoon, we've got one that's gone around. It looks to be Johan Levi, the AIX Maranello driver from Estonia, who's had a tough weekend. Just comes across the line now behind Andreas Papagiorgio in 28th place. Gottschalk takes the victory. The first of our 12 pre-finals here this morning at, finally we can say, a sunny Cremona. Zach, a great start to the morning. Gottschalk again with the victory.
I mean, he is just looking in his element, isn't he? I mean, Franciacorta wasn't necessarily the quickest, but was able to use that racecraft, and it all started right at the beginning of the race. Daniel Pasquale not with the best of launches on the outside line, and that gave the Red Bull Junior of Wyn Gottschalk the sort of the leg up that he needed to build a sustainable gap that he could then use. Obviously, Colton Schniegenberg was the talk of the town. He was making moves left, right and centre. In the end, climbed up 12 places to finish P2. But the battle continued all the way through in that fight for second. The likes of Garcia Coutinho and David Acton, who himself made up a good few places. In the end, though, of course, Wyn Gottschalk would just be running away with things. Defensive a couple of times as well. This was just how intense that battle was. The checker flag would wave, and Wyn Gottschalk would pick himself up a lovely 50 points going his way for the pre-final this weekend. And of course, more importantly as well, the pole position for the final a bit later on.
Exactly right, Zach. Gottschalk takes the victory from Colton Schniegenberg. Officially, 2 drivers from the United States of America. The North Americans, 1, 2 and 3. Garcia for Team Baby Race. Acton, Pasquale, Burgess, Varic. Gutsy, what to drive from the Austrian. For Bosch Racing, Oliver Vatens and Coromon in P10. Andreas Papagiorgio coming together with Mo Wibowo, who's coming back to the pits. There on your screen on the recovery vehicle, but Andreas way down the field in 27th position. So regardless of what happens in this second pre-final, Wyn Gottschalk 5 points at this stage of the weekend. Platinkov Tunenko will start on pole position. We'll need a strong run just to start near the front few rows of the grid. Pasquale, it looks, this is very provisional, put an asterisk beside these statements, but it looks as though Daniel Pasquale will join him on the front row of the grid for the final. Prefinal B in just a moment. We are fighting for the grid positions. Of course, 63 drivers in Mini Under 10, down to the final 36 this afternoon. The track, you can see foggy conditions, but just in the course of that 10-lap pre-final, that has changed. 7 degrees Celsius. Zach, we're almost into double figures. We're almost into winter time. We spoke about the weather at Franciacorta, but it's been remarkably beautiful for this time of year here in Italy.
I mean, it was a chilly morning. I'm not going to, beat around the bush for that one. Kovtunenko will start this slightly warmer race from pole position, though, alongside Marassi Munoz on the front row. Josh Bergman, Supermaster Series champion in 2025, starts alongside Elton Skalhammer on row 2. Van der Kotele from Leo Kralev, then comes Schrober, Steck, El Hugudi, who we had a fantastic run of form yesterday, actually, for Baby Race, alongside their teammate on row number 5 of Trainer. Then comes Henya, Steindl, Tam, Mitrokin, and Lucas, the top 15 from Berger, Denver, Machak, McKelliff, and Hakala, the top 20 drivers to take to the grid. We've got 30 to run through. Dubinin, fellow Ukrainian, of course, to the pole sitter. Trulis, Bronikovsky from Brown, Akaba, Mielov as well, just in behind that one. Of course, behind that, you've got the likes of Zev Godchuk, brother, of course, Waraki Superchok alongside from Becheril and Solvang, the 30th and final driver to take to the grid for the second Mini Under 10 pre-final, Prefinal B. And of course, like we were saying, the top 3, 4, 5, I think actually top 5, even top 6 potentially, grid positions are pretty much set in stone. But of course, Kovtunenko, starting from pole position, will want to put his best foot forward. He had a DNF in one of the heats yesterday, which of course doesn't help his case by any means. That put him with a lot of penalty points in such a big grid. But let's see what he can do from pole position. He is looking rapid this weekend.
Zach, 2 drivers to watch out for in particular in this race. Declan Gottschalk, Zev, out of grid 27, younger brother of the previous race winner, Win Gottschalk. And also, watch out for Johan Berger out of grid 16. Didn't get a good run in qualifying at Franciacorta 2 weeks ago. Johan Berger, in the course of the heats and the pre-finals, passed 66 karts in the course of the weekend. PK on pole position, we don't race. Another formation lap. Berger, 5.28 for Team Baby Race. It was phenomenal, his performance. The young second-generation racer, 5.28. Yes, he passed 66 karts in the course of the weekend. What would his result have been had he have qualified up the order? Didn't have a good qualifying run. Obviously, the young second-generation racer needs to work on that. He does start this one out of grid 16, alongside Nathan Lucas, behind Mikael Mitrokin. Theo Steindal just a row ahead for the Monster K factory team, the Norwegian. But Sasha Miras, who was the fastest qualifier, the Frenchman for Barcelona, also for Team Baby Race. He's on the front row of the grid alongside PK 555, who won in the WSK Euro Series at Leopard International Circuit Viterbo earlier on in the year. The Ukrainian to the left of your screen, the Spanish-based Frenchman who took pole position on Friday to the right. Prefinal B for Mini Under 10. Kovtunenko on pole position. We race. Josh into second place. Bergman tries to attack the Ukrainian up the inside, but Kovtunenko for Bosch Racing from pole position goes P1. Josh Bergman looking good as they go down through the chicane for the first time. Sasha Mirdas from the outside front row of the grid is back into position 5. We look for Elton Skalhammer. There's the Swede for Ward Racing as well. Stetz is there. El Gahaldi, one of 2 Moroccans racing here this weekend. And the Sicilian Eduardo Traina. Kovtunenko under attack from Josh Bergman. The CRG in position 3. In fact, the MP Motorsport car, the similar colours, I'm sorry. In P3, Julian van der Kotele, van der Netherlands. There's Bergman, the Red Bull Junior. Red Bull in force at the end of the 2025 season as we see Elton trying to make a move on Otto Horoba. Multiple Red Bull Junior drivers, and at the moment they're in second place. But it's Platinum Kovtunenko for Porsche Racing 555 in P1.
Yeah, he's doing exactly what he needs to be doing again. As it stands, that would actually be enough to put him onto the front row alongside Win Gottschalk. Just looking at our timing screens and them updating. Right now, this is going to be enough for Kovtunenko to get onto that front row for the final a bit later on. Of course, it will be second place So how good that actually is in retrospect is going to be one that we'll reveal a bit later on, because so far that outside row we've seen in both mini under 10 pre-finals not been the most ideal place. But again, when it comes to the final, those on the inside can equally stall, and then the outside can use that momentum, because eventually, if you hang it out long enough, like you said yesterday, Ian, it becomes the inside. We tick off another lap, though, and Kovtunenko is getting pushed by Josh Bergman there. And what I think is happening here is Bergman could probably maybe go for a move, but he doesn't want to involve even more drivers into the fight. He knows he's got time. They can see the lap count on the board. However, I say that he completely disregards that, sends the move to the inside as soon as the first opportunity arises. Josh Bergman takes the lead, probably wanted to work with Kovtunenko a little bit. Now just sort of goes, now I've got the pace, I want to get in front, I want to get away.
Kovtunenko responds immediately. Josh Bergman led for all of 300 metres. Back to second place. Julian van der Kottelij, GVDC, follows on through. The driver van the Netherlands goes by Bergman as well. Into second place, the Moroccan Nail Al Ghaoudy for Team Baby Race. PK glances back over his shoulder. Elton in P5, Hroba. Just behind that, Hugo Hejnar, the Romanian base pole ahead of Stets, the Polish pole, 100% Leo Kralev, the Bulgarian who took pole position 2 weeks ago at Franciacorta, the team driver, and Denver Boss rounds out the 10. Kovtunenko having to defend and doing so nicely. Here comes Elton. It'll be a slow exit from Josh Bergman as they go down through the chicane. Elton will fire it down into the turn 8 hairpin. Josh almost puts him into the grass. Skullhammer ducks back. 2 groups of 3 now. Van der Kottelij goes through in third. Bergman, who led briefly just a lap ago, under attack now from Elton, the Swede. Platon Kovtunenko, Bosch Racing, the team based at the now being rebuilt Shaika circuit. You know the reason why. As Elton goes down the inside, on the outskirts of Kiev, in Ukraine, he's in P1. The Moroccan second. Van der Kottelij, Elton goes by. Hroba, Bergman back to 6, and Hugo in 7th place.
Kovtunenko in control. You can see there that 555. That is the Bosch Racing being chased down by El Ghaoudy in P2. In that 560 has got a good run, bit of side-to-side contact between the pair of them. Inside line opens up and Kovtunenko tries to go the long way around. That does not work. So the 560 goes through. The counter-attack is there, though, from Kovtunenko. As soon as the space reopens, he's straight back down the inside. Exactly what happened with Josh Bergman. This is a stark defense from the Ukrainian, showcasing his talent. He knows that he's under a lot of pressure. He's still got over the half of the race to do it. Of course, Josh Bergman, after his attack, he's fallen into the back end of this train, towards the, actually, I think even outside of the top 5 the next time they break the beam. In fact, no, exactly in 5th. The 557, just ahead of Hroba 4 now. Kovtunenko, though, at the front. We're following this battle through 3, 4, and now let's see what El Ghaoudy can do. Not quite close enough in towards 5. Now the chicane at 6 and 7. Kovtunenko, though, this defense is incredible. He leaves the door open, and well, he opens up another one to get that move back.
Kovtunenko has been passed twice thus far in this race, but immediately he's retaken the lead. The Ukrainian certainly knows how to fight. Yes, pun intended. He's in position 1. His teammate, also for Bosch Racing, Otto Hroba, the Slovakian, is in P6 trying to get by Josh Bergman from the United States of America. 555, the Ukrainian from the Moroccan, Julian van der Kottelij van the Netherlands in 3rd place. Elton is about to be passed by Josh Bergman, who comes across the line at 101 k's an hour. Hroba for Bosch Racing at 103 kilometres an hour. Fastest on track is the pole sitter. He started out of the fastest qualifier on Friday. He started on the front row of the grid 2. What happened to Sasha Miras? The Team Baby Race has fallen back to 15th, but he's just put in a purple 53.704. Has just got by and taken Denver Boss. But Sasha Miras is a long way down the field. Platon Kovtunenko under attack from the Moroccan. There are 3 laps remaining at the end of this one. Nail El Ghaoudy, French regional champion, has been on the podium. If memory serves correct, it was also on that rainy day at Leopard International Circuit Viterbo, where Platon Kovtunenko did take the victory. Glances back over his shoulder, loses Julian van der Kottelé just a little bit. The Dutchman drops off. Sasha Midas up into 13, another purple lap. His teammate on your screen in second place, Kovtunenko, on this lap 8 of 10. In position 1, but under attack from the Moroccan.
Yeah, begs the question, where can El Gaoudi get this one done? Out of the chicane at 6 and 7, and it just allows you to be in the slipstream and maybe have a look going into turn 8. Not quite close enough on that occasion, so Kovtunenko didn't really even feel the need to go defensive there. But now, as we see, the 560 very close onto the back end. Very good at just trailing the 555 and seeing if there's going to be an open door. Oftentimes into hairpins like that, where you've got an alternating direction, the space opens up when the driver in front opens up the corner and sometimes can leave you susceptible for an overtake. Kovtunenko, though, leads another lap in this race. Quick look over his shoulder, though. Not at any point has he been able to feel safe, because El Gaoudi has been there ready to pick up the pieces. Slightly defensive in towards turn 3 and 4. That allows El Gaoudi to close the gap and, in fact, even draw alongside momentarily. Kovtunenko has got it covered for now.
Penultimate lap of the race. Sasha Midas has fought back to 11th, another fastest lap. We concentrate on the battle for the lead. Further back in the pack, Elton on the back of Josh. Kovtunenko in the middle of the track. And the Dutchman on the back of the Moroccan, Julian van der Kottelé for Tinka Moto MP Motorsport. The move up the inside, Kovtunenko going defensive. Just a quick note, Zev Gottschalk, the Kleine Gottschalk, younger brother of Win, who won Prefinal A, started grid 27. He's not on your screen, but I can tell you the Kleine Gottschalk is in position 9, having passed 18 karts in the first 9 laps. This is the last lap of Prefinal B for Mini Under 10.
Kovtunenko, he's got one more lap to hang on to it. This is the most important one of all of them. The last 9 laps mean diddly squat if he doesn't bring this one home. Of course, Van der Kottelé just trying to close in to El Gaoudi as well, and that would be the saving grace that Kovtunenko needs to go and win this one. As it stands, obviously Gottschalk has secured pole position, but Kovtunenko would be on the front row. The fight for second rages on in towards turn number 8. El Gaoudi now has to go defensive, and that seals the deal for Kovtunenko, who should cruise away to victory. Van der Kottelé still trying to apply that pressure in the MP Academy Gamoto machine. That 566 tries to get not the first up and under, not the second up and under, but tries to draw over to the outside through the final 2 corners. And now out of the final corner, the checker flag will wave. Kovtunenko hangs on brilliantly. The drag race in the background, though, squeezed to the grass is Van der Kottelé. El Gaoudi did not want to give that one up one bit. And that's the Mini Under 10 Prefinal B in the book. Skullhammer, Krober, then comes Leo Krylov, Zev Gottschalk, then from the 571 of Henyar, only back to P9. Josh Bergman, not at all the pre-final the American would have wanted.
No, that puts Josh Bergman provisionally 7th on the grid. Platon Kovtunenko wins Prefinal B and will join Win Gottschalk on the front row of the grid for the final. We take a look at the highlights. We got underway almost immediately. Platon Kovtunenko from pole position. Sasha Midas from grid 2, the fastest qualifier on Friday, went backwards and never did really recover, although some consolation for the Frenchman. He did get fastest lap, going from 2nd to 15th, ultimately finishing in 10th place. Good drive from Elton. Skullhammer to come home P4. Kovtunenko was passed twice in the race. Fought back immediately each time. The Moroccan led the Ukrainian briefly. Remember, there are 56 nations represented here this weekend. The Moroccan from the Dutchman. Platon Kovtunenko took the victory. Great sportsmanship between Nail and Julian. They enjoyed that. They come home 2nd and 3rd. Platon with the victory. Elton for Otto Horoba, also for Bosch Racing in P5. Leo Kralev, Zev Gottschalk, the Kleine Gottschalk from grid 29 has come home P7. Hejnar Bergman and Sasha Midas just inside the top 10. He did fight back from 15th place. Notable performance there from Brody Brown. 2nd race in WSK for the American. One of 17 drivers from the USA racing here this weekend. Brody Brown, a good drive, a good result in the pre-final. We'll just try and make it through to the final later this afternoon. His 2nd performance, his 2nd race in WSK World Competition. You can see the fog has burnt off. We are in for a beautiful, if cool, day here. The temperature is 8 degrees Celsius. almost a summery feel here. Yeah, as I look around the paddock and I can see multiple snow jackets being worn. It was 3 degrees Celsius here, and we can expect similar temperatures in 2 weeks' time for the final event of the 20th anniversary season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport. Mini Group 3, Prefinal A. Front row of the grid, this will be a class race. So this is the original 60cc mini category. We just have the mini under 10 drivers. Self-explanatory is the title. Mini Group 3, that is the Group 3 FIA homologation. For drivers, the front two, or the front one, Nicolo Pedico, his penultimate race before racing OKJ next year. Nick Dangerous on pole from the Kenyan Buana Gisese, John Hahn, Filippo Frigerio, Victor, who won at Franciacorta, Andrea Buffo, Cascao, Mason Kwong, Victor Gugo, and Mick Klinkers from the Netherlands out of grid 10. Matzo, Nario, the Mexican, Andrea Janone, Lee Lingan, the two Tony Kart drivers, Adam Pierrevaux, Cheng, GQ, that's George Quinlan, Pictus, Dominic Lepp, and Gonzalez from the Dominican Republic. First race in WSK. William Mortar out of grid 21 and Gaetano Salemi. It is Gaetano's first La prima gara mai per Gaetano Salemi nel mondo di WSK. First WSK race for the Italian, but listen to this. William Mortar out of grid 21. This is his first kart race ever. Full stop. No regional race, no club event, no rental kart races, no national series, nothing. I'm going to be a professional kart racer. My first race will be in WSK, and William Mortar for the MP Motorsport Team Gamoto has acquitted himself superbly this weekend. Sure, he starts on the final row of the grid, but has been able to mix it with some of the drivers ahead and make some passes. A commendable debut WSK race, first ever kart race for the pole, William Mortar. One slowing at the back of the pack. Nicolo Pedico. Don't tell me that's Nick. No, it is an energy kart. It looks to be George Quinlan. Nick Pedico drops back, trying to get the run. The chances of starting this are minimal. We don't. Another formation lap. No chance, says our race director. Mr. Marco Amigone Carlino. Not happy with the formation lap. Trying to be too smart. Troppo furbo forse, as we say. Maybe trying to be too clever there. Nick Pedico, second generation racer, trying to get the run. It was George Quinlan who was slowing, but GQ is back underway. Nick Pedico gets the warning flag for his efforts there. Another formation lap. We watched the driver on the front row of the grid, Buana Gisese, who was cruelly denied a podium at Franciacorta, crossed the line in P3, contact in the formation lap. The front spoiler was down, and he did not become the first ever driver from Kenya to stand on a WSK podium. Of course, the East African nation hosting a round of the World Rally Championship way back to the 1980s. Incredible images of Kilimanjaro in the background from his home nation. He is from Lamu, just south of the Somali border, the land of the island of no cars. But he's quick. There is the African. He did win a heat on Friday afternoon. Starts the outside front row of the grid. Prefinal A for Mini Group 3. Pedico to the left of your screen. This time we race. Perfect start from Il Bergamasco, and John Hahn from Hong Kong follows him on through. Good start from Victor, who took victory at Franciacorta. The Tony Kart driver, the Romanian-American, sends it down the inside. They make very slight contact. Buana with the opportunity. Gisese goes back on through. And the Kenyan, the African, in second place. But it's Nick Dangerous. Nicolo Pedico, the Mafra team driver, who's got a perfect start and the early race lead.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he is absolutely on fire this weekend. Perico has just been, I mean, the man to beat, in all honesty. His kart control has been amazing, which obviously you'd expect when your father's a rally driver, but his overtaking, his defending has been really, really top-notch as well. He's about to round through the final corner to complete the opening lap then of the Mini Group 3 Prefinal A, and similar to what we saw from Wyn Godchalk just a few moments ago, has got a good couple of tenths clear of Victor Goran, who obviously starting from 5th, already worked his way up in a 2nd. Not been the dream weekend for Goran, but he's been able to limit the damage brilliantly, and when limiting the damage means working your way into 2nd, you're probably doing something right. He did have a good 39-point lead over Giuseppe Noviello as well coming into this one from his efforts in Franciacorta, so as long as he can consolidate some decent points, which he is doing right now, it will be 40 points for finishing in P2. Again, that opens that lead up just that little bit more, but Perico as well up in front, gaining some good points, and more importantly putting his best foot forward to get that pole position a bit later on this afternoon. The 5:17 though, Brian Giuseppe on the back of Victor Goran. Now the question remains, do they fight for 2nd, or do they try and go and get Perico in front?
Nick is 7/10 of a second clear. We'll see if that changes. Stays the same, 0.727. Victor from Buana, the American-Romanian for the Tony Kart Racing team, took a fabulous victory at Franciacorta. He's just moved there by the African. In NASCAR parlance, he just edged him out the way. Buana Giuseppe says, move on over, buddy. I'm going after Il Bergamaschino and T-Baby Race, now in 2nd place. Giuseppe from Victor. Back to Filippo Frigerio. John Hahn from Hong Kong, Google, Buffo, Cascao, Mazzo, and Mason Kwong rounds out the top 10. And we have Janone, Nadio, Chang, Pictus, Mick Klinkers, Dominic Lepp, Adam Piervaux, Gonzalez from the Dominican Republic. We told you about William Morta, first ever race. He's in 19th. He's ahead of Salemi, Li Lingan, and George Quinlan, who looks to be our first retirement of the morning. Perico leads the gap out just 1/10. Mick Klinkers further back in the pack goes purple. He's ahead of Dominic Lepp. But the Energy Course team driver with a 53.428 is marginally faster than the race leader on your screen as they go down the back straight. Perico from Giuseppe and Victor Gurun.
Yeah, Victor Gurun is doing a pretty decent job again. Giuseppe with him just in front in that Baby Race Driver Academy. The Kenyan, again, one of the favourites. There's so much competition, even sort of in the mini group 3s as well. I mean, when we get into the bigger karts, you know, the competition's still there. But even in these guys, we always say they are mini, but they are mighty as well. We're on lap 5 of 10, 4 laps completed. And as we work our way on to what will be the 5th lap of running, Nicolo Perico is, continuing to stretch his advantage up in front. 53.2 his best lap time, and doing it consistently as well. On your screen, you can see the 5:36. That is the championship leader, Victor Goran. He started in 5th place, the Tony Kart Racing team at driver. Now just put in the best lap of the race, a 53.116, marginally quicker than Giuseppe in front. Is the win still on? Perico is within touching distance, but Giuseppe is not driving that progress forward, and Goran maybe wants to use some of that pace. If can he go for a move? Also as well, you've got to be mindful of the closing threat of Figueroa and also John Hahn, who himself has been mighty this weekend. Some really good moves over the last couple of days. Bit of contact actually between 2nd and 3rd. Goran maybe getting a bit impatient, and now look at that train behind Figueroa and Hahn, and even Buffo as well, closing in. So you've got Nicolo Perico, who is looking, I say, comfortable, doing all right, a 2nd clear of the rest of the field and growing, and then this complete gaggle of karts. Giuseppe trying to hang on for 2nd place.
Zach, just a quick word here, because we've got 2 drivers from Hong Kong inside the top 10. John Hahn in position 5 and Mason Kwong in position 9. Of course, we go back to the 1970s, the 1980s, up until, sadly, the demise in the early 1990s, the Victoria Park, the Hong Kong street circuit. Revered by many drivers, it is famous. It was, sadly, in world history, that incredible event which used to draw 20,000 spectators and was live around the world on British and Hong Kong TV. Sadly, that race is no more, but we do have 2 drivers from Hong Kong inside the top 10. John Hahn, Mason Kwong, a week out, incidentally, from the Macau Grand Prix, which is just over the causeway from Hong Kong. So nice to see the former English protectorate represented here this weekend, one of 56 nations in the second round of the Wsk Final Cup. But here in Italy, it is still the Italian, Niccolò Perdico. He gets the luxury of sleeping in his own bed. He's from Bergamo, just up the road. He's in position one, his penultimate mini race ever. He's the second clear of the Kenyan and the Romanian American Victor Gurun. Tony Kart behind Team Baby Race, just slides sideways that way. That time does Buana. Victor senses the opportunity, goes down the inside. The vortex-powered Tony Kart goes through to position two.
Yeah, nicely done. And again, just waited for that gap to open up on the inside, kept his foot in, wreck a little bit later, and still got it stopped. On to lap 8 of 10, so 3 to go, including this one. Perdico is home and clear. I think they're now starting to realise that second maybe is the best that these guys can get. Victor Gurun, though, you can see in that peppermint liveried Tony Kart machine just in front of Giuseppe for Baby Race Driver Academy, the white and the blue, now making its way down the back straight towards the pit lane hairpin. Defensive goes Victor Gurun, and that's going to open the space up for the inside of the 596 of John Hahn. That was late, but oh my goodness me, was that a brilliant move. Waited for Victor Gurun to open up the space on the inside, filled it, and now the 596 is through to third.
Surely that is the race for Niccolò Perdico. Surely he will start on pole position for the final later this afternoon. He comes across the line to start lap 9. We go back to Franciacorta. It was Victor who took the victory from Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. He's down on the grid, waiting for Prefinal B at the conclusion of this. Victor, he won for the Tony Kart team. There's the Baby Race teammates. Buana in 517 and John in 596. They trade positions. Frigerio now up into position 5 from Buffo, Cascao, Victor Hugo. The second driver from Hong Kong, it's Mason Kwong. And Nario, the Mexican, rounds out the 10. A lap and a half remaining. Perdico is 2 seconds clear. Adam Pierdevoort, the second Romanian, has set the fastest lap of the race. The Romanian at the front of the field, well, he was, but he's just been passed by both Baby Race drivers going on through. Victor goes back to P4. Here's Frigerio. This is Perdico, his teammate. He's gone. He starts the last lap of the race. 2.5 seconds clear. Buffo, good try from Andrea, the second Italian. Victor behind 2 Baby Race team drivers. The team from Castelnaudolo, who celebrate 20 years of competition in WSK World Karting in 2026. Niccolò Perdico out front into the pit hairpin, turn 8 for the final time. Buffo in the background, Frigerio, Cascao, Gugo, Kwong and Nario.
Just half a lap left to go, not even. A couple of corners left to go for Niccolò Perdico, who is on a run of form this weekend. A bit of a hip check, though, in the fight for second. Victor Gurun trying to find the space to the inside of John Hahn, and does so brilliantly. But out of the final corner, it's been a dominant display, and 50 championship points added to the total of Niccolò Perdico, who dominates the Mini Group 3 Pre-Final A. Across the line for Buana Giuseppe finishes second. John Hahn, Buffo, Victor Gurun drops to 5th by the time they get to the line. From Frigerio, Casacuero, from Gugo, Kwong and Nario, the top 10. We'll run you through the full results in a moment. Not a bad way to go racing, and definitely not a bad day in the office for Niccolò Perdico.
Yes, Niccolò Perdico almost certainly pole position for the final this afternoon. It will be his penultimate ever mini race before racing in OK Junior in 2026. Il Bergamaschino vince qui a Cremona. The driver from Bergamo wins here this morning. Blue sky, it's on the way. Up to 9 degrees Celsius, Zach. I asked you yesterday the temperature in your hometown of Norwich. You said it was not too bad.
It was not too bad yesterday. It was about 15 degrees or so in my actual hometown.
Similar to here.
So, yeah, exactly. It wasn't actually too bad. It was a lot more miserable, as it always is. Currently, where I live, it's 9.
We take a look at the highlights. Not too bad for England. Niccolò Perdico from pole position. A perfect start, and he raced away to take the victory, and will line up on pole position almost certainly for the final later this afternoon. Victor in second place for the Tony Kart racing team was just moved by Buana, the Kenyan, going on through to finish in second place ultimately, despite going back to third briefly as they fought Nicola Petticoat raced away, ultimately to win by 3.2 seconds. The Mafra team driver dominates the pre-final this morning. His penultimate ever 60cc mini race. Petticoat with the victory. Buana Jesese from the Kenyan island of Lamu, south of the Somali border, in second place. And John Han from Hong Kong comes home P3. Bufo Korun, Frigerio Cascao, Victor Gugo, the second driver from Hong Kong, Mason Kwong. And Nadio rounds out the 10. Adam Peterbull in P11, the second Romanian in the field. Some consolation, he finishes with the fastest lap of the race of 53.056 on his way to P11. Prefinal B for 60 Mini Group 3. Stan Ratajski, another driver having his penultimate mini race before racing OK Junior in 2026. The WSK Open Cup champion, winning that title at La Concamuro Lucchese in 2023. Team Baby race on pole position. He'll start alongside Giuseppe Noviello, who finished on the podium. He was delighted at Franciacorta 2 weeks ago. We take a look at the grid as the karts come out onto the circuit, led by Stan Ratajski de le Sud de la France. The southern French driver on pole position alongside Noviello. Zane Pace from Malta. Abraham Shelves, the Dutch Spaniard, out of grid 4. Manzano and Superlolobras. Kees Moyes, also van the Netherlands. Devon Teets, who's taken 2 pole positions this year. Isco Alonso and Pedro Cueto, the Dutch-Mexican driver from the United States of America, out of grid 10. The Roman Davide Di Filippo, Daniel Ferguson, fresh off victory in Valencia 8 days ago. Liam Natuati, Jacobus Vasquez, Vano Wojciechowski, Perlin, Ava Lawrence, one of 6 Australians racing here this weekend. Jeff Rebecca, Van Bergier, Lazarus, I should say, Ananuevo, I should know that. He is from Canberra, the Australian Capital Territory. Driving the Soul Gold Kart here this weekend, lines up ahead of Teo Ganadik. Lazarus Ananuevo, second WSK race. Tough running qualifying at Franciacorta, 2-time state champion back home. Back in his home. Patriotism aside. The 583 Gold Kart of Lazarus Ananuevo. Lazarus New Year, that's his nickname we've given him. His father Al doing a great job here this weekend. Very young driver. Having his second WSK race. And the driver on your screen, Stan Ratajski, having his second last WSK 60 mini race. Ratajski is alongside Giuseppe Noviello, the team of David De Lucchi, the Padova Venice-based team. Grid 2, Zane Pace, one of 2 Maltese drivers here this weekend for the Tony Kart Racing Team 539, powered by the Vortex, is alongside Abraham Shelves, Andalusian champion, Spanish CEK champion, has had a great debut in WSK. The 624 CRG Black Mirror on grid 4. Watch Manzano for the green team inside third row of the grid. Stan Ratajski on pole position, Prefinal B for Mini Group 3. We race. Zane Pace pushes the pole sitter Stan down into turn 1. It is the French Baby Race team driver who goes through to take the lead. Fabulous start from the Mexican. Manzano goes through to third place. And we are underway with the final mini pre-final here this morning. Stan Ratajski fighting to start on the front row of the grid for the final this afternoon. He's made a great start. He goes down into turn 8, the hairpin for the first time in position 1. We watch the Mexican, we watch the multiple Tony Kart drivers. A clean start here. The Vortex-powered machines are in second and third. It's Team Baby Race in first place.
Ratajski doing exactly, again, what he needs to be doing. A good launch and making the most of his inside front row in towards the opening corner. And same pace going with him as well. A really good launch from the Tony Kart Racing Team machine. Side by side, though, the 624 making a way past. That, of course, is Abraham Shelvis finding a way past. And again, a nice opportunistic move to the inside. Another one there from the 556 of Di Pietro Antonio, of course, the 2024 Under-10 Final Cup champion, taking the step up into Group 3. And let's see what he can do, of course. A couple of carts running side by side in the background as well as they come into the prime overtaking opportunity. However, Wojciechowski, unfortunately, under investigation, I believe, probably for a start infringement. We'll have a look and confirm on that one a bit later on. They're on to lap 2 of 10. Stan Ratajski doing what he does best out in front. It's been a pretty comfortable affair for our pole sitters thus far today. However, Zane Pace is setting the pace, pun intended, on the back of Ratajski. Down in towards the opening corner. Also look out for Manzano as he closes in. Di Pietro Antonio trying to close in and get involved as well. The 527 of Seas Moore is getting overtaken there, I think, from Giuseppe Noviello to the inside of turn 1.
Almost, you're certainly right there, Zach. With that under investigation for Emil Wojciechowski, who's down in 20th position. Starting procedure, 5-second penalty. Well predicted, Zach. That drops him way down to 20th in the penultimate position. His teammate, still in P1 on your screen, Stan Ratajski. Confirmation to the bottom left of your screen, Emil Wojciechowski. A 5-second penalty. In fact, that puts him down 21st and final position. His teammate P1, Zane from Malta in second, the Vortex powered Tony Kart. You can see Super Lolo Bros has gone by into third place. This is Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio in third from Giuseppe Noviello. The two Italians behind the Maltese and French drivers in P1. Back to Liam Nachawati. LDP is coming, mentored here this weekend by former World Kart Racing champion. We go back to 2001, the great Tonio Liuzzi here watching on, mentoring his young driver who's charging after the two race leaders, goes deep, slides under brakes. There's LDP, Tonio Liuzzi. A career of what-ifs with the Red Bull, Jaguar and Force India teams in Formula One. Recently telling Tom Clarkson on the Beyond the Grid podcast how close they were to ultimately taking pole position at the Italian Formula One Grand Prix just over a decade ago for the Force India team before the then team owner, well, dictated the team's strategy. It was a fascinating recount from Tonio Liuzzi, who only hung up the helmet a few years ago, as we see Liam Nachawati go down the inside of Giuseppe Noviello. Tonio Liuzzi, Formula 3000 superstar as well, the precursor to Formula 2, Formula 1 driver, World Kart Racing champion, and now mentoring Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio, who's on your screen. Almost runs into the back of Zane Pace. Super Lolo Bros on the back of the Maltese Tony Kart driver, almost into the grass. And now he's about to be passed by Giuseppe Noviello and also Liam Nachawati, his teammate, Stan Ratajski with the race lead. A nervous moment there. And now the top Italian is in P3. His name is Giuseppe Noviello. He finished third at Franciacorta. He's running third here this morning, the second half of Prefinal B for Mini Group 3. Stan Ratajski, Team Baby Race, in first place.
He's been in control pretty much from the get-go of this race. Dictated the start pace, of course. Those on the outside have a bit more of a kink to follow, so that longer distance and obviously not dictating when you put your foot down. Then the outside of turn 1 makes it a bit more difficult. However, it doesn't mean it's impossible. A look there, I think, from Nachawati on the inside of Giuseppe Noviello to find a way through. The 525 is making some moves. That makes it 10 places gained over the course of just 6 laps. A warning flag coming in for Anuevo a bit further down in the field. We'll confirm if that materialises into a penalty should it need to. Out of the final couple of corners though to start what will be lap 7 of 10. Just 4 to go. And Ratajski, there you can see the 524 in control of the lead. Nachawati though is coming for him from what was a bit further down in the pack. P13 up now into P2. It's unlucky for some, definitely not unlucky for Nachawati.
Kees Moyes van the Netherlands having a strong run here this morning. 527, the Birla team driver. There he is. The red and white machine just glances back over his shoulder. Back to the Roman, another second-generation racer, Davide Di Filippo. He's in P7, now driving for the legendary 5-time world champion, Danilo Rossi. DDF, Davide Di Filippo in P7 from Abraham Shelver, 17th, and Daniel Ferguson still celebrating after that victory 8 days ago in Valencia. Rounds out the 10 from Alonso Pedro Cueto. Ava Lawrence, the Emirati-born Australian from Vasquez, Vano, Pelina, Lazarus, New Year, that's Ano Nuevo. Gunadick, Wojciechowski, and Jeff Verbeke rounds out the field. He's going slowly at the back of the pack. We lost Manzano, the Mexican, after that great start. The North American has retired just a few laps ago. Under pressure, Stan Ratajski from his teammate. Here's Liam Nachawati. Di Pietrantonio slides it almost into the team driver. Nicely done. LDP goes through to P3. Ratajski, Nachawati. They come across the line to start lap 9. Team Baby Race first in second place. Remember, Nicolo Pedigo is watching on from pit lane, Zach. Strategically, he'll be watching this battle because the drivers on your screen now, they're the ones that will join him almost certainly on the front few positions, the front few rows of the grid for the final later this afternoon.
Yeah, and obviously, you become familiar with drivers, their tactics, their pace, who to look out for. Obviously, guaranteed Pedico will be on pole position for the final later on. As it stands, though, Ratajski, if he's able to win this race, will tip Giuseppe to the front row. Is that a blessing? Is it a burden? We'll find out a bit later on. But with just a couple of laps left to go, Stan Ratajski is going for what will be 50 championship points, which is equivalent to finishing P2 in last round's final. The stakes get higher, the championship points rewarded gets higher as we progress through the season. On to the final lap of the race. Ratajski just has to hang on. Obviously, baby race 1 and 2. How much of a team dynamic is there going to be? Nachawati coming from P13 might want to go all the way and take the victory. Get through into what will be turns 5. And not quite close enough on that occasion. Now into the chicane at 6 and 7. It's all about setting up that run towards the pit lane hairpin at turn 8. They've got a bit of a gap behind them. Giuseppe Noviello keeping Di Pietrantonio and Zane Pace at bay. Speaking of, the Italian has to go defensive. That opens the door for Zane Pace to find a way through on Di Pietrantonio. Now with just a couple of corners left to go, Stan Ratajski seems to be under no pressure at all. However, that quickly changes. The door opens. Ratajski round wide, and Nachawati takes the lead of the race.
Le dernier tour, dans le tête de l'autocross, nous avons le pilote américain. The Frenchman back to P2, and the victory in Prefinal B goes to Liam Nachawati. We're quickly checking the overall standings. Pedigo P1 on 5 points. Stan Ratajski crosses the line just now in second place. 15 points, stays critically on the front row of the grid despite being passed by his teammate Liam Nachawati. Jeff Verbeke crosses the line down in 20th position after being pushed off the road earlier in the race. We take a look at the highlights of Prefinal B. Stan Ratajski from pole position from the south of France, leading from Zane Pace, the Maltese driver, pushing Stan Ratajski across the line. The Tony Karts in second and third. Case Moyes had a good run in 5.27, ultimately finishing in 6th place. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, a wild moment there. Did recover, ultimately to finish in 4th place. Ratajski, who controlled the pace for much of the race. Zane Pace going by Giuseppe Noviello, but falling back to ultimately finish in P5. The team from Castanedolo, 1-2. Liam Nachawati from the United States of America takes the victory from Stan Ratajski. Giuseppe Noviello, again P3. He was P3 in the final. Franciacorta, he's P3 in the pre-final here this morning. He starts P4 on the grid for the final this afternoon. He finishes ahead of LDP, Zane Pace, Case Moyes, heel good race for the pilot van the Netherlands. Davide Di Filippo, Ferguson 8, Shelvis 9, and Devon home in P10. Alonso Vasquez, Lazarus, well done mate. Ano Nuevo, 13 from Pedro Cueto. for MP Motorsport Team Gamoto. Pellin, Ava Lawrence, she dropped back to 16th. She was running in 12th earlier on. Vanel Ganadek, Wojciechowski, and Jeff Verbeeke in P20.
It's time to progress then. We're heading on to the OKN pre-final where Lamberto Ferrari will be starting on the pole position. We'll run through the full grid in just a moment, but the front row, by the way, is made up of the 2023 Final Cup champion and also the 2024 Final Cup champion of Nicolas Marchesi, the reigning one, and of course the one that won the year before. So this is actually quite an interesting front row, in all honesty. Let's see who can put that best foot forward, especially considering Nicolas Marchesi is coming into this round as the championship leader. Lamberto Ferrari coming in as the P3 man, and to be honest, quite a way off. But obviously, this motorsport, things can always change at the flip of a switch. And we'll have 15 laps of racing, of course, for the OKN seniors and their pre-final coming up in just a couple of moments. Waiting for a couple of karts to be recovered, and then we can get karts running around onto the circuit. Still myself, Zach Sweeney, Ian Silvestrin, alongside me in the commentary box. I hope everyone is having a fantastic day wherever you are watching around the world. Let us know, and make sure you, of course, are sticking around for all of the Wsk Final Cup action in 2025, and also as well for 2026, more crucially. A lot of exciting dates coming up. It's 10 degrees Celsius now here in Cremona, so getting a little bit more toasty.
I was just going to say, Zach, that's the best news of the morning. We're into double figures.
Getting there. I think it maybe gets to about 15, maybe peak afternoon.
Yeah, that's still 10, 12 degrees less than my home in Alicante, Spain. I don't know why we don't have every race in every championship in the world in Spain on the Iberian Peninsula.
You'd shred through the tyres, though.
Yeah, but we wouldn't freeze to death. Let's take a look at the grid for the OKN pre-final. Ferrari, Marchesi, as you pointed out, they start on the front row of the grid. Giulio Mazzolini, Giulia Sorceppa, the first non-Italian. Christian Tonellini, Stiller, who was on the podium at Franciacorta, Federico Rossi, Matteo Meles, Il Madrileño, Nicola Stanley, and Lawrence Friend, Lorenzo D'Amico, out of grid 10. Anulava, Pietro Santese, Luisa Maria Della Pietra, she was on the podium here 2 years ago in the WSK Open Series. Ferrari, Jeherski, Becca, Goretzky, Ferlicia, Davide Iannone, and Mikhail Joretsky out of grid 20. Lugli, Nardotti, that's Federico in the DR kart. Zvaric, Mark, Alessandro Cocotta, who's had an unlucky run again here this weekend. Sapke, Matteo Gallo, the London-born French driver out of 26 from the Philippines. We have Miguel Paco and Patrick Noguera for the Innovate competition team out of grid 26. The sun is shining finally here this morning. You look at Lamberto Ferrari, he won the Final Cup, as you correctly pointed out, Zach, at Franciacorta, staying loyal to the Formula K manufacturer, the Formula K team, and why not? He's quick, he starts on the front row of the grid. Likewise for Nicolas Marchesi, again, lining up for the team driver team. The awkwardly name, it sounds very exotic in Italian, but in English, we're sort of scratching our head. I've told team owner, David DeLuca, it doesn't really make sense, team driver. He says, yeah, I know, sì lo so, però è molto figo, molto cool in italiano. Says, yes, it's very cool in Italian. The team driver, Nicolas Marchesi, out of grid 2, the Kart Republic. Lamberto Ferrari in the Formula K on pole position. Zanchi Motorsport inside second row of the grid, Giulio Mazzolini.
15 laps of racing ahead of us. Is Lamberto Ferrari on the left-hand side of your screen. They look pretty tidy. The lights on the gantry go out, and we go racing for the first time in OKN. I think actually someone popping a wheelie in the background of the field, but as we negotiate our way through turns 2, now in towards 3 and 4 at the bottom of the circuit. Nicely done from, of course, our pole sitter, but Marchesi immediately trying to launch a bit of an attack on the inside. That's the 808. Of course, the team driver racing machine not quite able to get that move done, and has actually hampered his momentum ever so slightly relative to Ferrari, who now leads here at Cremona. Of course, that 804, the Formula K Motorsport machine, there you can see it now running its way through what is turns 10, now into 11. Not quite close enough for a move there. Marchesi and jostles about all throughout the entirety of the field. We're only 1 lap completed. We've still got 14 left to go, and still, of course, Ferrari able once again to consolidate from pole position.
Lamberto Ferrari from Marchesi, Giulio Mazzolini. The first non-Italian is Giulia Sorceppa. Mind you, driving for the Italian, the Sicilian team, Lenzo Kart. LKE Power. Big news in the past week or two. The legend, Signor Franco Drudi, has left TM after decades of collaboration. And Michele Lenzo was straight on the phone, a new contract. World-class Il Maestro, the maestro engine tuner, Mr. Franco Drudi, has joined the Lenzo LKE group, or the LKE organisation. The master engine tuner, Mr. Franco Drudi, working his magic. He's in P4, his engine, I should say, is in P4 with their Polish driver, Giulio Socepa, ahead of Christian Tonellini. He was on the podium at Franciacorta. Christian Tonellini, one of 6 drivers selected by the Automobile Club of Italy, ACI Sport, to take part in the Scuola Federale. As Tonellini, who finished second to Marchesi at Franciacorta, makes a move on Giulio Socepa. Jo goes back on through. There's the Zanchi Motorsport driver of Giulio Mazzolini. Tonellini briefly into 4th place. He's back to P5. Rossi, Mellis, D'Amico, Nicola Stanley, and Pietro Santese.
On to what will be the 4th lap of running then of 15. Nearly a third of the way through. Roberto Ferrari still just about in control, but Marchesi closing in for Team Driver Racing. Of course, an Italian at 1, 2, and 3. Actually, Mazzolini up there in 3rd position. Again, to be fair, actually, the top 4 remain unchanged. When have you ever seen that over the course of this weekend in the WSK? It's very rare that that happens, especially with this split of sort of the advantage you get being on the inside of the queue going up in towards turn number 1. But Ferrari, then Marchesi, Mazzolini, and Acepa, the top 4. Then, of course, comes Tonellini. In fact, actually, I say top 4. The top 5 currently remain unchanged, but well, how long is that going to last? The top 2 beginning to break away. There you can see the yellow and blue, or well, blue and yellow Novolux Lenzo kart of Julius Acepa, currently in the 805, being chased down by Mazzolini. Well, at the moment, under not too much pressure. However, the space opens up to the inside for the lead, and Marchesi goes for it. That was ambitious, but it was brave, it was bold, and it was brilliant from the reigning champion. Nicolas Marchesi takes the lead of the race, and this allows Acepa to close the gap in the 805.
Fabulous pass. Nicolas Marchesi goes on through to take the race lead. Trying to go 2 weeks in a row, the team driver in P1. Ferrari fights back over the back of him. They make contact, both off into the grass. They both manage to keep on going. Julius Acepa shoots through into the race lead, stares back over his shoulder. What? Marchesi and Ferrari make contact. They shortcut the circuit through the grass. Marchesi crosses the line in P7. Ferrari in P6. The stewards saw exactly what happened there, as did you. As did Julius. He's got the race lead now from Christian Tonellini. Sensational here in the OKM pre-final. There are Italians 2nd through to 6th. Julius Acepa with the race lead. We have lost the 808 team driver. Marchesi has sustained damage in that incident. The left rear bodywork is dragging. In fact, the left side bodywork of Marchesi's car, it is destroyed. Marchesi is out. We'll try and get a glimpse. Marchesi has parked on the inside of the chicane. Marchesi has retired after coming together with Ferrari. There's the car just to the left of your screen, off screen. Marchesi is out. Julius Acepa with a lead of 1.1 seconds from Tonellini, Mazzolini, D'Amico, who's the fastest on circuit. Mellis, Ferrari is still there in P6. Stanley, Rossi, Santese, Jezierski in P10. Well, there has been quite a bit of debate in the past few weeks after the, I have to be careful how I say this, questionable decision by various groups to put even more plastic, even more on these karts. Starting on, I kid you not, April the 1st next year. There is plastic which has destroyed the race of Nicolas Marchesi. In theory, apparently, as of April 1st, yeah, note that date, Next year there will be even more plastic on these karts. There is plastic wrapped under and over the left rear of Marchese. He's rolled to a stop with plastic trapped everywhere under the left rear wheel and axle. He's out. Giulio Sorceppa with the race lead, the pole from the 5 Italians.
Yeah, and crucially as well, can I just add as well, when it comes to Christian Tonolini, currently running in second position, that's a healthy 40 championship points added to his total if he can stay there. Of course, he got some added after the heats. With Marchese out, that gap in the championship, I don't know after the heats with Marchese being a bit further up and whether he would have had enough just to hang on. But provisionally, I think that does actually give Tonolini either the championship lead or very close to it.
Of course, he did finish second in the race at Franciacorta 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, exactly as well. So that gives him a nice little leg up in terms of the championship relative to Marchese. And of course, if he can convert that into a good result in the final, and as it stands, Tonolini will be 4th, Marchese will be 5th. So if Tonolini can go and catch Sorceppa, again, that's going to do him a world of favours. The race lead definitely will give Tonolini the championship lead going into the final this afternoon in such a short championship where the championship points increase throughout the 3 rounds. You cannot afford to have a single off, and unfortunately for Marchese, getting involved in that incident, that could spell disaster for his title defence.
He's not the only retirement. We think back to Franciacorta 2 weeks ago. Peter Stiller took his maiden WSK podium. He's under investigation, but that's irrelevant because Peter Stiller has also retired, as has Miguel Paco, one of 2 Filipino drivers here this weekend. So Paco is out, Stiller is out, Marchese is, of course, is out, as is Becker, Paul Becker for team driver. Ferrari is out, that's Riccardo Ferrari, not to be confused. Leon Sapke, Luisa Maria Della Pietra has also retired. Giulio Sorceppa on your screen in P1. There are just 20 runners from the original 28 starters. Tonolini in second place in the Sodi Kart Sigma closes in on the back of Giulio Sorceppa. Giulio Mazzolini for Zanchi Motorsport in P3, back to Lawrence Friend, Lorenzo D'Amico. Mellis in P5, Matteo for LA Motorsport. Great drive from Lorenzo D'Amico, also for LA Motorsport. Also driving a Paralin, it is the LKE-powered Lenzo kart. Just repeating, the legend, Signor Franco Drudi, has joined the Lenzo Luxor kart LKE organisation. And now the legendary tuner, his LKE-tuned engine is in P1 with his Polish driver, but Christian Tonolini is looking good for the Tonno Racing Car team, the TM-powered Sodi kart, using the engine which the great Mr. Franco Drudi has tuned for the best part of the last 3 or 4 decades. In second place, there's Mazzolini for Zanchi Motorsport in P3. 3.5 laps remaining. Julius nervously looks back over his shoulder. Matteo Gallo, the English-born French driver from outside Nice in the south of France. Well, let's call it Nice, living halfway between Nice and Monaco, has retired as well. We're down to 19 runners. Goretsky, Piotra, is in position 19. So the poles on the final position and the first positions in the race. Tonolini with the wide line, trying to chase down and pass Julius Sorceppa.
Yeah, Tonolini, again, like I said, if he gets the lead, I'm not sure if he's going to know this, but if he gets in front, that is going to be the championship lead for him in that orange and white, of course, the Turner Racing kart, and doing his absolute best in that Sodi machine. On the back of the blue and the yellow Novolux of Sorceppa, the 805, just with a couple of laps left to run in this race. And Sorceppa, again, trying to put his best foot forward. As it stands, it would be enough to put him onto the front row for the final this afternoon. Lamberto Ferrari, after his recovery with contact with Marchese, is staying in 6th and again has done enough to consolidate pole position as it stands. If he drops further back, though, when he's got the likes of Nicolas Stan, who's worked up a couple of places into P7, Federico Rossi as well up there with him. So if he drops back even more, that could hand the pole position to Acepa, but he's doing everything he can is the pole. A look over the shoulder, Tonellini's still there. A dive to the inside though, and the 821 takes the lead of the race in OKN. Sensational dive from the Sodi car, and now finds himself not only into the race lead, but provisionally as well the championship lead. A lap and a half left to go for Christian Tonellini as he overtakes Acepa down in towards turn at number 8. Also we can see Mazzolini closing back in, making it a 3-kart affair onto the final lap of proceedings for the OKM pre-final, and Christian Tonellini is in control. Acepa, has he got any sort of an attack? Let's take a replay at this one. A look over the shoulder, Acepa thinks he's safe. Tonellini says, no, you're absolutely not, mate. A late dive, aiming himself at the apex, found his way through brilliantly. Now with just a couple of corners left to go through 6 and 7. This was the scene of the crime where, of course, Tonellini was able to get that move done. Semi-defensive on this occasion, and that does allow Acepa to close the gap. 4 more corners left to go in this race. And a sensational move. And again, when it comes to the championship, could it be defining? Do we look back on this moment in a couple of weeks' time at Lonato? A dive to the inside from Acepa. Tonellini sees it coming, keeps his foot in around the outside. That's going to close the gap and allow Mazzolini to get involved out of the final corner. The checkered flag will wave. Christian Tonellini takes victory for OKM pre-final.
It's looking good for Christian Tonellini. Second in the final at Franciacorta 2 weeks ago, and victory in the pre-final here this morning in OKN. Just 18 finishes. Lamberto Ferrari, this is provisional, has crossed the line in P7, but that should be enough for the Italian to start pole position as we take a look at the highlights from the OKN pre-final here this morning. The Formula K driver from Grid 1 shot through to the race lead. Marchese hunting him down. Tonellini with a nice pass early on Julius Acepa, but the pole fought back into P4 immediately. This moment, Ferrari riding up over the back of Marchese. The plastic destroyed. The enormous oversized rear plastic bumpers put Marchese out of the race. Christian Tonellini raced on by to take victory from Julius Acepa and Giulio Mazzolini. The Zenki Motorsport driver in P3. Julius second, Christian Tonellini on the podium at Franciacorta 2 weeks ago. P1 here this morning. Melis, D'Amico, the first non-Italian. Niccolo Stanley, El Madrileño. Ferrari, that's Lamberto, should still start on pole position for the final later this afternoon. Piotr Gorecki, down in 19th position, was the final finisher. OKN Junior Pre-Final A. In a moment, just a single group for OKN. So just recapping the grid for the final with an asterisk beside this statement. Lamberto Ferrari pole position, Christian Tonellini, who just won the pre-final out of grid 2. Giulio Mazzolini out of grid 3 alongside Julius Acepa. Nicolas Marchese DNF in the pre-final, but should still start the inside third row of the grid for the final. Rossi, Melis and Nicola Stanley. That is provisionally the first 4 rows of the grid. OKN Junior Pre-Final A. It's been a fabulous week of racing. Of course, the OKN recent FIA World Cup taking place at this circuit. We've got weather almost. I know I go on about it, but this is, I won't say anything about how beautiful it is on the Costa Calida in Spain, but it's not too bad here this morning. Fog actually delayed practice and qualifying on Friday, but that fog has burnt off again here this morning. We're up to 10 degrees Celsius as we get ready for OKN Junior Pre-Final A. Yes, the recent FIA OKN World Cup taking place at this circuit back in September. Harry Williams will start on pole position. The Forza Racing Team driver, alongside Błażej Koszeba for Ward Racing. Harry Williams also taking pole position in time qualifying on Friday. Watching on, unfortunately not here at the circuit, is Pietro Barguti. He was fastest in his qualifying group on Friday for the Magic Racing Car team. He led the early stages of the final at Franciacorta 2 weeks ago. The English-Italian driver for the Magic Racing Car team put in a magic lap on qualifying, fastest in his group, second quickest overall, but an accident 100 metres after the start of the first heat saw him out and in the ambulance to hospital with a fractured shoulder bone. Pietro, buddy, we wish you all the best and hope to see you back on track very, very soon. OKNJ, Prefinal A, we take a look at the grid. It is Harry on pole position for the Forza Racing team. Wsk Kosheva for Ward Racing out of grid 2. Austin Newstead also for the Forza Racing team out of 3. Tudor Yerkan for Goldstar Racing out of 4. Islami Tiberius Muller for the Beyond Racing team. Diego Bertolini, Kalin Costea for Goldstar. Colucci and Leon Chilite from Georgia out of grid 10. We go to the 6th row of the grid. Augustin Feligione, Matteo Turchiano. Janis Kolovas from Greece, Santino Sapia from Argentina, Grayson Walcott from Chicago, Illinois, Plaszewski, Brajol, Nikita Botte, Shun Sekaguchi, twice Asian champion, and Giorgio Butsas, also from Romania, ahead of his Romanian Goldstar teammate Robert Colbert. De Cavalos, the Mexican for KGT Motorsport, Visway Cruz, Mirabella, Jan Sedek, Luigi Diascoli, JK from WA, I'll get that right. Importantly, Jay Kostecki out of 27, alongside his Birolart Racing teammate Hayato Shimoyama, Adam Brilla, Axel Gore, second Australian in the field, Matvey Kupner from Moldova, also for Goldstar Racing, Sen Lindemann, and not lining up, Pietro Barguti. He would have started on pole position for his heats. In fact, he did start from pole position for heat 1, but it was over after 100 metres. Pietro, buddy, we hope to see you back on track very, very soon. The Forza Racing drivers, first, third on the grid. Up to the line, we don't race. Zach, no chance that time. They're scattered like a herd of cats.
Yeah, I mean, you'd expect better, to be honest, but they'll give it another go. Again, sometimes they just enjoy the extra lap to get those tyres up to temperature, which, to be honest, as we progress through the day, will be less and less of a problem. Of course, with 10 degrees Celsius track temp, air temp, track temp maybe a little bit warmer than that one. But yeah, still 15 laps of racing ahead of us. And Harry Williams will lead them around for a formation lap. Kosheva, of course, will be starting alongside him for Ward Racing, and hopefully they can get this second attempt done a little bit cleaner than the previous one, because yeah, 15 laps ahead of us. Harry Williams, he has actually been given a warning flag for his shenanigans, maybe to of course the second formation lap, but nonetheless we'll give it another go in a moment. They'll line up in what will be 16 rows, 32 carts, all the way back to Sen Lindemann for Monster K factory team at the back end of the field in the 752. Let's see what they can do from the back end. Let's see if they can work their way a bit forward. Harry Williams, though, of course, has won all but one race so far this weekend. He sits with just 5 penalty points to his name, ties with Lucas Palacio as well. We'll see him in Prefinal B. Foot to the floor. And the lights on the gantry do go out, and we do go racing down and towards turn number 1, and a nice little start there from our pole sitter, but tapped wide a little bit was Blashe Kostraseva. Looking to the inside, I think was Austin Newstead. There's contact as they get to the apex of turn number 3, sent sideways there. That was the driver in second place. Now trying to work their way through, I think, the 756 of Jurgen Tudor on the inside. Indeed so, as they negotiate through the first couple of corners for the first time. Still, though, the 738, I believe, of Harry Williams just about able to hang on to that pole position, but a very chaotic start to this OKN Junior Pre-Final. These guys leave absolutely nothing on the table.
Zach, it was Blashe Kosheva who went wide into the grass at turn 1. The pole has got it back on track, but he's at the very back of the pack. Blashe Kosheva into the grass in turn 1. We take a look at this at the top of your screen. Blashe Kosheva disappears off screen sideways. Wow, look at that. The two Forza Racing drivers turning each other. They were almost out of the race. Harry Williams straightened up. Eduardo Colucci has gone on through into second place to split the two Forza Racing Express. Blashe Kosheva into the grass has come across the line in 31st position. Harry with the race lead from Colucci. Austin Newstead, 2025 British champion. Feligione Islami, Diego Bertolini in P6, the Roman. So the two DR racing carts, both powered by the Modena engine, driving for the five-time world champion Danilo Rossi. Coming onto your screen, they're trying to chase down Augustin Feligione as we see Austin, awesome, up the inside. Takes Colucci, Forza Racing. 1-2 here this morning in Prefinal A for OKNJ.
Yeah, good stuff from Austin Newstead again, just spotting the gap and, well, putting his cart there and saying, well, this is my corner now. He's up into second place. Makes it a very rare British 1-2, actually, so far in the 2 weekends I've done for WSK and OK Engine. I've not actually seen two British drivers in P1 and P2. No patriotism at all, but, well, it's rare to see.
You're allowed to, Zach. There are 15 British drivers here in total this weekend for round 2 of the WSK Final Cup. The most numerous are the Italians, followed by 22 Polish drivers, 17 from the United States of America, 16 from Mexico, and on your screen as the drivers from Great Britain for the team from the Kings England who go 1-2. We see a move there from Diar Islami. It's all Albanian racing here this weekend. The Union Jacks, first, second here this morning. You're allowed to be patriotic, Zach.
Yeah, no bias, but yeah, good to see Harry Williams and Austin Newstead flying the flag quite proudly, of course. Both for Forza Racing, both starting first and third, but also for Colucci as well, up 6 positions from where he started in P9 all the way into third position. Still with just over 2/3 of the race to go, with on to lap number 4, 3 completed. Shimoyama has been given the meatball flag, the technical flag, for some car problems, so that's going to have to come in and get repaired and basically spell the end of their race. Unfortunately, a little bit further down is the Japanese driver in P30, but still 2/3 of the race to go. We're on to lap 5 of 15. Harry Williams, you can see there in the 738, still just about in control. I think actually maybe a slight bend to his rear bumper, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe he suffered after the contact he had on the opening corner, but getting that rear wheel up and loaded through the long right-handers that we've got. Austin Newstead following him, and as a collective getting away from Colucci, who himself is keeping an arm's length from Islami in the 4th position. Feligione as well, Bertolini 5th and 6th position. So at the moment, a bit of a stalemate, but again, as we've seen, you can't really ever feel safe. As soon as a gap is open, people are going to fill it. Harry Williams through the final corner to start what will be lap 6 of 15, and looking quite close actually is Austin Newstead. Do they want to battle the two teammates? Because right now in a golden position, Harry Williams, as it stands, will be taking up pole position in the final this afternoon. But Palacio as well could also do that. So at the moment, if Newstead gets through and Palacio wins Pre-Final B, that's going to tip the scale. And of course, as teammates, you don't necessarily really want that. Right now, Newstead in second. It's going to be 40 championship points added to his total. Harry Williams will get 50. So again, there's 2 implications here: where you start for the final and how many championship points you score in this one as well.
Forza Racing back on top, running 1-2. Great track from Diar Islami. Yes, the sole Albanian racing here. The Modena-powered DR racing kart. 5 engine manufacturers. Goes through ahead of Colucci. Of course, TM running 1-2. The Match Act Tune TM engines on the OTK Express chassis. Miami, that's with Colucci. Diar Islami with the Modena-powered. There are Vortex engines and LKE as well. The British drivers 1-2. We've had a crash on the start-finish straight off screen. One of the team drivers, it was a big hit. It was Axel Gore, one of 2 Australians into the field. The Gold Coast-born Swedish driver, 14 driver. Yes, that is correct. He's just had a big hit on the straight. There is a local yellow as the 2 British leaders are about to go by. In position 1, it's been withdrawn. And we're back racing clean. That is the second big hit for Axel Gore, but fortunately the young Australian-Swedish team driver is okay, although he is out. So the Forza Racing team, former drivers, Isaac Hadjar, George Russell, both racing in the FIA Formula 1 World Championship come 2026. And there may be 1 or 2 more Forza Racing drivers in Formula 1 next season. Simply say, stay tuned. Harry from Austin DR, this is his best performance of 2025 in WSK, the Albanian in third place from the other side of the Adriatic Sea. The Modena powered DR racing cart. Five-time world champion Danilo Rossi and one-time Minardi Formula One test driver, his teammate in the background, Diego Bertolini. Up behind Colucci, the Roman, trying to take his countryman to be the top Italian ahead of the Greek driver, Georgios Kolovos. As we see Austin down the inside, taking Harry. And it's now the British champion for 2025 who leads Prefinal A in OKNJ. 5 laps remaining, still Forza Racing. 1-2, but Islami is flying. Feligione, Colucci, Bertolini, che bravo. Kolovos, Turkiano, Jurgen, and Nikita Botte. The Ukrainian from Costa Blanca in Spain from grid 18. Ahead of the driver from Chicago, Illinois, Grayson Walcott. Nikita rounds out the 10.
On to lap 10 of 15 then. 6 laps left to go, including this one, and Austin Newstead becomes our newest race leader of this one. Not too hard fought from Harry Williams, and they know that the threat of Islami is closing in. However, that tips the scale, and Palacio, if he wins his pre-final B, which again is a big if, will securely take pole position for the pre-final for the actual final a bit later on. At Newstead, though, you can see there the 740 leading 738, and now comes the red and the white of Islami. Closing in is the Albanian, and maybe even sniffing a chance of victory. What can Harry Williams do to maybe try and prevent this? Quite a wide line taken out of what is turn 11 for Islami, trying to eye up a bit of a move to the inside, I would imagine. And on to lap 11 of 15. 5 laps left to go, including this one. Newstead from Williams and Islami, the top 3.
Zach the Blind going down on the radiator. Diar Islami is honing in on the back of the 2 British drivers, but the fastest driver on circuit is the LKE powered Lenzo kart driver that we just mentioned a moment ago from grid 18. Nikita Botte has put in a 48.618. The Ukrainian, the fastest on the circuit. He's in the background there on your screen, closing in on the back of the Romanian Tudor Jurkan. Still the Brits at 1-2.
Yeah, indeed so, and getting very close to the back end of Newstead is Harry Williams, but equally, like we've been saying the last couple of laps, Islami is there, and also Feligione is closing in 4th position in the 707. Let's see what he, of course, can do for the in the Tony Kart machine. Now just 4 laps left to go, 12, 13, 14 and 15. Newstead, he's in control. I wouldn't say he's necessarily very safe. It depends as to obviously how hard the 2 teammates are going to race, especially when the threat of Islami is right there. But Williams knows that a win here would all but secure him that pole position for the final. The all-important one, of course, that can pretty much dictate the pace of the race ahead of you. And Newstead, obviously, well, he wants to win for himself. So we'll see how this one plays out. But right now, a bit of a stalemate. They're now making their way out of the double left-hander and into 2 pretty decent overtaking opportunities. And Islami, every lap you can see, uses a bit more of the track on the exit of turn 11. I think he's trying to eye up if he is close enough. Can he actually get that move done down the inside of turn 12? As Harry Williams, a bit of a twitch and definitely thinking about showing his nose for the lead.
Almost getting out of the throttle there then. 119 kilometres now across the line that time for Harry Williams. Matisse Brajol now puts in a 48.610, the fastest on circuit, behind Mirabella, ahead of Santino Sapia. Unfortunately, it has not been a good race for Tiberius Muller, consistently in the top 3 throughout the heats. The Beyond Racing team driver has dropped down to 17th. Head of Butsas, Shun Sekaguchi, twice Asian champion. Of course, he won the Rotax Max Winter Cup at Viterbo earlier on in the season. Shun Sekaguchi, as we get back to the fight between the 2 Forza Racing teammates at the front. Islami down the inside. Awesome from the Albanian. He splits the Forza Racing duo on the penultimate lap of the race. Augustin Feligione is right there as well. The Vortex Power Tony Kart 707. The Racer 401 double R chassis. Austin from the Albanian. Harry back to 3rd. Here comes Augustin. Islami defends. Feligione tries the outside, will duck back to the inside. Newstead is disappearing from this trio, fighting for 2, 3 and 4. Last lap board is being displayed on the start-finish straight. Islami the modern power DR kart in second place. The Vortex powered Tony kart goes through now. Nice pass from Feligione. And Janis Kolovos from Greece comes across the line now. A fine drive into P5 from Turciano Colucci. Nikita up into P8 is Botte from Jurkan for Goldstar Racing. And Diego Bertolini, the second DR Racing car driver, is in P10. Last lap for Austin, being chased by Diyar Islami. The Albanian down the back straight. Austin nervously looks over the shoulder. Augustin Feligione defends in the middle of the circuit. Look at the caved-in front spoiler, the M7 spoiler on the Tony kart. Let's hope for his sake it is still in place. He's been caught by both Williams and the Greek driver Janis Kolovos up the inside, the final few corners. That checkered flag is about to wave. Austin, for the Forza Racing team, takes victory in Prefinal A just from an awesome Albanian, Diyar Islami, Feligione, Williams. Kolovos, Turciano, great drive from Nikita. Botte home in 7th from grid 18, Colucci, Jurkan, and the second DR Racing car, Diego Bertolini.
Fantastic race then on display for OKNJ. Pre-final A is in the books and Austin Newsted takes a sensational victory, but very narrowly, only 64 thousandths of a second clear from Diyar Islami. We got the race underway and it was a good launch initially from Harry Williams, and Austin Newsted almost immediately was sending the move to the inside, but unfortunately for the Ward Racing in the pole of Krosha he went wide, a tap wide as well. Newsted slightly tagged around by his teammate of Harry Williams there, bit of contact. I'm sure going to be discussed in a few moments' time between them. Austin Newsted, though, would very quickly negotiate his way back into that race-leading contention, including an overtake, of course, on his Forza Racing teammate. They would do battle, but a lovely switchback from Newsted would keep him in front. Harry Williams was going to be chased down, and the pair actually chased down from Diyar Islami, who himself would get himself involved in the battle, and multiple times did the two run side by side in the fight for the lead. That opened the door for Islami to find a way through towards the end of the race. Harry Williams would drop all the way to 4th position. Checker flag would wave and Austin Newsted would take the victory from Diyar Islami. As we'll run you through the full results in just a moment. That's going to conclude it for the first of two pre-finals in OKN Junior. Not at all a bad way to go racing, and sets the scene. And also as well, with Harry Williams dropping to 4th, Ian hands the baton to Palacio. If he can take victory in his pre-final B, it will be enough to get that pole position.
Lucas Palacio, of course, does start on pole position for Pre-Final B. In just a moment, he took a fabulous victory at Franciacorta 2 weeks ago. Lucas to start on pole alongside Neue Stationes. Time for a temperature check. I'll say that again. Time for a temperature check. Zach, 11 degrees Celsius. You know what I'm going to ask you as you go for the iPhone to check the temperature in your hometown of Norwich on the east coast of England. I'm betting it's not as good as here.
In Norwich it's 10. In my hometown it's 10. In London it's 12. And in Alicante it's 18 and sunny. Whereas in the UK it's cloudy, which obviously it's cloudy. It's always miserable in the UK. 18 in Alicante. No, that's got to be wrong. We're expecting 6 or 7 more than that as we take a look at the results of Pre-Final A for OKNJ. Austin from Diyar. Augustin comes home P3 for Yano Racing. Williams, great drive for the Greek, Janis Kolovos, Turciano. Nikita, home in 7 from Eduardo Colucci, who faded to 8. Tudor Jurkan for Goldstar Racing. Il secondo pilota DR Racing Car, Il Romano, Diego Bertolini. Grayson Walker from the United States of America heads home, Leon Chalitze. Good drive from Jay Kostecki. He's had a tough run for the West Australian. We'll be doing some mathematics to try and make it through to the final later this afternoon. Otherwise, it's a quick drive to Malpensa Airport as he heads to next week's Las Vegas Super Nationals, where half of the paddock are off to either late this evening or early tomorrow morning. Pre-Final B for OKNJ coming up in just a moment. The karts are on the grid, awaiting the word from our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino.
ably assisted by Assistant Race Director, Mr. Philip Trombik. And of course, overseeing operations, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari as well. This is the grid for Prefinal B. Lucas on pole, Noyes out of grid 2, Théo Pelfrin. Leclerc alongside Ruska Evci, Rocco Simono, Antonio Ceba, Elton back on 7. Ivana Mines had a fabulous run this weekend, the Innovate competition driver. Alexandre Poin and Orlando Rovelli out of grid 10. Jeannot Pujol de Le Sud de la France, Yanni for Jana Racing, Giacomelli for Team Energy Course. Deca, Boranina, Stigson, Lamea, Carabello, Leo Lattinen and Juele Carrere in the EKS Condor chassis out of grid 20. Grid 21 sees Vincenzo Salerno, Emiliano Gutierrez. The Mexican starting ahead of Francisco Rocha do Brasil for Forza Racing. Lumax, Moscardi, Ruben Gutierrez, Odin Flora, Jonas Pundis. Enzo Stambos had a tough run, the American, this week. Starting alongside the pole, Matej Val, Patrick Reinhardt, and look at that. At the back of the pack, Mason Robertson. 3 DNFs in 3 heats, had broken reeds in heat 2, was smashed out of contention in turn 8 in heat 1. And another crash in heat 3 yesterday, the Red Bull Junior. Former WSK champion, watch him come charging through. The Scotsman from grid 32, Lucas on pole position. We race. Théo Leclerc immediately through into second place for Team Victory Lane. Fabulous start from Théo, but it's Lucas who leads the opening stages of Prefinal B for OKNJ. Rocco Simone goes on through the Kiddix driver performance team pilot. As they go down the back straight for the first time, we are looking for Mason Robertson. He's made up a few positions, largely by default because we've got a big accident off screen in turn 5 involving Deca, Botanin, Carabello. We go full course yellow, in fact. Gutierrez is involved, as is Moscardi. Ruben Gutierrez as well. We have lost 9 drivers in a, fortunately, low-speed crash, but the track is blocked in turn 5. Lucas does the right thing, slows the field up as they come across the line to start lap 2 under full course yellow. Zach, the field has been reduced. I'm quickly trying to do some mathematics, and you know that's not my forte. We'll say approximately by 1/4, potentially a third.
Yeah, I've always said that you should, under full course yellow, it's 50% racing speed, typically. And that's typically what they're going to be doing, yeah. So they do, 104 across the line? They're doing 52 across the line this time. So
that's well done by Lucas Palacio. We've seen, if I can, Zach, sorry for interrupting, as you see the car park on turn 5. We've seen under full course yellow's drivers are basically racing speed. I can tell you that Lucas Palacio crossed the line at 52 kilometres an hour. He's dictating the pace correctly.
Yeah, doing exactly what he needs to. He's effectively sort of like a safety car right at the front. He's driving to a safe speed, and especially when you're going through such a bit of turmoil like that, like you correctly put, a car park, really. He's making sure everyone's doing it very safely. You can see the drivers frantically getting those tyres up to temperature as well when we were speaking yesterday to a couple of the drivers, and just how important it is. But let's count how many we've lost. We've lost Deca, Boranin, Caraballo, Carrere, Lumetz, Muscardi, Gutierrez, Bundes and Val. We've lost 9 drivers in the span of the opening lap, which is a third of the field, which is
32 incredible. Divided by 9, so 3 9's 27. My maths are not that bad after all.
No, not at all.
We've lost 9 drivers. We've lost a decent chunk of the field. The beneficiary of that, Mason Robertson from grid 32, has come across the line in P19. Sure, by default, but the positions count regardless.
Yeah, exactly, and it's effectively for him 3 points, right? He needs to have a really good result in this pre-final to have any chance of making it to the final if he does do that. I mean, after 3 DNFs in the heats, it's going to be very difficult to do that, but again, you've got to be in it to win it. He didn't get involved in the crash. He managed to negotiate his way through, and he's picked up the rewards because of it. Obviously, still some good efforts being made by the marshals, so obviously a big thank you to them and all of the staff here at CREMONA for their efforts this weekend. But of course, yeah, our race leader, Palacio, doing exactly what he needs to. Again, keeping those tyres up to temperature and keeping Pelfreni, actually, who's been able to work his way up a position and tipping Stasionis into second position. So again, good stuff there from the Italian. Here on home soil, we're already a fifth of the way through the race on lap 3 of 15.
Zach, the green flag will fly this time around.
It will indeed. So out of the final corner for Lucas Palacio, who needs a victory, a second or third to take the pole position for the final. Gets us back underway for the OKN Junior Prefinal B. Pelfreni and Stasionis go with him. And a look there maybe from the Lithuanian in towards turn number 2 and 3. Not quite close enough on that occasion. Now as we work way into the hairpin though, and the space opens up for the up and under is there for Pelfreni. Back up to the inside of turn 6, and now the chicane of course at 7. Back onto the straight towards the pit lane hairpin and back into the second position, but Stasionis straight back up the inside. So these two giving and taking that position. Meanwhile, all it's been allowing Palacio to do is get away and get comfortable in that race lead.
The gap almost out to 1 second from Palacio, the Williams F1 Academy junior driver. His father Nick watching on nervously from the pit straight here. His boy comes across the line, 7:01 for Czech Republic Motorsport. 7/10 of a second clear of Neue Stationes. A Chepa from Elton Head Force, who's off into the grass. The Paraline goes wide, brings it back on track, loses a ton of time though. Elton Head Force, WSK Euro Series champion from 2025, was in P7. Comes across the line in P11, lucky to still be in the race. I cannot imagine how nervous, how many cans of Red Bull Zero his mother Gloria has nervously consumed here this weekend. Her heart rate going up there, but Orlando Ravelli has got by Yanni Evci as well. Elton is still there just after going grass tracking in P11, P12 in fact. Looking also at Mason Robertson, he's up into position 18. The cart's on the infield. Just repeating, Decker is out. Bodonin, Carabello, Duele Carrera has retired the EKS Condor chassis. Mark Lumetz, David Moscardi, Ruben Gutierrez, Pondes, and Matej Wall. Those drivers only racing 200 metres, if that. In Prefinal B, OKNJ here this morning. Lucas leads the way. The American for Czech Republic. Back to Teo for victory lane. He's in position 3 with Neue Stationes, the famous Stationes family from Lithuania in between. He was third on the podium at Franciacorta 2 weeks ago. He's running second here this morning. The field stream across the line at 120, 121 kilometres an hour. Leo Latinen 122, and the Finn from grid 19 up into 11 with a 49 dead, 020. Goes fastest. Mason now into 17th place from the back of the grid, but struggling in the pack with Alexandre Poix, Gabriele Giacomelli just ahead. Lucas continues to lead, but Neue Stationes, the Lithuanian, is catching the Modena Kart Racing Team driver in P2 from Teo. There's the Tony Cardo, Jean-Paul Pujol going through in P5 de le Sud de la France. Le vainqueur de le WSK Super Cup l'année dernière. 5e place maintenant. Lucas, Noyes, Teo, Rocco Simone, and Jean Pujol.
Lap 8 of 15, the space opens up quite nicely on the inside there for Stasionis, who's straight back through on Pelfreni. However, oh no, that's Palacio, that's for the lead. So the 7:01 of Palacio straight back through to find a way past. Stasionis now putting the pressure on. Pelfreni trying to go with him. The three of them go defensive into the pit lane hairpin. The up and under trying to come in as well from Simone, who's getting himself involved with just under half of this race remaining. Palacio now under the pressure in that white and orange machine, the 7:01, who was comfortably leading, however, chipping away at that gap with Stasionis. He has been rapid this morning. Didn't quite manage to show that pace over the course of the weekend thus far, but coming into Sunday is on fire. Also a Chepa trying to make some moves on Pujol just in the background as we work our way onto lap 9 of 15 Is there another move coming in from Stasionis? Palacio knows now that he is under a lot of pressure and covers off that move quite nicely in towards turn number 5. Now towards the chicane, 6 and 7, a slight roll off the throttle, then back on it through the right-hander to set yourself up nicely over the crest and onto the straight. Is Stasionis close enough for a launch? Not quite on this occasion.
5 laps remaining at the end of this one. Lucas in the lead, but only just. There are some drivers further back in the pack who are struggling to make their way on through. Lucas continues to lead just from Neue Stationes. And Theo Leclerc, troisième place. We look back to Gabriele Iacomelli, who's back in 13th. Orlando Rovelli, who's been in the top 5 consistently this weekend. The nephew of the 1976-1977 world champion, the great Felice Rovelli. He's down in 15, a place ahead of Mason Robertson. And Ivanaman, after a great run all week as Neue Stationes slips on by and takes the American for P1. Ivanaman in the top 5, the top 3 throughout the heats, has joined the long list of retirements. The front 5, it is now the Lithuanian who leads, Lucas. Teol for Team Victory Lane in 3rd place. From the Canadian, Rocco Simone, Jano Pujol, Antonio Cepa. The Polish-Sicilian combination, again, he just clips the ripple strip. Lucas sends it back down the inside. And the driver from Washington, D.C. in the United States of America glances back as he crosses the line at 118 kilometers an hour. Elton in the background, starting to recover. He goes across the line in P9 and goes purple, does head force. He's behind Antonio Yanni. Ahead of Aurelien Lemaire, Matthias Stigson is behind back in 11, and Leo Lattinen, who set the fastest lap of the race a few moments ago, just a position behind. Mason now in 16. Off the road though. It looked to be Ochepa. Ochepa is out. Anthony Ochepa just drives it off into the grass, seemingly with a failure. No, he is still circulating, Zach.
Yeah, just seemed to be getting a little bit caught out, maybe tapped wide or invited onto the grass. Not entirely sure, but able to keep it going. The 761 back out, the 751 still back going again in what is P21, and effectively, I believe, last of those that are still running in this race. Lap 12 of 15. And Palacio still just about in the lead, but Stasionis the one applying the pressure. Palfreni was able to find a way through in a second momentarily. The top 3 breaking away a little bit. They're a couple of cut lengths clear of Peugeot in 4th, who's just picked up a black and white warning flag as well for that track conduct. Again, we'll see if that materialises. He's got to be careful. He's got to be on his best behaviour for the remainder of this race, which I'm sure is going to heat up as we continue. The car motorsport machine, though, of Lucas Palacio. Look over the shoulder as we tick on to lap 13 of 15. 3 laps left to go. What can Neue Stationes do? Came into this round as the championship leader by 1 point, and crucially as well for Anthony Ochepa was second by 1 point. Ascend to the inside though from the championship leader, but around the outside from Palacio. Very rarely do you see that, but kept the momentum and got the drive to the chicane.
Fabulous defence from the American, did not tolerate an attack from the Lithuanian, who briefly led Lucas Palacio. As it stands, Lucas pole position for the final this afternoon. Harry would start grid 2. Austin, grid 3. As Shano sends it down the inside. Teo's off the road. Makes contact with Rocco Simone. He's spun. He's out. Teo Pelfran falls to the ground. Furious, distraught. He was making the move to go on through. Teo Pelfran, with a dogged race, was driving brilliantly. Has made very slight contact with seemingly Rocco Simone, who's dropped down to 17th place. The beneficiary, would you believe it's Elton? Head force is back in P4. Lucas from the Lithuanian. Last lap this time around. It is kicking off in Prefinal B as Elton runs into the back of Jarno. Now he's attacked himself by the Dane Matthias Stigson. Nice move by Matthias. Lattinen is there as well. This is the last lap of the race. Lucas, at the end of that ferocious battle, continues to lead. Palacio Jean Pujol and Matthias Dixon from grid 16 is in third place. This is Elton going on through. The Swede still lucky to be in the race. The WSK Euro Series champion, he's fought back to P4. I can tell you Mason Robertson was in P13 but has just lost some positions on this, the last lap of the race. Lucas Palacio, the Williams F1 junior driver, stares back to the WSK Super Cup champion, Jean Pujol, in second place. Harry Williams, Austin Newstead for Forza Racing will start 2-3 on the grid for the final this afternoon. The victory in the pre-final and pole position goes to the driver from the United States of America, Lucas Palacio. Zach, we are in for a fantastic race this afternoon if the pre-finals in OKNJ are anything to go by.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, fair play to Palacio. That was an incredible defence, not just from Stasionis, but also from the rest of the pack that then eventually got themselves involved. We'll run through some results. There's a tap on the cool-down lap as well. A very hasty driver trying to make their way back into the pit lane after 15 laps of racing action. Of course, Palacio was the one to take that victory, and with it as well, the pole position from Harry Williams and Austin Newstead after victory in his pre-final gets him all the way up into P3. Stasionis drops to fourth, but let's run you through some highlights. A good launch from pole position for Lucas Palacio, but that was the calmest bit of the opening lap because, as you can see on the inside of turn 5, an absolute car park of go-karts that would then make up one of 8 that did not further compete in the rest of the race. It was side-by-side action between Noia Stasionis and Lucas Palacio as they were jostling for the race lead. And again, a nice little look there to the inside from a multitude of different drivers, all trying to get themselves involved and right towards the front end of the field. Palacio would be the one always to be at the front end of the field and hanging on as best as possible. And Noia Stasionis would be the one up there with him around the outside, and this was probably one of the best moves of the race, keeping that momentum to defend the race lead. With some huge sense coming into the inside from likes of Pujol, Stigson, Headforce, all getting themselves into that lead conversation and eventually as well the podium. Look over the shoulder onto the final couple of laps from the race leader of Palacio, as of course he was under a ton of pressure. The checker flag would then wave and in favour of Lucas Palacio, who would take victory for the final OKN Junior pre-final, ahead of course of the final a bit later on this afternoon. Palacio takes victory from Pujol, Stigson, Elton Headforce and Noia Stasionis, rounding out the top 5 from Evchi and Iukameli, Lamar, Latinen and Alexandra Point. Inside the top 10 for victory lane. Very close, of course, only 2.5 seconds covering the entirety of the top 10, just goes to show how intense it was throughout the entirety of it. Of course, behind that, equally as close, Gutierrez from Stambo making up a good few places from Rovielli, Roca, Mason Robertson, not quite all 20 positions gained, but a good 17 up to 15th. Simone Saliano from Flora Palfrene, unfortunately, down is Teo to P19, and then comes Iani. Ochepa as well makes up the first of our did not finishers from Reinter, Aman, Decker, Boronin, Caraballo, Carrier, Lumetz, Muscati and Gutierrez, all of whom were out on the opening lap, which was quite intense to put it bluntly.
We continue racing here this morning. OKJ, we drop the N denomination. So the original kart junior category. Bosco Arias puts Ricky Flynn Motorsport back in form. He'll start on pole position before we do race. Let's check out some of the highlights of what has taken place this week here at CREMONA in OKJ.
Thank you. I'm going to stay right here.
company wherever you're watching us live around the world here at the CREMONA circuit, which was rebuilt back in 2020. Remember that year when the world stopped? In fact, we're trying to forget it, aren't we? There was nothing to do that year except to rebuild what was then a rental kart circuit into this world-class facility, 1,224 metres. The CREMONA circuit here in the north of Italy. To the, let me do some quick geography in my mind, to the southeast of the fashion capital of Milan, about 1.5 hours drive. This is the CREMONA circuit. Also on the calendar in the World Superbike Series, 2024, 2025, and on September 27, 2026, for the third time, the World Superbike Championship will race at this CREMONA motorsport facility. You can see the car and bike circuit, the pit complex in the background, the kart circuit in the foreground, hosting the penultimate event of the 20th anniversary season of WSK World Motorsport. Bosco Arias, multiple WSK champion, will start on pole position for the first of our OK Junior pre-finals in a moment. He was fastest in his group of qualifying, 67 drivers in the OKJ category. Oscar Rivalle, fastest overall 48 hours ago. But Bosco, a brilliant run through the heats, will start alongside the Indonesian Oliver Sini for OKJ Prefinal A in just a moment. Zach, I'll mention the weather just one final time. 12 degrees, but thankfully, beautiful sunshine. More importantly, 2 weeks' time, we go to the centre of the karting universe, South Garda Karting Lonato. The long-term weather forecast, yeah, it will be freezing cold. It will be 0 at night, but we are expecting a dry, a fast track at Lonato for the final race of the 2025 season.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Obviously, in a couple of weekends' time, it's quite an intense season this year. I think next year the dates are a bit more spaced out. I think we start in August, we end sort of in late September. I'll have to check that. But yeah, they're a lot more spaced out for the WSK Final Cup in 2026, provisionally, of course. And if you want to stay up to date, obviously make sure you are following WSK Promotion on the on social media channels and things, so you know what's happening next year. Yeah, the sun is shining. It's getting a little bit toasty in the comment box, to say the least. Definitely stark contrast to what we saw this morning in terms of it being very cold, and yeah, my tea was scorching hot, and it was very welcome this morning, to be honest. But yeah, a little bit more toasty now, and I'm sure we'll probably see a couple more degrees by midday, as we're already flying through. I think we're on to our 7th race now.
You're still on the English tea. We haven't got you onto good Italian coffee yet.
And you won't. I'm sorry. Sorry to offend the Italian. I can't. Coffee's not for me.
You're only young, Zach. We'll get you there, yeah?
It's an acquired taste, and one that I do not wish to acquire. Thank you very much.
Smart, probably smart, as I consume or look to my second can of Red Bull here.
Oh no, caffeinated beverage is fine, just not coffee.
Yeah, I do remember the first time I ever drank Italian coffee, it was like, oh, give me more. It was terrible, but very addictive. How can we live without it? You're doing well to avoid it.
Yeah,
Says the Englishman drinking English tea.
Well, not even English tea. I don't even have English tea. It's like some flavoured stuff. I had a vanilla one this morning, which was lovely. Yeah, I'm looking forward to I'm looking forward to obviously watching the rest of this racing, but more importantly, when I get home, having a proper English tea.
Sorry, I was almost going to embarrass myself in front of a worldwide audience. I can't do any accents. Possibly the Queen's English, but a Cockney accent, an English expression. No, sorry.
Awful. Absolutely, this is offensive. You'd get thrown in jail.
I've got many Scottish friends and Irish friends, and they're like, please.
Just stop. Yeah, no, Scotland especially is, and to be fair, yeah, both of them don't like when you copy their accents. The worst one in the UK is the Brummie one, if you've ever heard a Brummie accent. Sorry if there are any Brummies in the paddock.
There are a couple.
Awful. And I'm sure they'd admit it's awful. You can always tell when you're near Birmingham because it's miserable.
Yeah, in particular these days in more ways than one. Oh, that was a low blow. If you know, you know. Unfortunately, I cannot do accents. Yeah, I won't embarrass. I've got many friends that are listening right now who are saying, Ian, please stop, please stop. Maybe the odd language or two, but accents, yep, no chance. Forse un po' accento Veneto. Dai, maybe a little bit of a Venetian accent. Okay, Jay, pre-final A. How about we get back to the screen?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's put people out of their misery.
Yeah, no, exactly. Prefinal A about to get itself underway, and well, we were speaking about Bosco Arias over the course of the weekend. Had a lot of potential off the back of Franciacorta, and is coming into this with Ricky Flynn Motorsport looking very, very strong. It must be said. Karts should be making their way out onto circuit very soon, but Bosco Arias undefeated so far this weekend. 3 heat victories, and let's see if he can extend that, of course, with pole position for the pre-final.
Bosco Arias has put Ricky Flynn Motorsport back on top. TM-powered Lando Norris kart 327 on pole position, alongside the Tony Kart Racing Team driver Oliver Cini from Indonesia. Also for RFM, first race for the British base pole, Leo Gorski out of grid 3, also for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, Billy van Staveren. So 3 RFM drivers inside the top 4. Split by the Indonesian Oliver Cini. Look at that. 1, 3 and 4 for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Noah Baglan, the reigning junior world champion who won at Franciacorta. The Mexican Emiliano Hernandez, Julian Frasnelli, last year's Final Cup mini champion, Mark Pilapenko, Jackie Justo, and DML, the Dutchman from Costa Blanca in Spain, wearing the colours of flying the flag for the Aston Martin Grand Prix team out of 10. Roland Nige, Javi Lazzaro, Via Piana for team driver. Finlay Lines for the Energy Course team from Bergamo. Lazarus, Legenki former WSK champion. Malotta, Zvaric, Alessandro Truchot, and Konstantin Paps out of 20. Lenny Makinen, the first of the boys do Brasil. Guillaume Bussato out of grid 22. Andrea Mani back on 23. He was on the podium at Franciacorta. Rea, Sergei Takchev, Bob Rashov, Manuel Martufi, Alexander Rost, Rafa Bussato, the second boy from Brazil, Enya Pezzuto, Victor Selmak, Maxim Nopel for the LSR Racing Team, Drew Waltz and Matvey Derzhinov. Bosco leads the field up to the line. Ricky Flynn Motorsport, 1, 3, 4 on the grid. We don't race, another formation lap. Finlay Lines, 3, 4, 3. The Brit for Il Team Bergamasco. The Energy Course, Miami powered, darting to the outside, trying to get the run on Javi Lazzaro. Second generation racer, the Portuguese Cup champion from 2021, living on the very west coast of Europe, the very western coast of Portugal. The Modena powered DR kart out of grid 12. Behind DML, Daniel Miron Lorente. There is the Aston Martin Grand Prix driver. Diego Pablo karting 331 from Oviedo, Asturias, in the very north of Spain. 331 starts out of grid 10 alongside the Indian-Italian Giacomo Giusto for the Paralin Motorsport team. 16 drivers from Mexico here this weekend. Emiliano Hernandez, 339 for DPK. Starts out at grid 6. Bosco on pole position. Beautiful blue skies here this morning at Cremona as we get ready to race. Prefinal A for OKJ. We race. Cini darts to the inside, but the RFM duo block him out. He holds the outside line. Leo Gorski goes through to P2. Nice start. Clean start from Bosco Arias. Look at this. Ricky Flynn Motorsport. First, second and third. As they go down the back straight for the first time, Bosco Arias has got the race lead, the second generation racer. Oliver Cini in P4. We've got an incident in turn 2. We go full course yellow. We have lost Paps, Makinen, Bussato. Ria is out, as is Maxim Bobrashov. Full course yellow. The drivers are fine, but the track is still blocked. There was still too much of a risk of karts being on the racing line as the field go by. We've lost Konstantin Paps flying the flag for the legendary DAP racing team together with TB Motorsport. Lenny Makinen is out. Ria is out, as is Maxim Bobrashov. Full course yellow on lap 2. Down to 30 starters with those 4 retirements. Guillaume Bussato do Brasil has gone through, down in 29th position, and will catch up to the back of the pack. Os Meninos do Brasil still in the field. Rafa in 21. Guillaume in 29. Paps is out. Mackinnon is out. Rhea is out. Bob Deschoff and also Victor Stelmach. Full course yellow. Pre-final A. OKJ. Great start by Leo Gorski and Billy van Staveren. The Polish and Dutch drivers through in second and third. Their Spanish teammates does lead. Look at this. Ricky Flynn Motorsport, the team which has put 5 drivers on the grid in the FIA Formula One World Championship. Of course, Logan Sargent, Lando Norris, Jack Doohan, Zhou Guanyu, and Oscar Piastri. 5 drivers for Ricky Flynn Motorsport racing in tonight's Brazilian Formula One Grand Prix. And here this morning, the Lando Norris karts powered by the TM engines run 1, 2 and 3 with Bosco Arias, Leo Gorski and Billy van Staveren. Lap 3 of 15, Zach, a low speed crash. The drivers are fine, but the track was blocked. We've gone from 34 down to 29.
Yeah, 5 people out already. And again, just goes to show how intense it is down towards the opening corner. And it's a fast right-hander, double right-hander, but we're getting ready to go green flag racing at the end of this lap, heading on to lap number 4. And Bosco Arias will lead them round. Of course, alongside him will be Gorski and Van Staveren just in behind that as well. Cini Rito lost a couple of places from the front row, foot to the floor when we go back green flag racing once again. Bosco Arias will lead them down in towards turn number 1 in single file, and no moves being made for the best part of the entire field. So Gorski, Leonardo Gorski for Ricky Flynn Motorsport makes it a 1 and 2 for the team. Of course, the Ellen Kart chassis looking very, very strong, and a look to the inside actually almost immediately from the Polish driver as Bosco Arias settles into this race quite well. He's pretty much picking up exactly where he left off. A look to the inside though, Van Staveren tries to find a way through on Gorski. Can't quite do that. Ricky Flynn 1, 2 and 3 there you can see queued up. The 327, the 326 and the 321 being chased down of course by Cini Rito in that Tony kart, trying to get back up to where he started.
Clean restart. Bosco Arias leading his teammates across the line. There is Cini from Jakarta in Indonesia. The Vortex-powered Tony kart. Slight contact between Billy van Staveren and Leo Gorski, the new teammates for RFM, but it is Bosco Arias, 3-time WSK champion, in P1 in 327. The rubber being painted onto the circuit despite the cold conditions here this weekend. Slightly higher tyre pressures. We're talking 0.6, 0.7 of bar, maybe 12 PSI, give or take. And these Vega tyres here this weekend in the OKJ, depending on who you talk to, or which mechanic's shoulder you can stare over to get an accurate reading of the tyre pressures running here this weekend. TM, Lando Norris, 1, 2 and 3. Bosco from Leo and Billy van Staveren. There's Cini from Julian Frasnelli. The Vortex-powered Tony kart 4 and 5. Justo Hernandez. The Europeana Noah Baglin is back in P9. The reigning junior world champion. He's fighting with Daniel Miro Lorente, Alex Lazarus. The Bulgarian for Forza Racing. Lazaro Trusho and Alex Malotta. The driver who won at Franciacorta. In the end, he controlled the race, but he's in the wars here this morning. Noah Baglin back. There he is on your screen, the Ferrari junior driver. 301, he's in P11. Bosco continues to lead. Ricky Flynn Motorsport, 1, 2 and 3.
Looking very, very strong as we tick on to lap 7 of 15 and work our way closer to half distance in this race already. Very closely followed is Bosco Arias by Leonardo Gorski. And as it stands, of course, Arias trying to keep that undefeated streak open. 3 heats, 3 victories. Let's see if he can carry that on into the pre-final for the Spaniard. Of course, Gorski as a teammate. Again, how much effect does that have? Is he going to be able to go for a move? He himself is fighting for a 3rd row start for the final a bit later on. If he can get in front and even win this race, it could actually benefit him to put him all the way in front of Will Green, potentially. Obviously, we'll see how that one displays through not only this pre-final, but also pre-final B that will be happening straight after. Noah Baglin seems to be struggling though. The 301, the reigning junior world champion of 2025, coming into this one as the championship leader by just 9 points from Michael McGoy. Of course, he's looking strong, wanted to come in and go for the WSK Final Cup. Not the only time that he's won it, of course, but a bit on the back foot for whatever reason, down in P10 and trying to work his way forward for Prema Racing. And off the road there, going in towards turns 6 and 7. That was the 321, I believe. Indeed it was. It was Van Staveren that's gone off for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. That's dropped him back into the pack and released his teammates. Signorito, of course, the Indonesian, getting into a bit of a squirm with the 315 as well of Frasnelli closing in. Justo there as well. So this is just allowing Arias and Gorski to get away. Contact at the hairpin as the 315 goes for the move. That opens the door for the Italian of Guisto, the 309, to find a way past, but that very quickly gets squandered, and now under pressure from the 323 of Viapiana. And you can see just the huge gap that's opened up as a result. Squeezed all the way to the inside of turn 1 there. Viapiana trying to force, I think that was Noah Baglin, to deter him from the move. And the 327 and the 326 now lead very comfortably from the rest of the pack.
Great performance from Bosco. Looking good here this afternoon. Did not have the best run at Franciacorta. Super talented, his second generation racer. Of course, his father, Ivan Arias, 2 decades ago, racing in the then British Formula 3 Championship, Formula Opel Nissan Championship as well. His boy, P1, for the British team, the nation where he raced single-seaters alongside the later-to-be Fernando Alonso. In years to come, that was 2 decades ago. Ivan Arias. His boy, Bosco, in P1. Gorski. The gap between Leo back to Julian, just over 2 seconds dead now. DML, the Dutch Spaniard for DPK Racing. Quite a few references to the 2004 and 2005-2006 world champion. Fernando, of course, the team from Oviedo, Asturias, DPK Racing. Their driver, Daniel Miro Lorente, multiple WSK champion. Now in the colours of the Aston Martin Grand Prix team, DML in P4. There's Van Staveren. And Noah Baglin now fights back into P6, puts in a purple sector. The Ferrari Junior, the Kart Republic, the Prema Racing team driver, has gone on by and taken BVS. Viapiana, Hernandez, great drive from Alessandro Truchol. And Alex Malotta, former WSK race winner, is now up into P10 from grid 17. That's a great drive for the Slovakian. For Hajman Racing, the Gillard TG17 race chassis. There he is, just going through. Frasnelli, the front spoiler. Let's hope for his sake it is not caved in. Well, not out of position. It is caved in, to be more precise. Baglin, down the inside. Daniel does not give him space. Miron Lorente fights with Baglin. But the reigning junior world champion muscles his way by. The Ferrari Junior goes on through. Lap 12 of 15, Prefinal A for OKJ. Bosco, Leo Gorski, Ricky Flynn Motorsport, they lead the way.
Just a handful of laps left to go in this one, and Arias is extending the gap up in front from Leonardo Gorski. Still Ricky Flynn 1 and 2, still looking very pretty indeed. And this will guarantee Arias that pole position later on in the final. He has been faultless this weekend, and that's going to do him a lot of favours. Currently coming into this weekend at P11 in the championship, and a long way off where he wants to be. But hopefully a good weekend, a decisive weekend at Cremona could set him up to go for that all-important championship glory at the end, not only of today, but also, of course, of the season, and setting him up nicely for 2026. Lap 13 of 15, and with just 3 laps left to go, 13, 14 and 15, Arias looks to be in control, but has to keep it tidy for the remaining laps. It's still very close in amongst the sort of the midfield. As Noah Baglin, we said he's not really looking too good at the beginning of this race. He's worked his way nicely up into 4th place and could well be knocking on the door of Frasnelli for P3.
Zach, we can see Bosco Arias, his kart working nicely in the previous corner. The inside ridge is dancing off the bitumen. Miron Lorente, he's sliding in the DPK kart. There's Lazzaro going through ahead of Justo, Alexander Leganki. 2023 a Mini Champions Cup champion. Bosco Adios across the line at 119 kilometres an hour. We watch into turn 5. The kart's set up nicely. There is a glimpse of sunshine. We saw it just there. Inside rear of Leo Gorski, 1400 millimetre rear track. Depending on who you speak to, again, the reference is about 0.6, 0.7 bar of tyre pressure. Third bearing out or loose at best. Minimal caster, minimal camber input on the front end of the chassis is working nicely. Inside rear just skipping off the bitumen. There is rubber despite the cool conditions. In all seriousness here this weekend, yes, it is cold, but look at the black rubber line. No rain here this weekend, but there is grip to be had. There does not need to be too much caster and camber in the front end of these karts. Twice glances back over his shoulder to start l'ultima vuelta para Bosco Arias. The black rubber line. Watch into turn 3 and 5. The Tony kart also working nicely, of course. It's OTK. Kart Republic powered by the Iami. Noah Baglin just behind as well. Inside rear, just flexing nicely. Iami versus Vortex, fires it down the inside. Fabulous defense from Julian Frasnelli. He knew that was coming. Oh, Baglin's frustrated. Noah raises the right arm. We've got an incident in the background. It looks to be Alex Malotta who's gone over. The checkered flag, though, is about to wave. Bosco Arias will win Prefinal A. From Leo Gorski, Ricky Flynn Motorsport. 1-2 here this morning. Julian Frasnelli, fabulous defense. Noah Baglin frustrated. Passes down into turn 1 to show his disapproval. But Julian Frasnelli, who won the Wsk Final Cup last year, defended brilliantly to come home in P3. Baglin 4 and DML in P5. Alex Malotta has gone around, up and over, down through the chicane on the final lap of the race. We take a look at the highlights. Bosco Arias from pole position led the field up into turn 1, and then all chaos kicked off. We lost Bobrashov, Stelmach, Ria, Makinen and Konstantin Paps. Oliver Cini was in there early. This is what cost the third Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver early on, Billy Van Staveren. The big send from Julian Frasnelli in 3.15. Going down to take Oliver Cini. The Indonesian would soon retire. Baglin drives on by Daniel Miro Laurenti. Watch this. Fabulous defense from Frasnelli. Holds off the reigning junior world champion, but Bosco Arias wins and locks down pole position for the OKJ final later this afternoon here at Cremona.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. And there you can see Ricky Flynn 1 and 2. Bosco Arias from Leonardo Gorski. Frasnelli holds on from Noah Baglin in 3rd and 4th. Miro Laurent completes the top 5 from Via Piano, who was very aggressive throughout the race. Finishes in 6th. Trucco from Naj. Van Staveren dropping back to P9 from Gusto, who was up there inside the top 3 for a while. Only finished P10 in the end. Lazaro Legenki, Lazarus from Max Farek and Mani. Then comes Hernandez, Derganov, Pizzuto, Buzat, and then the 2 Pizzatos from Brazil, 19th and 20th. Rounding out for CRG Racing Team. Of course, behind that we had a good couple of finishes, but a lot of DNFs as well. Pilipenko from Noipel, Charkev from Ross, Lines for Energy Course. Then comes Volts, Martufi, Malotta, Sinirito, a DNF, of course, for him, unfortunately, from Indonesia, putting an end to a very good streak in that one. Behind that comes our DNFs of Pafs, Makinen, Ray, Bobrishov, and Stalmak. All of whom would not take further part in that race. And a big unfortunate off as well for Malotta. Hopefully is all good. He seemed to get up out of the car, and marshals were straight there and medical team there to assist him. So I'll update you, of course, when we have news about them, but all should hopefully be okay. A sunny day, of course, still here at Cremona. 12 degrees Celsius, getting a little bit sweaty in the commentary box, it must be said, but we've still got one more pre-final B for OKJ to come, and then after that we've got the 2 for OK, and then the KZ2s to end out our pre-finals, then just 7 finals to, of course, get those trophies handed out at the end of the day. Looking ahead then into pre-final B, we've got Oscari Vale starting on pole position, and he has been on a pretty decent run of form as the Paralympic Motorsport Finn.
He was fastest in qualifying 48 hours ago. Did take pole position with a 47.999, the only driver under the 48-second bracket in qualifying. Oscari Vale will start from pole position for Pre-Final B OKJ in a moment. This is the second round of the 2025 WSK Final Cup, the final race of the 20th anniversary season of WSK World Motorsport at South Garda Karting Lonato in 2 weeks' time. 2 weeks ago, though, we raced the first round at Franciacorta, first round of the WSK Final Cup. So while we've got a moment, let's look back at the highlights of what happened 2 weeks ago, just up the road at Franciacorta. Franciacorta 2 weeks ago, Mini under 10, he came down to the final top corner. Wingod Cholg taking the victory from Platon Kovtunenko. Pettigol from the outside of the front row of the grid, trying to take the victory, but the victory went to Victor for the Tony Kart Racing team. Nicolas Marquez won the Final Cup last year. He won the first round at Franciacorta 2 weeks ago. In OKNJ, it was the driver from Washington, D.C., Lucas Palacio, who took victory. OKJ, Baglin led the way, the Ferrari Junior, the reigning junior world champion, taking the win in the first round of the Final Cup. Indrik Peschel pole position, and it was checkmate as he won the first round at Franciacorta. Christian Cannibal, untouchable Bertuca, winning for the Birolat team in KZ2. The second round of 3 for 2025. It is the 20th anniversary season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport. Of course, culminating the final round of the Italian F4 Championship as well. Just a few weeks ago, the former Forza Racing driver, former WSK Supermasters Series champion Kin Nakamura Berta, winning both the Italian F4 Championship and E4 Championship as well. Two weeks' time, we go to South Garda Karting Lonato for the final round of the WSK Final Cup. Check out the official website, wsk.it, because the 2026 calendar has been published. It is provisional. The first round of the WSK Supermaster Series at La Conca Murolacese World Circuit on the final weekend of January 2027. Oscar Valli will start on pole position for Prefinal B. Just a few moments as the track is cleared. We had multiple retirements in that previous pre-final. The Prema Racing drivers, Zach, Dean the Dutchman, Hugendorn, and Will Green, starting out of positions 2 and 3. Both Williams F1 Academy drivers as well.
Yeah, very much looking forward to seeing what these guys have got. Hugendorn wasn't the quickest in the overall qualifying, but at the moment it's third position in the final phase penalties, and that basically just means where's he going to start for the final later on. It's Bosco Arias being undefeated, understandably. He's going to be starting pole position for the final, but then comes Oscar Vale, who takes pole position from Dean Hugendorn in P3. Will Green is up there as well. He's on 29 penalty points, and Zach Xu as well for La Source Racing as well. A good result for any of them could promote them onto the front couple of rows if they're not there already. But yeah, for Prem Racing, of course, for Williams Academy, they getting nurtured and definitely showcasing their talents, and hopefully all the way on that road up towards Formula One, because they definitely do have the talent for it. Hopefully the opportunities arise for them to get there. It's now, good news, 13 degrees Celsius, so a whole 1 degree extra than when we last checked in on the weather here at Cremona. A very lovely day. We've been treated to some pretty decent weather when it comes to this time of year in Italy, and I can't say I've never actually seen rain when I've been in Italy, which is a good streak to have so far. I've only been here 3 times, but I've never seen rain.
You are, what's the saying? What's the cliche? cursing your...
Yeah,
I
jinxing
can't
it.
think off the top of my... Yeah.
Like last week with my delayed flight, when we were talking about how I've never had a delayed flight.
Yes.
We get to the airport and my flight's delayed for 2 hours. I've got a streak of doing that to myself, so maybe it's going to rain later now I've said that, who knows.
On Ireland's unofficial national carrier, of which we often have no choice to travel which.
No, never struggled with legroom though, being average height, which is always good.
The carts coming out onto the circuit for Prefinal B. We take a look at the grid. Oscar Valle on pole position. Dean the Dutchman out of 2. WG out of P3. Zach Zhu, French champion, out of grid 4. Christian Evan Purcell. Jala Sail for the Energy Corsa team. Antoine Fanon out of 8. The boy from Brazil, Antonio Pizzonia. And the vice OKN Junior World Cup champion, Joelle Gypsy Girardello. Nicola Freak for Victory Lane, Ramek Samcik. Tom McCoy, Francisco Sanchez, Orlando Seva is alongside Santiago Diaz, Rumlenova, and Yubo Wen out of grid 20 is alongside Martina Felipe, not Francisco Sanchez, as we go to Angelina Torres. The Dutch Spaniard from Mallorca is alongside Stenek Babacek, Juan Garfiace, Yasin Kosmopoulos, Westwood from Malta, Nosulenko, Billy C back on 27, alongside the Kleine Kumpen, Nefeli Kosmopoulou, Savity Dudkowski out of grid 30. Julia Angelard for Ward Racing, Max Felder and Sheran Tudor for Victory Lane starts behind Julia Angelard for Ward Racing, the driver who is managed by Mr. Giovanni Minardi here this weekend. Looking at the 14th row of the grid, Henri Kumpen, William Collegia, both WSK race winners, way back on the 14th row of the grid. Oscar Valle, Paralin Motorsport, inside. Dean the Dutchman, 302 out of grid 2. Prefinal B for OKJ. We race. Will Green sends it down the inside. Nice start from the Englishman, takes his teammate. And Eiley Christian, the Canadian, follows through. We've lost 1-2 carts at the top corner. It looks to be a team driver. Just the local yellow only for the moment. Another goes grass tracking as Oscar Valle with the race lead. It's Rumlenova and Nosulenko who've come together. Nosulenko trying to limp back to the pits as Eiley Christian fires it down the inside. And the Canadian just keeps on trucking. He goes on through to position 2. Green back to 3. Head of Dean Hugendorn. But it's Oscar Valle, the Finn is quick. He comes across the line in P1. Jalaf Sayer with a super start. The Brits for the team from Bergamo. Energy Course in P5. P6 because Pizzonia fires it on by. Oh no, he holds him off. Nice defense from Jalaf Sayer. 3-4-5. The Tony car just behind. The Energy Course Kinetic Chassis in P5. And Quickie this morning, he just holds off. The boy from Brazil, but now Pizzonia goes on by. 2 Tony carts now inside the top 6. Oscar Valle in the Paralin has got the race lead. Just to recap, we have lost Rumlenova, Felder, Max is out, and Nosulenko as well. Nicely done down the inside by Nicola Freak, the Victory Lane team driver. Fastest on circuit is the Chinese-French driver, Zach Zhu, from the southeast of Paris. He's in position 8 ahead of Albert Tam, Antoine Fanon, Girardello, Purcell, Garfiace, Samcik, and a storming start. Billy C, William Collegia from grid 27. The Australian who has won in the Supermaster Series at this very track has passed 12 karts in the first 2 laps. Collegia is rocketing up through the field. He's gone from 27th to 15th place.
A fifth of the way through the race already and about to tick on to lap 4 of 15. Valle leading very well indeed and leaving the rest of the field for Dust. Hugendorn under some pressure from Pitsonia there, the Flying Dutchman not getting off to the best of starts, but on the outside of the front row, always to be sort of expected as we progress through this race. Looking good for Ascari Vale, though. I have to say, very impressed with Eli Christen. We saw a lot out of him over the course of Franciacorta. Took victory in Prefinal A as well. So did Michael McGoy, and both of those are second and third in the championship. Some good points for Christen, of course, would be vital in order to promote himself a little bit further up in that Wsk Final Cup championship. Ascent to the inside from Pitsonia, though, as well, and Dean Hugendorn drops another position now to the back end of the top 5 for the Williams Academy driver, out of the final corner and back onto the start-finish straight. Once again, Ascari Vale leading the way for Parallel Motorsport, and of course Eli Christen for Tony Kart up there with him as well, looking very good in that peppermint liveried chassis, trying to close in to the white and black Parallel, of course, of Ascari Vale, the 307, as you can see, through 6 and now 7. Leading the way, I don't want to say comfortably, because, well, Christen is eyeing up a move, a look over the shoulder to assess the situation. Who is a threat? Will Green is there, Premier Racing, and of course Williams Academy driver, similar to, of course, Dean Hugendorn, who's a couple of places behind him. Eli Christen, though, is getting closer and closer to going for the lead.
Zach, off screen at the moment, we'll get a glimpse of the young Australian in just a moment. Will Collegia is rocketing up through the field. He's just gone by Antoine Venon into 12th place from grid 27. The Tony Kart now leads the Canadian Eli Christen. Back to Vale, that's WG in P3, the second generation racer. Multiple DTM race winner, his father Jamie here at the circuit. Former McLaren Mercedes Formula One test driver back in the early 2000s. Before Will was even born, he's running P3. Williams F1 Academy driver, ahead of Pitsonia, whose father, Antonio Sr., of course, raced for the Williams Formula One Grand Prix team at the same time as Jamie was a test driver for the McLaren team. Jalad Sayar, P6, the Energy Kinetic chassis, as Pitsonia has a look. Can't go on through. It is Eli Christen in the race lead. Green through to P2. Vale, Pitsonia, Sayar, Zhu, Freak, Garfiace, Dean back to P9. Tom Purcell, Collegia in 12. William Collegia from 27th is up to 12 ahead of Zdenek Babacek, who's come from 22nd to be in 9. And a good start from Henri Kumpen, the first half of the race. From the back of the grid in 16th place. Eli Christen starting to pull away now is the Canadian. Almost half a second clear. Move down the inside. O menino do Brasil, Antonio goes on by. Nice pass. The Vortex-powered Tony Karts. The race of 401 RR chassis. Powered by the Vortex. 113. Split by WG. Green in second place. The Canadian leads the Englishman. The boy from Brazil in third place.
Lap 8 of 15, and Eli Christen now is the one that leads. By the way, Dean Hugendorn, you might have noticed, has dropped all the way to P9. Looked to slow up quite a lot a few laps ago, and has now been put under investigation by the stewards as well. So not at all what the Flying Dutchman would have wanted from the front row. And what this means is he's actually put down into provisionally P6 in the standings, and thus his starting position for the final later on today. Lap 8 of 15, still a few to go, 7 at the line. And Eli Christen leading Will Green, looking very good indeed. Ascari Vale dropping to 4th position, but as you can see, all 4 of them in the same shot as they approach the start-finish line and towards turn number 1. It's the Tony Kart of Eli Christen looking to pick up where he left off at Franciacorta. A victory in the pre-final back then. He's looking to do a victory in the pre-final here at Cremona. He's got a few laps to hang on to that one just yet. Ascend to the inside from Pitsonia as well, to the inside of Will Green. Could open the door for Ascari Vale to come through as well, but a nice move, and that makes it a Tony Kart 1 and 2.
Certainly does, Zach. Nice pass by the boy from the Amazon in South America. The Vortex-powered Tony Karts 1-2. Just repeating, Dean Hugendorn under investigation, as is Michael McGoy. Fastest driver on the circuit is Santiago Diaz, the Mexican. It is the North American from the South American, the Canadian from the Brazilian. WG back to P3. They flash across the line at 121 kilometers an hour. Girardello, incidentally, is out, as is Samchik. Benjamin Westwood The second Maltese driver in this race, Rumlenova Nosulenko, they were out on the first lap, as was Max Felder. Antoine Venant under investigation as well. Valet down the inside. Green back to P4. Eiley Christian, the Canadian. The Tony Kart Racing Team back 1 and 2. This is Will Green. 3:06 for the Prefinal Racing Team. The Kart Republic on the back of the Paralympian. Across the line, we see Eiley Christian glance back to his Brazilian teammate. In the background, Nicola Frigg, superb, from north of the border in Switzerland for Team Victory Lane ahead of Zach Zhu. Garcia. The Mexican has come storming through to be in 7th place from grid 23. Vamos! Juan Garcia. He's now closing in on the back of the Chinese-French driver Zach Zhu, who himself is trying to get by the Victory Lane driver in Nicola Frigg. He got a glimpse of 319, the Victory Lane Kart Republic. Under investigation, Dean Hugendorn, Antoine Venant, and Michael McCoy. No word yet from race control regarding those drivers. The gap between Pitsonia and Christian is coming down. You can see it's only a kart length as Pitsonia goes fastest. Puts in a 488. Fastest lap of the race. Jarlath Sayer still in P9, just ahead of Purcell. Kalija in 11 from Zdenek Babacek. Sanchez, whose countryman is in 2nd place. 3 laps remaining at the end of this one. Bosco Arias watching on from pit lane. Curious, nervous perhaps to see who will join him on the front row of the grid for the final. Bosco Arias provisionally has locked down pole position for the final this afternoon. And at the moment, even if the Finn finishes in P3, it will be Oscar Valle for the Paralympic Motorsport team who will join him on the front row of the grid for the final. William Kalija, meanwhile, goes purple. A 48.453 from grid 27. He's in position 11 and he's faster than the drivers on your screen. The Tony Karts who run 1-2. Approaching the 11-minute mark of this race. The penultimate lap. Eiley Christian, le Québécois, dans le premier place, dans la tête de la course. Pitsonia has a look. He comes across the line at 122 kilometers an hour, 119 to Eiley Christian. Valle just sits there. Kalija now inside the top 10, again goes purple. He's behind Jarlath Sayer, who's the second Brit inside the top 10, the first of which at the back of your screen there, William Green in position 4. Last lap this time round, Eiley Christian and Antonio Pitsonia.
Just a lap and a couple of corners left to go then, and Eiley Christian looks to be in control. Pitsonia though and Valle all want to stake their claim. Will Green a little bit off the back of them. So just 1.2 kilometers left to run here at Cremona for the OK Junior Prefinal B. Eiley Christian leads them in towards turn number 1. No contest from the 313, not even quite close enough to launch a bit of a move is Pitsonia. Now in towards turn 5, and again keeping it nice and tidy is Eiley Christian. Of course, Tony Kart Racing Team 1 and 2 as it stands. Oscar Valle for Paralympic Motorsport started on pole position. As it stands, will still be enough for a front row start in the final a bit later on. But of course, he wants all those championship points as well. Those still are on offer. 50 for a race victory, contrast to the 40 that we had at Franciacorta. Up and under being set up there from the 307 of Oscar Valle, not once but twice. Can he get the drive out of the final corner? The 312 should see the checker flag first. The 313 has to defend. Is there the run from Oscar Valle to tip Pitsonia to second? The checker flag waves. Eiley Christian will take victory from Pitsonia, from Valle, separated by just 43 thousandths of a second. Will Green and Zach Zhu complete the top 5 of this OK Junior Pre-Final B. Now that was a pretty decent final lap, and again, clever racing both from Pitsonia and from Vale to at the very least give it a go into the final couple of corners and try and find a way up into second position. Good racing all the way throughout. Some nice clean ones as well. We did lose a few drivers, but in the end 24 people took to the checkered flag after what was 15 laps of racing action. Still looking pretty good. We'll run you through, of course, the results and the highlights in a few moments' time, but not at all a bad way to round out the OK Junior pre-final action. We got underway, and Ascari Vale would lead us from pole position. Dean Hugendorn would drop down a couple of places, being stuck on the outside of the opening couple of corners, and a few moves being made throughout the rest of the field as well. 313 would make some quick progress. That's Antonio Pitsonia trying to vie to fight forwards up the inside of Dean Hugendorn was definitely one of them through turns 11 and 12. The Williams Academy driver seemingly struggling just a little bit for pace, and of course was under investigation for a couple of corners in that race as well. Side-by-side action throughout the entire field, and the name of the game was pretty much seeing the 313 ascend to the top. More moves being made on the inside of Will Green, opening the door for Ascari Vale to recover after he dropped back a couple of places as well. Will Green's day got even worse when Vale found their way back through on the Williams Academy driver, and then it was a Tony cut 1 and 2. Pitsonia would eye up the lead a couple of times on his teammate of Eli Christen, who was looking to recover after a poor result in the final at Frankfurt. On the final lap though, an up and under would try to come in from the 307 of Vale to at least give it a go for Parallel Motorsport to work their way up an extra place on the podium. A drag race to the line, and Eli Christen would take the victory from Pitsonia and from Vale. That does it, of course, for OK Junior, their pre-final. They'll be out a bit later on, of course, for their final. Eli Christen, Antonio Pitsonia and Ascari Vale complete the podium for the final pre-final of OK Junior. Will Green from Zakshu, then comes Chashase from Dean Hugendorn, Saya, Frigg and Wilka Leisure the top 10. The Forza Racing Australian up there looking very, very strong indeed. Of course, behind that was still very tight, very competitive. The Ricky Flynn Motorsport Brit of Purcell from Michael McGoy down in P12, not where you'd expect him to be by any means. Then comes Denik Babacek from Kumpen, Diaz from Buen and Simons. Cosmopoulos from Tukovsky, as well as Tam rounding out the top 20 from Anglars, Cosmopoulo, Venon, and then comes Ostachi Solovsky from Tudor, Sanchez, Michele Orlando, Giardello, Samchik and Westwood, the top 30. Of course, a lot of them you can see from Tudor downwards did not finish, and some of them didn't even take to the start. Rumlanova, Noslenko and Felder forward racing, the last of those to be classified. A lot of them will be saying goodbye to, of course, at the end of this one. They won't be making it to the final, and we move on to the next class. Of course, OK Senior for pre-final A. Looking forward to this one because Yenrik Peschel has been looking pretty good this weekend, Ian.
Certainly, Zach, we are edging towards the final. Pre-finals here this morning, 2 remaining for OK, and then KZ2, their pre-final as well, before we get underway with our 7 finals here this afternoon. This is the Wsk Final Cup here at Cremona, the penultimate event of the 20th anniversary season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport.
Forse partiamo quasi. Ok. Vado avanti ancora. Ok.
Yenrik Peschel down on the grid. He had a fantastic weekend at Franciacorta. He continues that great form because he did take pole position on Friday, starting alongside Zach Drummond for the Fusion Motorsport Team Pre-Final A for OK. In just a moment or two from now. Waiting for our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, ably assisted by Mr. Filip Trombik from Trinec in the Czech Republic, the circuit which will incidentally host the final round of the 2026 Rotax Max Euro Trophy next year, presented, of course, by WSK Promotion, that fabulous circuit not too far from the Polish border. Hometown of our assistant race director, Mr. Filip Trombik. Pre-final A for OK in just a moment. Yes, Yenrik Peschel did take pole position 48 hours ago in time qualifying of 47.251. Sorry, Zach Drummond fastest overall at Franciacorta. Peschel fastest in his group. But then this weekend, I'll get this correct. It was Jindrik Peschel, 47.251 in his group, and fastest overall. Zak, fastest overall at Franciacorta. So Jindrik and Zak Drummond to start 1-2 on the grid here. Prefinal A for OK. JP to start pole position, Zak alongside. Let's take a moment though to check out some of the highlights. What has taken place thus far. A fabulous week here at CREMONA. You are watching us live around the world on wsk.it and Motorsport TV as well. 3 pre-finals remaining here this morning. This afternoon, in fact. A beautiful sunny sky here over the CREMONA circuit. Fabulous to see the work which has taken place. Of course, we have already mentioned the World Superbike Championship hosted here at CREMONA for the first time last year. And back on the calendar, September 27 in 2026. We take a look at the grid for Prefinal A. It is JP who will lead the way. Jindrik Peschel starting on pole position alongside the Fusion Motorsport driver from Glasgow in Scotland, Zak Drummond. Inside second row of the grid, credit to the Malaysian Zarif Raikal, the Asian champion. Starting out of grid 3, he's been electrifying this week. Lev Krutogolov for the Energy Corsa team out of 4. Devon Waltz, the American, alongside the Brit Roman Kamiab Filippo Sala. And Mariano Lopez, Zhang, Bruno Blanco, Oliver Rasmussen, Matteo Rivals, Ella Ladema, she's out of 13, alongside Daniel Pocorni. Luke Tal, we believe, will not start. Henry Domain with nobody alongside the Brit who's had a tough weekend, his second senior race, Francois Courtal. The Italian, French, Swiss driver, Ludovico Mazzola. Matias Gonzalez and Maximo Tovigino, the Argentine, out of grid 20. Word from race control, Luke Tal is out for the weekend. .40 drivers in OK here this weekend. We're already down Luke, so we're down to the final 39, 36 to go through to the final. Jindrik Peschel starting on pole position. We race. Zarif goes up into second place. The Malaysian in the parallel holds off Zak Drummond, but look at the lead already from Jindrik Peschel as we lose one of his teammates. We've got one of the Tony Karts who's gone round in the background. It may well be Oliver Rasmussen attempting to restart. Indeed, it is the Dane who'll have one shot. He has incredibly and fortunately managed to fire up the Vortex engine. He is going, but way down at the bottom of the field. His teammate leads. Jindrik Peschel from the 14-year-old Malaysian. Zarif Raikal in second place. He's had a fabulous week this weekend here at CREMONA. Twice Asian champion. Home circuits of Shah Alam and Sepang. That incredible karting complex, which is, to be perfectly honest, underutilised. Situated next to the similarly underutilised these days. Sepang Formula One Grand Prix circuit. Zach goes through and takes the Malaysian. And the Glaswegian in second place. Look at the lead from Jindrik Peschel. As we see Devon dive down the inside. Waltz dances on through. Nicely done. And the driver from the United States of America goes through into third place. The Czech leads. The Scotsman second. Devon Waltz has had a quiet weekend. Former WSK champion in the mini and junior categories as Filippo Sala tries to make a move on Lev Krutogolov. The Ukrainian holds him off and shakes the fist at Filippo Il Trentino. Lev Krutogolov, who was on the podium at the first round of the championship at Franciacorta. He was on the podium 12 months ago, almost to the day, at the Las Vegas Super Nationals, holding off Filippo Sala for the Forza Racing team. Devon Waltz, 2:05. A quiet weekend by the Americans' high standards, but now goes through in position 3, takes the fast-starting Malaysian. That was Lopez, Il Peruviano Mariano ahead of Francois Cordel. Latimer, that's Blanco, Rivals, Domain, up to 12. Picorni, Zhang, Kamiab, Gonzalez, Tovigino, Mazzola, Oliver Rasmussen still circulating, trying to catch up to the back of the pack and get some points as his Czech teammate for the Tony Kart Racing team continues to lead. Jindrik Peschel in the race lead as we start lap 4 of 15.
Nearly a third of the way through the race already. And Jindrik Peschel, well, I mean, the form that young man has been on has been incredible. Ascends the inside from the 2:31. That's Filippo Sala, and a point forward as well from Lev Krutogolov, just to say, let's go and catch. See if we can promote ourselves up a couple more places, because the 2:31 of Sala is driving very quickly indeed, and immediately ascend to the inside of that's Raikal, just in their way through the parallel motorsport, the white, the red and the black machine. Very hyped up there is Filippo Sala, driving with such sheer momentum, and now closing into the top 3, of course, of Peschel, Drummond and Waltz. Peschel with about a 1 second lead advantage over Zach Drummond, who himself has got 3/4 of a second over Waltz. So far, though, so good. Devon Waltz is doing pretty good for KR Motorsport, it must be said. Climbed up a couple of places inside the top 3. Filippo Sala as well, coming from 7th, and with the momentum, the racecraft that he's shown so far in this race has been nothing short of spectacular, and he's bringing the likes of Raikal and Krutogolov with him. There's the 254 of Krutogolov making their way up, just trying to catch on to the back of Raikal.
Zach, we just saw the energy course. The Eclipse chassis of Lev Krutogolov bucking on the rubber. It has got grip as he puts the blind down on the radiator. Standing up onto 3 wheels, Lev Krutogolov on the podium at Franciacorta, the first round of the WSK Final Cup, as we look at Filippo Sala dive down the inside. Filippo Il Trentino drives on by, fastest lap of the race, and the Italian into P3 for the Forza Racing team takes the American. Points ahead to Devon, who knows exactly what the Italian means. Devon Waltz just fights the steering wheel ever so slightly that time. Lev Krutogolov, the Energy Corsa driver, P3 at Franciacorta, P3 at the Las Vegas Super Nationals in 2024. A very good morning to our friends watching on live on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, keeping up to date through Kart Chaser and e-karting news. We wish you all the best for the biggest event on the American karting scene in 7 days from now. The Energy driver from Ukraine, 254. Yes, he was on the podium last year at the Super Nats. He's currently P6. The Energy Course Eclipse chassis. Behind is the South American Mariano Lopez. Jindrik Peschel for the Tony Kart Racing team, powered by the Vortex. Zach Drummond for Fusion Motorsport, the Glaswegian who won the very first race of the 20th anniversary season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport. Round 1 of the WSK Supermaster Series at La Conca Muro-Lecese World Circuit, the final weekend of January 2025, when the Glaswegian took a fantastic victory. Took pole position at Franciacorta 2 weeks ago, runs P2, but it's Jindrik Peschel who won 2 weeks ago the first round of the Final Cup, who leads the way from the Scotsman Il Trentino. Philip Hall in third place. Waltz, Raikal, left Krutogolov. Back to Lopez, Kerdal. Henry Domain, who's had a tough second race in the senior category. The Brit in P9. His father, Travis, former semi-professional football player with Braintree FC in Essex. Ahead of Matteo Rivals. Henry Domain, of course, also winning the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series at Viterbo earlier in the year, but that was in the junior category. This is Henry's second race in OK Senior. He's had a tough weekend, but now the Brit from grid 16 is in position 9. This is lap 9 at 15, and Peschel continues to lead. The green team back at Franciacorta. Drummond and Sala for Forza Racing, now with the purple 47.528. Goes fastest, Krutogolov. The Ukrainian closes in on the back of the Malaysian champion, Zadif, who fights the steering wheel of the 256 Paralin. Here comes Krutogolov. We'll get the slipstream as they come up the straight. The Scottish flag proudly being displayed on the top of Zach's helmet. At 125 kilometres an hour. Sala with a 47.422 on your screen. Fastest once again. Zach, this has been a perfect weekend thus far for Jindrik Peschel. Almost certainly will start pole position for the final this afternoon. Trying to go 2 weeks in a row for the Tony Kart Racing team.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's not quite top of the standings. Obviously, Manuel Scogamilio, a victory in the pre-final, as well as it would have been a P3 in the final, scoring himself 90 points, as well as being second in the overall qualifying heats classification. Looked very, very strong. We'll see him out in a few moments' time, of course, in Prefinal B. But Jindrik Peschel is staking his claim on that championship throne and trying to get his way up a few points relative. Lev Krutogolov as well is not too far off. This is one of the closest championships that we had off the back of Franciacorta. So Krutogolov there, the 254 for Energy Corsa, definitely does need to find a couple more places, maybe up in front of Zariev Requal, just in front of him in fifth. Just a quarter of a second separating a number of karts, but Jindrik Peschel's gap between himself and Zach Drummond now under a second between the 201 and the 237. So let's see how that can ebb and flow. Not a lot of time left to go in this race, just 4 laps to go at the line. Jindrik Peschel, though, has been in control. The last couple of laps have definitely swung in favour of Zach Drummond, and crucially as well, Filippo Sala, who has, since the start of this race, carried a lot of momentum, carving his way through a couple of karts, and is now in P3, eyeing up potentially going after the Fusion Motorsport machine of Zach Drummond.
3.5 laps remaining, 19 starters for Prefinal A, and 19 still on circuit. This is, of course, the final season of this current engine homologation. We await the new power plants in 2026 from the various engine manufacturers around the world, FIA homologated. Currently it's Vortex from IAME and TM in third place. Yes, 2026 to 28 is the next homologation period for the 125cc OK engines. In fact, for all Group 1, Group 2 FIA kart racing categories. Vainly in hope, we hope that we'd magically perhaps see 100cc back on the homologation listing. Yeah, not to be. Jindrik Peschel for the Tony Kart Racing team, surely on his way to victory. 2 laps remaining at the end of this one. Waltz, Raikal and Krutogolov in P6. Filippo Sala almost into the 46s now. 47.141. Faster than the qualifying times, aided by the fact we've had good autumnal weather here. Look at the black rubber line as Sala closes in on the back of the Scotsman. The Italian to fight with the Glaswegian. The 2 British teams. Zach stares back over his shoulder, back to Filippo Sala. Peschel over 1 second clear now. Sala has got the speed. Fusion Motorsport from Great Britain. Forza Racing from Great Britain as well. The drivers from Scotland and the north of Italy respectively. Defence now from Zach Drummond. The last lap. Sala just drives up the inside. Good horsepower though from Zach Drummond. Identical 125.2 kilometres an hour for the both of them. Look at the defence from Zach Drummond. Jindrik Peschel will win Prefinal A. And the Czech, who won at Franciacorta, will start on pole position for the final this afternoon. Zach White lines it. Too far back to attack is Devon Waltz, the American, the Malaysian, the Ukrainian. Lev Kurutukolov behind. Two opportunities coming up. Zach goes to the inside of the circuit. He will white line it one more time into the final corner. Jindrik Peschel will take victory. He wins Prefinal A. It is pole position for the Czech this afternoon. Fabulous defence from the Scotsman, Zach Drummond, home in second place.
Yeah, 15 laps of absolute action from start to finish. We've still got one more OK pre-final to go. That, of course, being Prefinal B before we end things off with the KZ2s. Then straight into the finals, of course, with the mini under 10s. Big hello and welcome. So if you are just joining us on the WSK Promotion YouTube channel, can see a good, I think, 800 of you or so watching. Make sure, of course, you've liked, subscribed, and tuning in, of course, for the rest of the WSK Final Cup in 2025. Let's take a look at the highlights for Prefinal A of OK Senior. Of course, Jindrik Peschel would start from pole position, and Filippo Sala would get an absolute rocket ship of a launch. We could see multiple drivers, the 205 of David Waltz making some good moves in the early stages of the race, but keep an eye, of course, on the 231. Filippo Sala was first up the inside of Krutogolov, would then very quickly work his way up the inside of the 256 of Ray Crowell as well, and that momentum would continue straight back up the inside of the 205 of David Waltz, would demote him down a couple of places. The battle would ensue, and that would allow Jindrik Peschel to get away and take the checkered flag from Zach Drummond in second and Filippo Sala in third place. We'll run you through the full results in a few moments' time, but yeah, of course, big welcome to anyone that's now just joining us. Jindrik Peschel took pole position and the victory to the Czech driver Phil Tourniquet Racing, 3.5 seconds clear of Zach Drummond in second place. Of course, behind that, Filippo Sala was P3 from David Waltz, and the Malaysian of Ray Crowell, Lev Krutogolov for Energy Corsa, would come home in P6. Lopez, Domain, Rivals, and Kamyab the top 10 from Blanco Cadal, Ladima from Hushai, and Pocorini, the Czech driver, P15. Gonzalez to Vigino from Rasmussen, who he lost very early on in the race, but was able to get back into it, was the Dane from Mazzola, our lone DNF after 3 laps completed. After that, then, we'll crack on with the day. We'll go from Prefinal A straight into Prefinal B for the OK Seniors, and a good couple of people to look out for. And now, looking at this grid, I have to say the big surprise for me is Manuel Scognomilio down in P7 after his efforts throughout the qualifying heats so far. It will be Davide Portaro that will start this race from pole position alongside Vladimir Ivanikov, who, to be fair, has been rapid over the last couple of days here at Cremona. But of course, the big talking point, Ian, Taloni Motorsport, Manuel Scognomilio, our championship leader coming into this round, only P7 for the pre-final.
This is, of course, the circuit where he won the OKN World Cup just 2 months ago. He is back on grid 7. Davide Portaro for the Lenovo Kart Racing team leads the field out alongside, yes, as you mentioned, Vladimir Ivanikov still starts on grid 2 despite a DNF in his first heat on Friday afternoon. The grid for Prefinal B for OK, Davide Portaro to start from pole position. Ivanikov out of grid 2. Second row of the grid sees Benjamin Manache for the Forza Racing team alongside Oliver Schinmark. Luke Honda in great form, the German junior champion from Cologne alongside the Indonesian Quararfiran Scognomilio. They're out of 7. Paul Andriotis for the Energy Corsa team. Thomas Pradilla and Ilya Bereshkin for the Galaxis Sotiras Racing team out of grid 10. Sara Matsui from Japan, the Williams junior driver. She's had a great weekend starting alongside Iskander Zulfikari. He has not. He starts out of grid 12 though. Pedrotti, Aston Sharp, the Scotsman. João Nunez, the Mexican. Nati Fanon Oscar Galan, who's recently been testing with the Real Racing Team in Formula 4, Kasper Reipold, his countryman, and Yuri Lavar out of grid 20. Our penultimate pre-final of the morning. Davide Bottaro, the Lenovo Calicut Racing Team, to the left of your screen on pole position. Former WSK race winner Vladimir Ivanikov. 2:09 for the Birulha team out of grid 2. We race. Ivanikov tries the outside of the pole sitter Bottaro. Goes through in position 2. He almost snatched the race lead. But it's the Italian, the Lenovo Calicut Racing Team driver, who goes P1 in the early stages. Benjamin, the British Spaniard for the Forza Racing Team in P3. Under attack from the German junior champion for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, Luke Korda, who has to defend from the Galatzis Sotiros Racing Team driver, who's made a super start. Quararfinand is there. Andriotas Pradia, Ilya Bereshkin in triple 2. The Russian for the Greek team sideways coming onto the straight. But he's in position 4. A sensational start from Ilya Bereshkin, WSK Open Series Cup champion, race winner of 2023. When he took that win over Andrea Mani and Antonio Pizzonia. He's in P4 at the moment. New colours though, Galatzis Sotiros Racing, the team from the other side of the Adriatic Sea. As Ivanikov defends, Benjamin fires it down the inside. Fantastic pass by the Forza Racing Team driver. It does allow though Davide Bottaro, the new colours, the Lenovo Calicut Racing Team, in position 1. He skips away the gap. Half a second last time. Benjamin Manash in great form as Scognamiglio goes through in position 7, exactly where he started on the grid. Bottaro, Manash, Ivanikov, Bereshkin. Sideways coming onto the back straight was Vladimir Ivanikov, and that was the reason why Benjamin Manash saw that, capitalised on it, and just fired it down the inside. The Forza Racing driver, officially now from Spain in P2, but under attack. Look at Bereshkin, he skates under brakes. Back to Shinma, Korda, Scognamiglio, Quararfinand, Paul Andriotas and Thomas Pradia, head of Aston Sharp, rounding out the top 10. Ivanikov back in position 2. Davide Bottaro has left town. He disappears at the bottom left of your screen as we concentrate on the battle from second back to Aston Sharp, who takes the Swiss driver Paul Andriotas. The gap 1.5 seconds. Bottaro with a 48.4. Fastest on circuit. In fact, no. Iskander Zulfikari puts in a 48.393 into P11. Iskander, the 6-time WSK champion, has had a miserable weekend. Multiple DNFs, but finally the driver from Istanbul in Turkey, there on your screen, has found some speed for the Tony Kart Racing Team in P11, ahead of Lavar, Andriotas, Galan, Matsui, and Nati Fanon. Scognamiglio has dropped to the back of the pack. In fact, the reigning OKN World Cup champion is going to be one of the first retirements.
And that is going to be critical for the championship. Just trying to see as to where he is. But coming into this one, Manuel Scognamiglio led Yenrik Peschel by 10 championship points. And with the form Peschel's on, with the retirement now losing out on a potential 50 points for Scognamiglio, that is going to ruin his championship hopes. He's into the pit lane and is out of this race. Lap 5 of 15. We've got a local yellow coming in towards 10 of 1 as well, I believe. So we'll update on that one. But Davide Bottaro leading the way, 1.5 seconds clear. There you can see him for the Lenovo Kart team.
Sorry, Nati Fanon has also gone off the tie in turn 1. That's the reason for the yellow flag, which will be withdrawn by the time the leaders go by, Zach.
Cool, no worries when it comes to that one. So it does mean that this racing can continue. We saw there the triple 2 of Bereshkin find a move on, I believe, on the inside of Kinmark there to round off the lap. Manash as well going down a couple of places, so the Spaniard drops to 5th as Kinmark and Bereshkin both go up into 3rd and 4th place respectively at lap 6 of 15. And well, the gap at the front is coming down. New personal best and new fastest lap of the race for Vladimir Ivanikov. for the Birla Racing team. The gap still looks pretty big, but it's coming down bit by bit. Let's see what, of course, Ivanikov can do just to bridge that gap. I mean, it's going to be difficult, especially by the time you catch up to him. It's probably going to be quite late in the race, and then Bottaro can just try and hang on as best he can. Following, as you can see in the bottom left of your screen, the battle for third, the 208. Of course, the Swede, the Koski Motorsport of Oliver Kinmark on the KR chassis. The 236 get a bit of a sideways moment as well. That's Benjamin Manak getting tacked a little bit from Fairhand, who stayed stationed in P6, would like to make it inside the top 5. On to lap 7 of 15, we'll tick our way past half distance on this lap. Bottaro still in control, and a tag wide again for Manak. Fairhand does not leave anything on the table there, and probably gain the move from contact.
Aggression there as Davide Bottaro builds the lead out to 1.5 seconds. Shinmark, the Danish Swede or the Swedish chain, P3 for the Finnish Koski Motorsport team. Benjamin Manache being moved just a moment ago. Here's the Forza Racing driver just ahead. Corrado Firad, Thomas Pradet, good drive from Aston Sharp, who goes side by side with his fellow Brit. I did not say fellow Englishman. Aston Sharp, though, in position 6 from grid 14. Fastest on circuit, Oliver Shinmark, who ranges up behind Vladimir Ivanikov. Watch this, just a moment ago. Smack into the back of Benjamin Manache. Benjamin still in position 6. Quarar Firan, the Indonesian for Ward Racing, just moved him. Davide Bottaro, 1.6 seconds clear of Oliver Shinmark. The Koski Motorsport driver goes on through to P2. Fastest on circuit, now in second place. The gap 1.7 seconds as Quarar Firan for the Ward Racing team with a 47.383. To put that in perspective, pole position 47.259 for Jindrik Peschel on Friday. So we're into qualifying times confirmed at the bottom left of your screen. There is Ilya Bereshkin, Galatas Lokiras Racing, the Greek team a week after the Hellenic Championships taking place. Of course, that incredible new Athens International Kart Racing facility at the edge of Athens International Airport. The Greek team just losing the place there, though, with their Russian driver. Ilya Bereshkin back to P5. Quarar Firan goes on through. Ivanikov head down behind the steering wheel. 127 kilometers an hour. And so 127 for Ilya Bereshkin. The TM-powered Lando Norris kart. Quarar Firan, fastest on circuit. Ivanikov on your screen in P3. This is Davide Bottaro, the race leader. New colours, the legendary Kali Kart team. The legendary Kali Kart name, it's back. Multiple world championships with the great Mike Wilson in the 1980s, most notably. Great to see the Kali Kart back and new colours, supported by the technological giant Lenovo. And they're in P1. Bereshkin goes through, that's Manat, Konda, Pradir, and a better run finally here this morning for Iskander Zulfikari. Lap 11, the final third of our penultimate pre-final here this morning.
Yeah, just 4 laps left to go. Well, it's looking pretty good for Davide Bottaro, our race leader for Lenovo Kali Kart team. Looking pretty strong, of course, from Oliver Kinmark, who's up there, still doing quite well. Of course, you can see there the 208 being chased down actually by Vladimir Ivanikov, who was running pretty decently in second position for the best part of this race. Base swapped over also as well, with Farhan closing in the Indonesian. Of course, a tag wide, and definitely was under investigation for that one down in towards turn number 4. It's a move that's opened up a couple of spaces as well, a bit further down into the field. On to lap 12 of 15. There we follow the 209 of Ivanikov trying to chase after Kinmark and up in a second place. The implications for this, by the way, Peschel definitely will be starting on pole position, but with his victory, Bottaro will be starting on the front row. Zach Drummond gets dropped to 3rd place. Ivanikov and Kinmark on 4th and 5th position as things stand. So those guys, of course, doing themselves some favours. If Kinmark can get in, if Kinmark can win this race, it will promote him up onto the 2nd row of the grid. and if Ivanikov can obviously get in front of Kinmark, it could also do him a few favours. In fact, actually get him in front of Zach Drummond. So a lot at stake for the remaining sort of 3 laps as they cross the line of this race. Portaro, though, still firmly in control of this one.
Potential victory, Zach. The Italians are very superstitious, but it is looking good for the driver on your screen. Davide Portaro slides the Kali car through. Gap is 1.2 seconds. Thomas Pradilla has put in a 47.279. Almost going faster than Jindri Peschel in qualifying. 47.259. For the inevitable pole sitter for the final this afternoon. Penultimate lap of Prefinal B for OK. The final 36 to line up on the grid this afternoon. It will be tough for Manuel Scognamiglio. He's retired, as has Nati Fanon down into turn 1. We also lost Fernando Luis Nunez. Zhao and Casper Reipel did not make the start. Neither did Lutal in the preceding pre-final as well. Davide Portaro, former race winner, ironically for the Tony Kart racing team in the Supermaster Series. No, in fact, off memory, I'll stand corrected. It was in the Wsk Final Cup a couple of seasons ago at Lonato. He's looking good to win the pre-final, 1.1 seconds clear. The temperature now up to 14 degrees Celsius. The black rubber line being painted on this 1,224 metre circuit down through the chicane for the final time. Glances back behind to the Swedish Dane, Oliver Schinmark for the Finnish team, Koski Motorsport, Ivanikov for the Birolard team, who won, of course, the WSK Supermaster Series. Did the team from Lissonen in 2024 with the Belgian Ian Eichmans. But it's the Kali Kart flying the flag for the Lenovo technological giant. Comes around the final corner. He wins Pre-Final B and will line up alongside the Czech, Jindri Peschel, on the front row of the grid for the final later this afternoon. Portaro takes victory from Schinmark, Ivanikov, Karafiran, Bereshkin, Thomas Pradilla, Benjamin Menache, Zulfikari 8, Luke Honda 9, Pedrotti, Sharp, Saramatsui, Yuri Lavar, Paul Andriotis and Oscar Galan. A clean start here this morning in Pre-Final B. One of the cleaner pre-finals we've had this morning. Vladimir Ivanikov going out of the chicane, just put the kart on the ripple strip, and Benjamin Menache just pounced. Was into P2, only briefly though, before the British Spaniard was passed. Repassed by Ivanikov, Schinmark and Ilya Bereshkin. The GSR driver ultimately finishing in P5. Benjamin just moved out the way by Karafiran. All the while, Davide Portaro raced away. Schinmark through on Ivanikov. Karafiran going through on the GSR driver, Ilya Bereshkin. Out front, Davide Portaro takes the victory in Pre-Final B for OK.
Portaro then for Lenovo Kali Kart team will take victory from the Koski Motorsport of Kinmark. Vladimir Ivanikov would finish a respectable P3 from Credo Ferhan in 4th. Bereshkin from Pradia, Benjamin Menache on only 7th place for the Spaniard, not at all what he would have expected from a 3rd place starting position. Behind that would have been Zulfikari, Konda from Pedriotti, then comes Sharp, Matsui, Lever, then Andriotis and Gallen the top 15. Nati Fanon from Manuel Scognamiglio down in P17. Of course, he pulled into the pit lane a couple of laps into the race from Nunez, Zhao and Rajpal, and key obviously for the 245, our championship leader, Emmanuel Scogdomilio, only a 17th position, puts him on the back foot. Of course, if he does make it into the final, if so, it'll be towards the back end of the grid. And when Yinruk Peschel is looking as strong as he is, again, that could be the turning point in the championship. Next up will be the final pre-final before the finals. Say that 5 times fast. It's to the shifter carts to KZ2s, which have definitely been the site for a lot of action this weekend.
Yes, the final pre-final here this morning, KZ2. Christian Bertuga, the Franciacorta race winner, starting on pole position. Let's find out how he got there. We take a look at the highlights from this week thus far here at Cremona. Deceptively fast, the KZ2 carts here at Cremona, 140 kilometres an hour plus. We'll keep you up to date with their speeds, their lap times. We'll take you through the grid in just a moment. The final pre-final of the morning here at Cremona, round 2, the Wsk Final Cup. This is the grid. Christian Bertuga starts on pole position alongside the fastest qualifier. First race for the CP Boys Sport team, Marek Skriven. Vasile out of 3, Massimiliano Petsuki out of 4, David Trifaloff out of grid 5, Denner out of 6, still for the kart shop Amfing out of 7. The Scotsman back, Jensen Graham out of grid 8, Moritz Ebner for the EKS team out of grid 9. And Alphonse Meitenen for LA Motorsport out of grid 10. The 6th row of the grid sees Eric Vass from Germany alongside the Finn Kimitani, an all-Tipidean 7th row of the grid. The Mercedes Junior, James Anagnostiadis, first KZ2 race, starts alongside the NTT Meyershank IndyCar driver from New Zealand, Marcus Armstrong. Dion van Verven, who just missed the podium at Franciacorta, Alexander Usnam. Rosati, Cedric Malk, Castell, that is Manuel in the Saudi kart, and Kypros Yorse, Andrei Sishov, Nicholas Fragakis on the 11th row of the grid, Simas Bachuska, the Lithuanian younger brother of WRC driver Rokas, Mark Brovko for Victory Lane, Ivan Pidjaev, Manuel Letner for the kart shop Amfing team, Anton Astashenko, Matthias Omet from Senegal in the west of Africa, Morgan Knudsen driving for the 2015 World Champion Carol Bash. And the second driver from the west of Africa on debut for the KGT Motorsport team from Casablanca in Morocco. First WSK race. Welcome to Cremona. Welcome to Grid 30. It is tough. Ilyas El Marzouki. Christian Bertuga starting to get some attention these days in a positive way. Many people have noted how cool, how relaxed the Italian driver is in KZ2. He'll just pull up to the grid, open the visor, look around, wave to his friends and his fans here at the circuit. Barely raises the heart rate. But when the 4 red lights go out, he just rockets off the line. He took the lead at Franciacorta from the inside second row of the grid. Here he starts on pole position. Christian Cannibal, WSK Supermaster Series champion, Open Series, Euro Series champion. pole position. Marek Skriven took pole position in time qualifying. 46.451 for the Czech on your screen. First race with the CPB Sport team. This is Massimiliano Petsuki, the Brescian for the Krypton Motorsport team. Fastest qualifier in his second ever WSK race 2 weeks ago. Petsuki 1:26. Starts grid 4. Ahead of the driver who put the Formula K SRP kart on pole position at the recent World Championships, the German David Trefilov. Eric Vess lines up in grid 11, a row ahead of James Anagnostiatis, the driver from Melbourne, Australia, younger brother of Ava Anagnostiatis. There is the visor open of Christian Bertucca. Ava, of course, racing in the F1 Academy Series. First ever KZ2 race for the Australian. He starts alongside the New Zealander. His first KZ2 race, Marcus Armstrong, since 2016. Back from the IndyCar World Series this weekend with the Tony Kart Racing team. We race. Bertucca rockets off the line, grabs second gear. Marek Skriven tries to go with, but is resigned to second place. Bertucca with the race lead and a fantastic start from Daniel Stell. He goes on through. Jensen Graham as well for the CL Racing team. Contact. It is a traffic jam coming out of turn 3. Marcus Armstrong's gone around. Armstrong has been sent into the grass. The New Zealand IndyCar star, back with the Tony Kart Racing team for the Wsk Final Cup, has been turned around into the chicane after just 7 corners. The Kiwi is out. The Italian leads from the Czech. Vasile up into third place from Petsuki, Maitanen, Moritz Hebner. There is Massimiliano, Krypton Motorsport team driver. Bertucca like a missile off the start. 30 starters, 29 still in the race. Marcus Armstrong is out. Petsuki tries the outside of Marek Skriven as Daniel Vasilev forces his way through. The 6-time Romanian champion, former WSK Champions Cup champion, 1:01 on your screen. In position 2, Bertucca almost 1 second clear. Move down the inside, Moritz Hebner in the EKS. The Dragon chassis, the Northern Italian driver, Northern Italian drivers plural, because he holds off Massimiliano Petsuki for the moment. Ebner with a 48.339, fastest on circuit. The EKS, the Condor on your screen in P5. Head of Petsuki, Danner, Tani, Graham, Trefilov, Dion van Verven, Rossati, Anagnostiatis, Vess, Kestel, Andrei Shishov, Malk, Still, Kypros Yorse and Alexander Usnin for the AIX Racing team. The Estonian in the Maranello rounds out the 20. The gap is 1 second between these sort of almost teammates, Christian Bertucca and Daniel Vasile.
Yeah, Bertucca, I mean, he's just been rapid. I mean, he took the victory, of course, at Franciacorta, took, I guess, only second when it comes to the pre-final. It was Daniel Vasil that took the victory at the pre-final in Franciacorta. But Bertucca this weekend, I mean, he's just been insane. The moves he's been making. Also, as well, to draw your attention to the 101, Daniel Vasile. He has also given us some incredible overtaking opportunities. I remember yesterday there was one that should not have been on, and yet it was. Yeah, looking forward to seeing what they can bring over the rest of the day onto that 4 of 15. And you can see Bertucca has got a good about a second or so lead from Daniel Vasile in what is second place. Can see a few carts stopped on the exit. You could just saw there off the exit of turn 11 going into turn 12. That being the likes of Provoco and Omutare as well, the 26th and 27th place drivers as things stand. We've already lost Armstrong, Frakakis and of course Knudsen So they're going to be joining that list as well, unfortunately. Best lap just come in from Emilien Denner, the 46.9 set by the flying Frenchman. He's currently sat in P7 as well, trying to get onto the back of those in front of him. A couple of moves being made as well. Emilien Denner came into this one in P3 in the championship, just 2 points behind Daniel Vasile. Of course, that's going to swing in favour of the Romanian at the end of this race. As things stand, with still 2/3 left of it to complete. There you can see the Sodi Cup machine, the 141 of Marek Scriven. Start on the front row, drop back in behind Daniel Vasile for the CR Racing team and the Birilat chassis, trying to get up and onto the back of Christian Batuka if he is able to. Flying through these laps thick and fast, because these KZ2s, funnily enough, are pretty quick as they negotiate round at Cremona, especially through the chicane. Flick to the left, flick to the right, over the crest and onto this back stretch. And you can just see the gap that Batuka has got. I mean, he has just been, in terms of raw pace, unstoppable this weekend. As Daniel Vasile, again, trying to just manage that gap, keep it under a second if possible. Maybe if there's a mistake, and a very uncharacteristic mistake from Batuka to capitalise. We saw there the 119 of Emilien Denner on the back of the 126. Now he's not on the back, he's alongside, and as quick as you can say that, he's in front as well. Emilien Denner up through now on the inside. That was a Pasucci up into 6th position now for the Frenchman, and he's got Ebner just in front as well for 5th place. After that it'll be Mettinen on his radar and in his sights potentially. On to lap 7 of 15, over half distance of the way through. Dion van Verven is the one to set the fast lap time of this race. Look over the shoulder from Christian Batuka, and maybe Daniel Vasile is looking a little bit closer than he expected. Outside line being taken there, and a bit of side-to-side contact, I think, between Ebner and also Mettinen as well, as they went in towards the pit lane hairpin. That got very close for comfort and allowed the rest of the pack to slide in. Emilien Denner was the one tapped wide in the end from Basuki, as the 126 was able to get the up and under and find a way past. A quick counter-attack though to the inside from the 119. Emilien Denner not leaving anything on the table as he works his way back through on to lap 8 of 15.
Aggression from Emilien Denner. Massimiliano Petsuki losing 3 positions. The Krypton Motorsport driver back in P10 ahead of James Anagnostiatis. Coming onto the straight, they were side by side, they did touch. Respect between these two drivers. Ferociously competitive. There is Petsuki, head of Anagnostiatis, Fabrizio Rosati. Bertuka, Vasile, Marek Scriven on your screen in P3. We go to Alfons Mettinen from Finland. Moritz Ebner at the EKS Condor chassis in P5. And Emilien Denner with that aggressive move now moves into P6. Head of Jensen Graham, Kimi Tani, Dion van Verven and James Anagnostiatis now inside the top 10. Daniel Vasile, as you see in the bottom left of your screen, has just put in the fastest lap of the race. I can tell you, James Anagnostiatis, the Mercedes AMG Junior for the Prema Racing team, has just gone through the IAMI, tuned by the legendary Spanish-Argentine engine tuner Hernan Chiaramello, has just clocked 143.7 kilometers an hour through the speed trap. Fastest, Daniel Vasile. A 10th of a second, 2 kart lengths behind Christian Cannibal. Has been the form driver over the past few seasons in KZ2, Supermaster Series champion, Final Cup champion, KZ2 World Cup champion, having taken that title at the Algarve International Circuit in Portugal last year. Dominated that weekend right up until the final, when, I won't say nerves certainly got the better of him, but he did have a much tighter fight in what was the biggest victory of his career thus far. Factory professional driver for the Birilat Racing team, now part of the newly announced, is no longer a secret, the Chorus Group. Of course, the Chorus Group CEO, Mr. Gianfranco De Bellis. Sorry, the president, Mr. Gianfranco De Bellis, and the CEO, Mr. Giovanni Delfino, together with Tartus Auto Technica, Birilat Kart Republic, have formed a super group, the Chorus Group. Birilat in P1, the Charles Leclerc kart in second. and the Sodi Kart Sigma of Marek Skrivan in third place. This is our final pre-final of the morning. Christian Bertuga, 1:03 the TM-powered Birilat. From Vasile. Anignostiadis, meanwhile, has gone up into P9 ahead of Kimitani, behind Dian van Verven. The Dutchman, who narrowly missed the podium at Franciacorta. Marek Skriven on the back of the Romanian Daniel Vasile. Bertuca controls the pace. They are not teammates officially in reality. Birilat and the CL, the Charles Leclerc kart, think Red Bull Racing and V-Carb, Toro Rosso, AlphaTauri, whatever they're called this year. That's basically the relationship between the first two drivers. Marek Skriven, first podium, WSK, the Final Cup at Sano back in 2022 off memory. Driving the Praga kart. This is his first race with CBB Sports Sodi Kart, and he promptly took pole position on Friday. He's over the back of DV in P2. Bertuca, we go back to Mettinen. There's the Finn. Denner, Graham, the Scotsman from Dion van Verven, Ebner and James Anagnostiadis. Massimiliano Petsuki has fallen down to 20th position as David Trefeloff joins Brovko, Omet, Armstrong, Fragakis and Knudsen as the retirements, but Putsuki, Massimiliano with a 46.4 has gone fastest. He's down in 20th place. Good debut performance, deserves credit also. Does Ilias El Marzuki, driving for the KGT Motorsport team from Rome, of Stefano Tredicini, the driver from Casablanca in Morocco, one of two African nations with a realistic potential of joining the calendar in the next 2 years on the FIA Formula One World Championship Tour. Two projects taking place in Morocco. And of course, inevitably, we will go back and race a Formula One Grand Prix at Kyalami after becoming so close to that contract being signed in 2024. This is the last lap of the pre-final here this morning. Christian Cannibal dominates the weekend here at Cremona. He won at Franciacorta. Vasile defensive on Marek Skrivan, who puts it up the inside on the last lap of the race. Skrivan's gone on through. Vasile tries to fight back. Bertuca wins KZ2, the pre-final, to line up on pole position for the final. But a fantastic last lap pass. Marek Skrivan goes down the inside to take P2 away from Vasile on the last lap of the race. Bertuca, Skrivan, Vasile, Alphonse comes home in P4 from Jensen Graham, the Scotsman who was in an ambulance at Franciacorta throughout the heats. He came back to race on Sunday. He's come back to finish P5 in round 2 of the Final Cup, the pre-final here this morning. Dion van Verven, a position behind in P6. The highlights of our final pre-final this morning. Bertuca from pole position led the field away, and from there the Italian was untouchable. Marcus Armstrong was out on the 7th corner of the first lap of the race. Daniel Vasile and Massimiliano Petsuki going on through. Daniel into P2, but Marek Skrivan had brilliant speed in the CVB Stodi Kart. Aggression from Emilian Denner. That cost Petsuki, but it would get worse for the driver who took pole position of Franciacorta, ultimately finishing in 18th position. Some consolation of 46.4. He was the quickest driver in the pre-final here this morning. The results of our final pre-final here, the WSK Final Cup. Bertuca wins, gets points, starts on pole position for the final. Skrivan with that last lap pass, second. Vasile, Meitinen, Jensen Graham, Dion van Verven, Ebner, Tani, Daniel Stell, and first KZ2 race for the Mercedes AMG junior driver, James Anagnostiadis in 10. We'll take a very short break here at Cremona. The pre-finals have been raced. The grids have been set. We race the finals in just a moment. Penultimate event of the 20th anniversary season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport. Welcome to a cool but sunny day here at Cremona in the north of Italy. Round 2, the WSK Final Cup for 2025. 336 drivers from 56 nations around the world have arrived at this world-class motorsport facility to race the second round of the WSK Final Cup here at Cremona. This is the second round. We go to Lonato in 2 weeks' time. The first race took place at Franciacorta 2 weeks ago. We've got an action-packed 7 finals, starting with Mini Under 10. The carts are coming out onto the grid before we race the first of our 7 finals today. Let's take a look back at what happened a fortnight ago, just up the road at Franciacorta. Who took victory. In Mini Group 3, Victor took the victory for the Tony Kart Racing Team, Garoon in P1. Nicolas Marquez won the Final Cup in 2024. He won the first round a fortnight ago for Team Driver as well. In OKNJ, Lucas Palacio from Washington, D.C. in the United States, the Williams Jr. took victory. And in OKJ, it was the reigning junior world champion, the Ferrari Jr., Noah Baglan, who bagged the victory. Indrik Peschel from the Czech Republic put the green team back on top, winning for the Tony Kart Racing team. And Christian Bertuka, they say the race is not won at the start, but he launched from the second row of the grid to lead into the first corner. And from there, Christian Cannibal was never headed. That was the first round 1 fortnight ago at Franciacorta. We have been blessed with beautiful weather for the first 2 rounds of the Wsk Final Cup, and the long-range weather forecast is looking likely as well at Lonato in 2 weeks' time. Mini under 10, here's our first pre-final, Wingod Scholk. We'll start from pole position, the Red Bull Junior from the Dutch Caribbean island of Curaçao, looking to go 2 weeks in a row. To find out how he got there, let's take a look back of some of the highlights in Mini under 10 thus far this week at CREMONA. 63 drivers in the youngest category racing here, the Mini under 10 drivers. They arrived at the CREMONA circuit. We're down to the final 63. You can see Wingod Scholk to the left of your screen. Platon Kovtunenko for Bosch Racing, who came home P2 2 weeks ago, will be looking to go one better. He starts on the outside front row of the grid. Nice to have your company wherever you are watching us live all around the world. This is Ian Silvestrin, as ever, with you for commentary, joined once again by Zach Sweeney. Zach, nice to have you back. We are in for seven fantastic races, starting with Mini under 10 in just a moment here at CREMONA.
Yeah, exactly. Wingod Scholk has been the dominant force, I want to say, this weekend. He has just been very, very strong. You can see him just there, the 559, the Red Bull liveried machine at the bottom left of your screen. We're gearing up, of course, for what will be a 10-lap final, similar to what we had for those that joined us in the pre-final. There you can see just how animated some of these young drivers can get as well. A bit further down in the field, warming themselves up, getting the blood flowing, getting themselves hyped up for what is going to be the most important race of their weekend. We are over halfway of the way done with the WSK Final Cup in 2025, which feels weird to say. It feels like we've only just got started, but only 3 rounds for this championship. It means that each and every single point counts, and well, coming into this race, Wingod Scholk 171 points, and that being 65 points clear of Platon Kovtunenko in second. The driver he shares the front row with, you can see the 555 on the right in the Bosch Racing colours. Shouldn't be too much longer until we get this race underway, and I for one am absolutely, well, I'm thrilled to be here and to be very excited to be able to watch this final. 10 laps of racing ahead of us, 12.2 kilometers around the CREMONA circuit. Wingod Scholk in form, but as we know, anything can change when it comes to the final.
Just a moment prior to the start, the sun is shining, the temperature not too bad for this time of year in the north of Italy, 14 degrees. The track rubbered in. We are doing times faster than qualifying 48 hours ago. Wingod Scholk to start on pole position. Some drivers further back in the pack to watch out for, the likes of the North Americans, Mateo Garcia from Mexico, Colton Snickenberg. The Texan, they start 18, 16 respectively. Theo Steindal back on grid 21 for the Monster K factory team. Andreas Papagiorgio for the CRG racing team. The Cypriot has been super quick, but very unlucky this week as well. He starts out of grid 23. The green flag flies. We take a look at the grid for you. as the 36 mini under 10 drivers drive into life. And we are underway. Wsk starts out of pole position for the Kidix driver performance team. Alongside the Ukrainian Platon Kovtunenko, Daniel Pasquale in the fastest qualifier, Sasha Midas out of 4. Koramo, Skullhammer, the third row of the grid, Josh Bergman, the WSK Supermaster Series champion. The Andretti Jr. from Jamaica, Zane Burgess ahead of Zvadic and Julian van der Kortele. Leo Kralev, fastest qualifier at front, Chakota, the team driver. Out of grid 11, the Moroccan Nail El Gahadi out of 12. Heroba, Acton, Pachilo, Colton out of grid 16. Stets, Garcia, Fadel Barreta, son of former LaRousse Formula 1 Grand Prix driver Olivier Barreta, and Hugo Hejnar out of 20. Steindal, Eduardo, the train, Kraina, Papa Giorgio back on 23 alongside Jonas Tam. Mitroken, Jan Algre, another Estonian, Oliver Vatens. The Belgian Spaniard, another Spaniard, that's Amador Padovani. Sitov and Lucas Natan. Guido Ebergeni, the Mexican Serbian from Dubai, alongside the Dutchman Denver Boss. Leon Giudicelli, Mowibowo, Jolna, and the Syrian Austrian Gatsi Al-Magded out of grid 36. Under the control of our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino. Wsk leads the field up to the line. The mini under 10 final here at Cremona, the WSK Final Cup. We don't race. Another formation lap. Zach, what a tremendous atmosphere. I'm excited for this one, the first of our 7 finals here this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, the paddock is buzzing, right? And the weather's good, the racing's been good. I mean, what's not to love when it comes to the WSK Final Cup? I mean, everyone is competitive, but they're all here for the love of the game. They're all here for their passion and to see these young drivers progress. If you're watching along and you're not aware of the alumni of the WSK Final Cup, let me tell you it's plentiful. People like Arvin Lindberg, Kimi Antonelli, who's starting on the front row this evening, Taylor Barnard, to name a few, have all come through Final Cup. Stars of today have already come through. The stars of the future are on the grid right now. You're watching them live here on the WSK Promotion YouTube channel, and let us know where you are watching around the world. This is the first of 7 finals that we've got for round number 2 of the WSK Promotion Final Cup in 2025 here at Cremona. They're running their way around the second attempt, let's say, at the start. Wsk, Platon Kovtunenko, the 2 favourites to come out on top this afternoon. Let's see what Wsk can do. Let's see what Kovtunenko can do on the disadvantage outside of the front row.
De Grote Godschok in the eerste positie. Win, Platon. They touched wheels. They went 1-2 in the final corner. At Franciacorta, they share the front row of the grid. The mini under 10 final here at Cremona. Again, we go around, no starts. You get the sense that Wsk was trying to get the run and leave Platon Kovtunenko behind. Another formation lap. Looking if any driver, I've got a personal suspicion, one of them is going to receive a warning flag here. "36 karts on the circuit. Beautiful sunshine. Here at the Cremona track. Rebuilt in 2020, it was a former rental kart circuit. Only a few hundred metres in length, now 1,224 metres long. FIA world-class facility. Adjacent to the car racing and motorcycle circuit, which is back on the calendar, the World Superbike Championship for the 3rd time, as the World Superbikes revisit Cremona on September 27, 2026. No warning flag yet. The 3rd attempt. Surely we go green this time. Godschok leading the field up to the line slowly. Platon Kovtunenko animated as the fastest qualifier. Sasha Midas for Team Baby Race pushes him up to the line. Godschok tries to get the run. The mini under 10 final here at Cremona. We race. Sasha Midas darts to the inside. Platon Kovtunenko has been hung out to dry. from the notorious outside front row of the grid. The Ukrainian back to 6, but he's hung on the outside, which eventually becomes on the inside. Nice recovery from Platon Kovtunenko. Daniel Pasquale has rocketed up into second place. A crash out of turn 3 in the background has cost us David Acton. Colton Snickenberg as well. Colton's in trouble. Colton's out. Snickenberg is out. Along with Yunus Tam. Wingod Shog has got the race lead. A local yellow only for the moment. Scrap that. We go full course yellow. Colton Snickenberg from Texas. Multiple WSK podiums. The Ward Racing driver has come together with Yunus Tam. Otto Horoba for Bosch Racing also involved. Denver Boss as well. A replay of the start, a fantastic getaway from Wingodchol. Platon Kovtunenko was back to 7th place, but did recover. He's in P5, in 555. We go full course yellow after just a lap of the mini under 10 final because we've lost Mowi Borwal from Jakarta, Indonesia, the Dutchman, Denver Boss, Yunus Tam, and an expected front runner, Colton Snickenberg. David Acton and Otto Horoba, they were also involved, but they have managed to rejoin. They are at the back of the pack. In fact, there is David Acton just going on by. The Bosch Racing driver, Otto Horoba, also still circulating, but way down in 30th position. The drivers, thankfully, are okay. Another lap under full course yellow. No problem, Zach, for Wingodchol. He's unaware of what happened behind. He doesn't need to know. He's in position 1, looking to go 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, I mean, he's, what more can he do, really? He can jog the pace from the front row. He's got the inside line for turn number 1, as is the virtue of being on pole position, and just drove quite cleanly. You know, didn't take too many risks into the opening corner, just kept his position, didn't open the door for anyone else to come through. Exactly what you'd expect from a driver backed, of course, by a team as prestigious, of course, as Red Bull. In second position, though, of course, a good launch for Coramo on the 3rd row of the grid, on the inside of the 3rd row from 5th position. Same to Daniel Pasquale, keeping that 3rd position that he started in. Of course, as you'd expect, the outside of the front row, and to be fair, the even numbered anyway, the right-hand side of your screen, the left-hand side of your circuit, there's a slight kink on the run up to the line, and that obviously increases the distance those on the outside have to run relative to the inside. And then also, to extrapolate that, the entirety of the first 4 corners are all right-handers, which if you're on the left, especially in karting, you just get hung to dry around the outside. So that's why we saw Kovtunenko, not necessarily a bad start. I mean, a better start probably would have helped, but the 555 was almost destined to, at the very least, drop a couple of positions because it's very hard to tuck immediately straight into the right-hand side. It won't be the end of this lap that we go green. We'll have at least one more of full course yellow running, so it's going to take us close to half distance in this race, in fact. And of course, if you're Wingodchok, you're going to be saying, yeah, cool, let's do the entire race under full course yellow, because when it's yellow flags, I can't be overtaken. I think at the end of this lap, though, we should be ready to be going green. I can see some yellow flags being put away. So
yes, sorry, Zach, we are going green next lap.
Yeah. So, with just what will be, well, we'll go on to lap 5. So 6 laps left of this race left to go. Wingodchok from Coramo, who will be in single file behind him. He needs to get a good launch in order to contest the 559 to stop him running away in this championship, because already, at the moment, he's sitting 110 points clear of Kovtunenko in second.
So Snickenberg, Tam, Denver Boss, and Mulwood Borwal are out, but thankfully they are fine. We go back green this time, the mini under 10 final. Godchok, Ito Kormo from Finland, and Daniel Pasquale, the CRG, in position 3. Godchok in P1, under enormous pressure, with 29 talents from around the world right behind. The green flag flies once again to the left of your screen, and we race a fantastic getaway from Kotomol. Tries the inside, but Godshot goes defensive. He white lines it down the straight and into turn 3 as well. Kovtunenko, watch the Ukrainian again. He tries the outside line. Platon determined to take revenge for losing at Franciacorta, but he's just lost a position to the driver from the United States of America, the WSK Supermaster Series champion, Josh Bergman. Platon punching the air, hoping that Josh sees him. He is furious. He's quick, but he's losing track position. Gottschalk with the race lead from Ito Koromo. Pasquale, the CRG in P3. Platon sends it on the Supermaster Series champion. Kovtunenko takes no prisoners. 555 for Porsche Racing. The Ukrainian takes the American back to P4.
On to lap 6 of 10. 5 to go. Gottschalk in control. Karamo just in behind. Pasquale from Kovtunenko. Josh Bergman, he's had an up and down weekend, to be honest. The pace has been there. He's just not quite had the progress and the momentum to be going forward. Whereas Kovtunenko has been really strong at just getting his head back into the game. He knew probably coming into this it would be difficult on the outside of the front row. He's got his head down. He now knows he's got 4.5 laps to do something with this opportunity and get himself back onto that podium. Win Gottschalk under a little bit of pressure though from Karamo, the Finn. Itu trying to put a bit of pressure in for Parallel Motorsport. There you can see in the white, the red and the black. And the red and white helmet as well. That's the Finn, the 622 of Itu Karamo, trying to chase after the Red Bull liveried machine. Win Gottschalk still in control, but it only takes one mistake or even just a better run for Karamo for this entire field to flip on its head. We can see a couple of cars going side by side, or at the very least thinking of defending, that being the 505 of Max Farich, trying to keep Zane Burgess at bay in the battle for 7th position. At the moment, Win Gottschalk, he's keeping it nice and tidy. The 551 of Daniel Pasquale under a bit of pressure. The 555 of Platon Kovtunenko finds a way through, set the fastest lap last time through, finds the inside line through the chicane and gets himself back onto the podium.
Here we go. Platon Kovtunenko goes through to P3 determined. He's the Ukrainian. He's just driven by. Taken Daniel Pasquale. Bergman, Sasha Midas, the Frenchman from Barcelona who took pole position in time qualifying. Win Gottschalk, P1, but under pressure. The Finn, the Ukrainian, they're both coming. The rest of the field go through the final few corners. 3 laps to race. Gottschalk stares back to see 29 mini drivers trying to chase him down. There's the second Red Bull Junior, the WSK Supermaster Series champion, Josh Bergman. Sasha Midas, the Team Baby Race, in 4th place. Fastest driver on the circuit with a 54.294. Pulling away from Pasquale, Bergman, Burgess, the Andretti Jr. from the Moroccan, Nail El Gahoudi. Platon Kovtunenko fires it down the inside. Fantastic pass from the Ukrainian. You know who he's got in his sights. He wants revenge. He's coming after. Win Gottschalk. They went wheel to wheel. There was smoke coming off the Vega tires on the final corner at Franciacorta. Determined to retake the race lead, but he's gone back to P4. He's going to be passed by Josh Bergman. JB down the inside of PK. Bergman takes Kovtunenko. Win is walking away with this. Gottschalk, the grote Gottschalk in the eerste positie. The driver from the Dutch Caribbean island of Curacao has got the race lead. It is an enormous lead in mini under 10 terms. 1.5 laps to race. Sasha sends it to second. It is going wrong for Platon Kovtunenko. From P2, he's now fallen even off the podium. Gottschalk, Midas, Koromo, Josh Bergman's coming on strong. Burgess, the Moroccan, Nail El Gahoudi. Bergman repassed. Ito Koromo goes on through. Dit is de laatste ronde. De piloot van Curaçao in de eerste positie. Midas in second place. Surely Sasha Midas will go on to take victory here. There's Josh Bergman behind Platon Kovtunenko, who as it stands will miss the podium. Win Gottschalk, 1 at Franciacorta. He stares back behind him. Midas is coming, he won't do it. Pasquale A great start, but the Italians down in P9 ahead of Julian van der Kortele. Last lap, there's the second Red Bull Junior, Josh Bergman. The first Red Bull Junior rounds the final few corners. Win Gottschalk wins at Franciacorta. Win takes the win again. The checkered flag is about to wave. Gottschalk goes 2 from 2. And the driver from the Dutch Caribbean island of Curaçao wins the Mini Under 10 final. Sasha home in second place, and a well-deserved podium for the Finn, Itu Koromo. Gottschalk, the Grote Gottschalk, takes victory here at Cremona. Zach, he's done it. 2 from 2 for the Red Bull Junior. Win Gottschalk.
It has been a near faultless weekend for Win Gottschalk. Let's talk through some highlights. And well, for Win Gottschalk, the entire race was a breeze. Kept the lead in towards turn number 1 while Planton Kovtunenko fell back. After full course yellow period, we got our racing back underway, and Gottschalk did not need a second invitation to check out in front. Of course, was chased down by the likes of Itu Koramo and Rassi Munoz. Josh Bergman would get involved in some skirmishes, trying to hang on to those hopes for a podium. Planton Kovtunenko starting on the outside of the front row, would then have to ascend his way back through the field, getting as high as second, with a move nicely done to the inside of the Finn. But of course, that momentum would quickly dwindle and swing back in favour of the Finnish driver, who then opened the door for Rassi Munoz to find a way through. Our pole sitter on Friday climbing their way back towards the podium. Josh Bergman, argy-bargy, and forced wide through the final couple of corners, and it all kicked off. Kovtunenko was forced wide there by Josh Bergman, who opened the door for the 560 of El Kahudi. The checker flag would wave, and Win Gottschalk would do it again. Let's run you through the results then of the first final. The Mini Under 10s here with Win Gottschalk taking the victory for Kiddix driver performance, and Sasha Rassi Munoz and Itu Koramo completing the podium. El Kahudi from Planton Kovtunenko for Bosch Racing completes the top 5. Behind that, the likes of Svaric, Burgess, Bergman, Pascali and Skullhammer the top 10. Andreas Papagiorgio would climb himself up 12 positions to be inside the top 11. Bretta from Van der Kortele, Pakilo, Leo Krahler from Stech just in behind that. Shitov, Almigdad, Steendal and David Acton down in P20, unfortunately. Guido Ebegeni from Garcia, then comes trainer from Padiviani, Guidicelli, Lucas, Oliver Vaitjens, Henya, Alga, Mitrikin, Zollner and Hrober. No, in fact, actually, Zollner was the last of those that finished with the DNFs, as you can see there, the Slovakian of Hrober. We lost also Colton Schniegenberg, who came into this, by the way, inside the top 5 in the championship. Tam, Denver and Wabowo we also lost as well at the end of that race. Ian is going to run down to the podium presentations to greet our 3 drivers of Win Gottschalk, Sasha Rassi Munoz and Itu Koramo after a very intense Mini Under 10 final. Of course, we get to move on with the rest of our day as well, with the Mini Group 3s coming up very shortly. But let's take a sort of, a reflection on that race and the racing that we've had. I hope everyone is having a fantastic day. Wherever you're watching from around the world, let us know who you're cheering on for, where you're watching from, and what you've made of the Wsk Final Cup in 2025 thus far. I can see still 920 people tuning in to see the stars of the future on circuit here today. And again, we've already alluded to the sheer alumni of the Wsk Final Cup and WSK promotion in general, and the talent that's been promoted through these. Of course, a lot of people that are now in Formula 1 have raced in WSK, the likes of Lando Norris. Kimi Antonelli won this exact championship a couple of years ago. The likes of Taylor Barnard, who now races with DS Penske in Formula E, have all come through WSK and have all come through the WSK Final Cup as well. There you can see the podium, and the US flag flying prominently. I think it took 3 or 4 final victories at Franciacorta. The US were looking very, very quick, of course joined by the Spanish, and the Finnish in the form of Rassi Munoz and Itu Koramo as well to be greeted by some very lovely trophies, and of course for Win Gottschalk some championship points. Quick update on that, by the way. Virtual championship, Win Gottschalk 241. Platon Kovtunenko in second place, 131. So 110-point swing in the championship, already in favour of Win Gottschalk. He's looking very strong to go and take that championship in a couple of weeks' time when we take to Lonato, the centre of the karting universe, as Ian has been saying all weekend long. Zane Burgess would take P3 in the championship, but again, there's more points on offer, of course, when it comes to each round of the Wsk Final Cup. So 2 weeks ago, it was 40 points for a pre-final win, and then it was 60 points for a final win. This weekend, it's 50 for a pre-final and 70 for a final. You can probably guess where this is going for Lonato. 60 for a pre-final and 80 for the final. So as we go through the season, the points get even more stacked up, which means that you're still in it all the way to the end of the final round. And again, the bad luck that's befallen the likes of Kovtunenko, who had a DNF yesterday, that put him on the back foot and cost him some points potentially in the overall heat standings as well. Obviously, that could also happen to Gottschalk in a couple of weekends' time as well. You just never know when it comes to motorsport. There you can just about see a slither of Ian Salvestrin in the corner of the screen. Down there you can see a lot of people joining us for the podium celebrations. Hopefully some drivers very shortly just in front of the Wsk sort of HQ. And there we can see the next final grid ready to get going. It'll be mini group 3 once we've finalised things down here for the podium ceremony. Very much looking forward to seeing the celebrations, and of course for Win Gottschalk, he'll be getting pretty used to being up on the top step of the podium. Of course, taking a sensational victory here today. I mean, it wasn't really close. Last time at Franciacorta, remember, it was side by side with Platon Kovtunenko all the way to the checker flag. A late switch back through the penultimate corner for Win Gottschalk would then see him take the victory on the final lap. This time, though, he led from pole and had a pretty easy affair. There you can see our drivers ready to get themselves onto the podium. And remember those faces, remember those names. You'll probably see them on some very good grids in the future. Let's head down to Ian, though, who's ready to do some podium ceremonies.
The podium presentation for the Mini Under 10 final, round 2 of the Wsk Final Cup. In third place for Parallel Motorsport from Finland, Ito Koramo. A fabulous weekend, the fastest qualifier for Team Baby Race. In second place, Sasha Midas. He took the victory at Franciacorta. He takes the victory again here at Cremona. The winner of round 2, the Wsk Final Cup for the Kiddix Driver Performance Team. The Gottschalk Win takes the win here at Cremona. And representing the winning team, the Kiddix Driver Performance Team, F1 Academy driver Ava Anagnostiadis. Third place from Finland, Itu Koramo. Second place from Spain, Sasha Midas. And the winner of round 2, the Wsk Final Cup here at Cremona, officially from the United States of America, Win Gottschalk. And representing the winning team, the Kiddix Driver Performance Team, F1 Academy high-tech driver Ava Anagnostiadis. And also to receive again the magnificent Vulcan timepiece, Win Gottschalk. The national anthem of the United States of America. the podium for the Mini Under-10 final. Third place, Ito Koromo. Second, Sasha Midos. And the winner again, Win Gottschalk. Zach, a great start to the afternoon. The Mini Under-10 final. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Ian, and very much looking forward to getting the next of 7 finals underway. It's time for Mini Group 3, and well, I for one am absolutely buzzing for this one. Nicolo Pericol will be starting from pole position alongside Stan Ratajski. We'll run you through the full grid in a few moments' time, but it's a perfect afternoon considering we're sort of in early November here in Italy. The sun is shining, it's 14 degrees Celsius, perfect conditions to be going racing, and we've just seen a fantastic one with the Mini Under-10 final. If you are now just joining us, you've joined us at the perfect time as we get our next final underway. Still 6 more to go, 6 more Vulcan timepieces to give out, and still 18 more podium sitters to crown. We've got Ian Silvestri back with us in the commentary box. How's the podium?
Great, Zach. It's been a great start to the afternoon. Mini Group 3, the karts are on the grid. We'll take a look at the highlights of Mini Group 3 before we go racing here in just a few moments' time.
Number you have dialed is not available.
Nick Dangerous to start his penultimate mini race ever. Nicolo Pericol to start on pole position. He'll race the Final Cup at Lanato, the 3rd round of the championship. And like the driver alongside Stan Ratajski, will be racing in OKJ in 2026. 36 drivers on the grid for Mini Group 3, the original 60cc Mini category. The Final Cup right back to Emil Wojciechowski from Poland for Team Baby Race, alongside Felix Cheng from Chinese Taipei. Just a moment away from the start, Nicolo Pericol, 3-time WSK champion, looking to end his career in 60 Mini as a champion as well. He starts on pole position. The 1 minute board is about to go up. Beautiful autumnal skies. It is blue skies. The fog from this morning, it was only 3 degrees Celsius this morning, but the track is dry. The track is actually quick. We are going faster now than our qualifying times set on Friday. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio took pole position on Friday with a time of 54.003. But he starts a little bit further back on the grid. Grid 10, the outside 5th row, but can certainly still win the race from here. Let's take a look at the grid for the mini Group 3 final. Stan Ratajski puts the visor down. He starts out at Grid 2 alongside Nick Dangerous. It's Pericol and Stan Ratajski on the front row of the grid. Bwana Gisese from Lamu in Kenya. Cruelly denied a podium at the first round. Ian Franciacorta starts out at Grid 3 alongside the driver who did finish in P3 2 weeks ago, Noviello. Han from Hong Kong, Zane Pace from Malta, Frigerio. Abraham Shelvis has been in brilliant form this weekend. Victor Gurun, he won at Franciacorta, starts alongside Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Sixth row of the grid sees Andrea Buffo alongside Philip Cascao, Kees Mues van the Netherlands, Liam Nachuati from the United States of America. Mason Kwong, Victor Gugo, Miguel Manzano, one of 16 Mexican drivers here this weekend. Devon Tietz back on 18. DDF, the Roman, now with the Danilo Rossi racing car team. And Isco Alonso, the South American, out of Grid 20. Mick Klinkers, 21. Daniel Ferguson, 8 days after winning in Valencia, out of 22. Pedro Cueto, the Dutch Mexican from the United States, out of 23. Mauro Nario, another Mexican. Janone, Adam Pervul, Vasquez is alongside Ilya Matzo. Vano, Lee Lingan, Mattia Pellin, Pictus, Dominic Lepp, Ava Lawrence, the Emirati-born Australian, Cheng and Emil Wojciechowski. We don't race, another formation lap. The field looking good, but our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, ably assisted by Mr. Filip Trombek from Trinec in the Czech Republic. Send the field around one more time. Zach, Nick Pettico surely is the favourite for this, the Mini Group 3 final.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Stan Ratajski has been decent. I'm not going to be around the bush and say he's not. He's been very, very good. But on the outside of the front row, we saw it with Platon Kovtunenko. You fall back in the final where everyone's at their best, the track is at their quickest. It just becomes more difficult to fight your way back through. I'm not saying it's impossible, but the form that Pettico has been on this weekend, it's going to be tough to back pretty much anyone else. But then again, it's motorsport. Anything can happen between now and the 10 laps between now and the checkered flag. Obviously, Bwana Gisese you can't count out. Don't count out Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio either. 10 laps ahead of us, and well, let's see what Perico can do from pole.
Vladimir Gugol just trying to catch up to the back of the pack. In the foreground, the field. In the background is Gugol. Pettico on pole position. The Mini Group 3 final here at Cremona. We race. Going down the inside, Buffo and Frigerio, but it's Nick Dangerous who goes position 1. Fabulous start from the African. Bwana Gisese in second place. Ratajski back to P4. And the team from Castelnaudolo not too far from here. They're in second, third and fourth. But the Mafra driver, the team driver, in P1 from pole position. Ratajski has to defend. Filippo Frigerio is right there. A clean start for the Mini Group 3 final. Pettico being chased down by the African. Cruelly denied a podium at Franciacorta, but he goes up the inside. He goes on through unexpectedly. And Pettico's back to 15th place. Opportunistic there. Caught myself by surprise. It goes down the inside, dives down the inside. We created a new word. He dives down the inside. Bwana Gisese with an opportunistic, ambitious move. And at the end of that, his teammate Stan Ratajski's gone on through. This is a disaster for Pettico. He's back to P14. Team Baby race. First, second, in third place with Ratajski. John Hunt from Hong Kong. And Bwana Gisese now ahead of Noviello and the Franciacorta race winner, Victor Gurun. Costly that move from Bwana Gisese. Nicolo Pettico, he'll be furious.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, he knows coming into this that he's the favourite. Send there from Gisese on the inside of John Hahn as well. And nicely done between the two teammates. But yeah, I mean, what can he do now? He's got to pick himself back up. He's still got the rest of the race to try and recover. but it just happens at the blink of an eye. Everything that you've worked for all weekend can come undone. It's not over until it's over, and a driver like Pedicol can still fight back through. But yeah, he's going to be feeling quite hard done by, quite frustrated after that one. But that's what it boils down to. And yeah, still, 8 laps left to go to decide this one. Ratajski, though, not going to complain at all. He consolidated the move, obviously on the outside of turn 1 going into the opening corner. He's now got the race lead ahead of his 2 teammates. What can Buana Gisese do? What can John Hahn do? Maybe even Victor Gordon make it 2 from 2. Much more difficult affair than what Wyn Godchaux done to do the same thing. But Victor Gordon climbing his way through the field, started this race alongside the Pietro Antonio on the 5th row of the grid, already up into P4, already got sight of the race leaders.
Giuseppe Noviello is now the top team driver. There is Pedicol in the background. He's just got by the Andalusian and Spanish champion, Abraham Silvas, who's had a fabulous week. Stan Ratajski from the race lead goes back to position 2. For the first time in WSK history, in the 2-decade history of WSK promotion World Motorsport, we have got a driver from Kenya in the east of Africa who is leading a WSK final. His name is Buana Gisese. Ratajski back to second, Victor Gordon briefly into 3rd place, back to 4th. He's retaken Giuseppe Noviello. Zane, absolutely on the pace, is the Maltese driver. He's in position 5. Hahn, Di Pietro Antonio, Nachawati, Niccolò Pedicol is firing around the circuit. Purple sector, purple lap. He's about to come across the line. We go into the second half of this race. Pedicol 53.78 that time. He's now in traffic behind Zane Pace, Liam Nachawati, and Super Lolo Bros. Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio, Il Laziale in P6. Behind John Hahn. Nachawati's gone on by. Fastest driver on the circuit is Miguel Manzano, down in 15th place. The Mexican with a 55.507. Ratajski on the back of Buana. Victor is coming on strong, looking to go 2 weeks in a row. Does not attack that time. Giuseppe Noviello crossed the line in P4 at Franciacorta. Inherited 3rd place. Buana Gisese, the spoiler, dropping down in the formation laps. And now he goes P1. The African from the Polish Frenchman. The Romanian American in P3. And right here in Italy, Giuseppe Noviello, l'Italiano, pilota, team driver, 1 step from the podium. Team Baby Race, go 1-2, slow exit out of the chicane that time for Buana Gisese down into turn 8. Victor Gordon is going to push Stan Ratajski into the lead. And Gisese from P1 back to P3, under attack from Giuseppe Noviello. Pedicol is in P6. His teammate just ahead, Il Bergamaschino, is coming on strong. He's behind John Hahn from Hong Kong. Pedicol is firing around the circuit. He lights up the timing screens. Purple first sector, purple second sector, 53.222 for the Mafra team driver. There's his teammate on the inside of Victor. He won at Franciacorta. He now falls off the podium. Pedicol is coming. He's behind the driver from Hong Kong, John Hahn. Down the inside goes Noviello, puts Buana Gisese back to P4. It is on. Look at that, the bottom left of your screen, Zach. Into the 52s. Pedicol is coming. Can he do it?
Oh, there's nothing that you want less coming up behind you than a riled up racing driver who was on pole position and fell back through the pack. Niccolò Pedicol is going to be motivated like no other and is going to be driving the wheels off that car. He picks off another target on the inside of turn 12 there. Nicely done indeed from the Italian driver, and still the hope of a podium is there. I mean, I can't name many other drivers that could be pulling off a drive as good as this one. Look over the shoulder from Giuseppe Noviello, probably not expecting to see Niccolò Pedicol, but knows he is there. He knows the threat is looming large. Stan Ratajski, though, doing exactly what you'd expect. He's seen the threat, he's seen the battling, and now he's trying to capitalise. He's got a second clear from Victor Gurun and is now trying to just get away as best as he can. We've got 2 laps left to go when we get to the timing line this time through. Look over the shoulder from Gurun. He has to defend from Noviello. Nicolò Pericol finds the space to the inside of turn 8. Sensationally done. Noviello tries to go for the switchback on Gurun, leaves the space open, and the Italian Pericol finds his way through. Up now onto the podium, and on the back now of the 5:36. Victor Gurun, in fact, actually draws alongside. A sensational dive from Pericol up in a second.
Nicolò Pericol was in position 14. He crosses the line to start lap 9 in second place. The problem is Stan Ratajski is 1.4 seconds clear. Team Baby Race, team driver in second and third, with Noviello, who's looking at his second consecutive podium. Here is John Hahn, Victor Gurun, Franciacorta race winner for the Tony Kart Racing Team P5. Giuseppe, after leading, has fallen back to 6th place. Under attack from LDP. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio down the inside of the African. Zane Pace follows on through. The gap 1.4 seconds, 1.3 seconds now, as we see Di Pietrantonio defending from Pace. Falls back to P11. Lorenzo's out of it. Now the team drivers trade positions over the ripple strip. And diving down the inside, John Hahn from Hong Kong. From the former English Protectorate, which used to host the most spectacular event up until the early 1990s in Victoria Park. In World Karting, John Hahn from Hong Kong is on the podium. C'est le dernier tour pour le pilote de la France dans la tête de la course. Stan Ratajski is on the last lap. He will win. Ratajski will take victory here this afternoon. Pericol's in second place. Victor will not take the victory for the second week in a row. The Romanian American for the Tony Kart Racing Team currently on the podium, but under attack from Noviello. And Buona Giuseppe, he's back into it. Attendons le drapeau à damier for Stan Ratajski, the WSK Open Cup champion, comes across the line for Team Baby Race. He wins it. Stan Ratajski takes victory here at Cremona. Head in the hands for Nicolò Pericol, ma che bravissimo il bergamaschino. Chiude la gara in seconda posizione. The driver from Bergamo comes home P2. Remember, he was in 14th at the end of the third lap. And John Hahn from Hong Kong on the podium in third place. What a race! Stan Ratajski takes victory here at Cremona, the second round of the WSK Final Cup.
What a sensational drive it was from Stan Ratajski, and equally from Nicolò Pericol. Let's take a look at some of the highlights then over the last 10 laps of racing action. It was, well, quite intense from the get-go, but a tap wide from Buona Giuseppe would then see Nicolò Pericol drop back into the pack and see Baby Race take 1, 2 and 3 at the opening part of this battle. It was a fight all the way through the race, as you could see. Giuseppe fighting away with the likes of Stan Ratajski, and the counter-attack was, well, plentiful. Up the inside goes a number of the drivers. Ratajski was the first to launch the counter-attack, but then you also had the likes of John Hahn getting himself involved and launching his own sort of frontline offensive manoeuvre. Victor Gurun would also get himself involved, but obviously the looming threat was large from Nicolò Pericol, charging his way back through the field, and Giuseppe Noviello as well, vying for a second consecutive podium. Moves here, there and everywhere in the mini group 3s. They would not be using, well, they would use all of the circuit in terms of getting their moves done, especially Nicolò Pericol, as he would ascend his way back from 14th position and up into second place. A couple laps later, and of course Nicolò Pericol made it 2 in a row in terms of positions gained. He got past one, he then launched it back down the inside of the other, and would then set his sights on trying to gain for the race lead. It was argy-barging up over the curb for Nicolò Pericol towards the end of the race, though. His ascent towards race victory would have to come to a close, and then the fight for third would ensue. The 5:36 of Victor Gurun would try and hang on. In the end, it would be unsuccessful. It would be Stan Ratajski that would take victory from Nicolò Pericol Frigerio and John Hahn that would then take that final place on the podium. We'll run you through the full results. Stan Ratajski from Nicolo Perico and John Hahn, the top three from Victor Gurun, and Zane Pace from Malta inside the top five. Giuseppe Noviello couldn't quite do 2 consecutive podiums, but we'll forgive him with how intense that battle was from Nascerati, Frigerio from Manzano, and Buffo, the top 10 drivers to take to that race. 10 laps in the books, and behind that is the likes of Shelvis, Nario, Ferguson, Kwong, and Kees Moyes in the top 15. Kazukawa from Di Filippo and Iannone from Lingham Lee, and Alonso, the Chilean, rounding out the top 20. Of course, still a few finishers, a few DNFs in that race. Pelin, unfortunately for Pedro Cueto, only P22. Wojciechowski from Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, only 24th for the Italian, not at all where he would have wanted to finish. Ava Lawrence, Vasquez, Chang Lep, Mick Klinkers, and Pictis from Buana Gesese, who dropped to the back end of the field on the final lap. Gugo Mazo, Devon Titz, Pervu, and Varno, the two that unfortunately didn't get to the end of the race. That's going to wrap it up then for Mini Group 3. Well, not entirely. As you can see, we'll be heading down to the podium in a few moments' time. Ian's just made his way down to go and do that one. There you can see some fantastic trophies presented by the fantastic ladies there, as you can see on cameras. All smiles here in the WSK paddock to present these awards. Of course, the winners as well, with the partnership with WSK in 2025, a Vulcan timepiece that they will be getting. Our 3 winners, of course, of Franciacorta get them. Our final winners of Franciacorta got them, all 7 of them, and now our winners here at Cremona will get them as well across all 3 rounds. Pretty decent trophies, if I do say so myself. They do look very, very nice indeed. There you can see the preparations for the OKN final getting underway, and we'll be down to them in a few moments' time, of course, for our 3rd of 7 finals. A big hello and welcome if you are now just joining us here on the live stream. You're about to see the podium ceremony for the recent final. We have the Mini Group 3s, all 10 laps of racing action with Ian Salvestron down to announce the winners of that one. And we're about sort of 5 or so minutes away from getting the OKN final underway as well. Still a lot of racing to go. 5 more finals and 5 more winners to crown this afternoon. So make sure you are sticking around, get your snacks, and make sure you're comfortable on your sofa or wherever you're watching from to witness the stars of the future here today. I mean, we say it pretty much after the end of every race because of just how good the talent that we've got for WSK is. And that was proven in that fantastic race we just saw. Nicolo Perico dropping back to P14 after contact, fighting his way back through all the way up the field into P2. I mean, it's just insane. Starting from pole position, you'd be frustrated, and a lot of drivers would be demotivated and not really have that fire to go all the way back towards the front. But Perico did exactly that. Of course, an intense battle, nonetheless, with the likes of John Hahn, Victor Gurun, Zane Pace, and Giuseppe Noviello. It was not easy by any stretch of the imagination, and a big well done to everyone that finished in the higher up places in that race, and big well done to everyone that finished in that race as well. It's never easy to be batting away at this level, and very well done to them. We'll congratulate them even more as we present the top 3 with their trophies down with Ian.
The podium for the Mini Group 3 Final A. Fantastic race, a scintillating affair, which came down to the very last lap. Not for the last corner, though, for the winner. However, in 3rd place from Hong Kong, 14 Baby Race, John Hahn. Un'altra gara strepitosa, un grande applauso. In seconda posizione il bergamaschino Nicolo Perico. While they fought for second, he drove away to take a dominant victory. Welcome to the top step of the podium, the winner here at Cremona from France, 14 Baby Race, Stan Ratajski. And representing the winning team, Baby Race, Alessio Lorandi. Third place from Hong Kong for Team Baby Race, John Hahn. Second place to the Italian, Nicolo Perico. The winner of round 2, the WSK Final Cup in the 60 Mini Group 3 category for Team Baby Race, Viva la Force, Sten Rutashki. And representing the winning team, baby race, Alessio Lorandi. And also to accept the magnificent Vulcan timepiece, the new collaboration together with WSK Promotion, presented to Sten Rutashki. The national anthem of La France. The podium for the mini Group 3 final from Hong Kong. Third place, John Hahn. Second, the Italian Niccolo Pedico. And the winner here at Cremona, Sten Rutashki. The podium for the mini Group 3 final. Zach, back to you in the studio.
And well, we're gearing up for the OKN Senior Final. 17 laps of racing.
Lamberto Ferrari won the 2023 WSK Final Cup for the Formula K team, and he starts on pole position alongside Christian Tonolini. Grid 2, he finished P2 at Franciacorta. Firstly, let's check out some of the highlights in OKN from this week here at Cremona. Lamberto Ferrari, pole position for the OKN final. Starting alongside Cristian Tonolini, the Italians dominating the original kart national category. 17 laps. Julius Ochepa, though, the Polish-Sicilian combination. LKE-powered Lenzo car, big news in the past few weeks. As the legendary engine tuner, Mr. Franco Drudi, after many decades, has left the TM organisation and linked up with Michele Lenzo's team. The now maestro, Mr. Franco Drudi, working his magic for the LKE engine company. His driver, 805, starting out of grid 4. We'll take a look at the grid going all the way back to Alexandre Negua for the Innovate competition team on the 14th row of the grid, alongside the Filipino, one of multiple Filipino drivers, Miguel Paco. On the grid here, just waiting for the word from our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino. 17 laps, the OKN final. Lamberto Ferrari is on pole position. We cast our minds back to Franciacorta when Nicolas Marchesi, did take the victory ahead of Cristian Tonolini. The 821 Sodi Kart Sigma starting on the outside front row of the grid for the Toner Racing Kart team. This is the grid for the OKN final. Ferrari, Tonolini on the front row. Giulio Mazzolini for Sanchi Motorsport. Out of grid 3, Julius Ochepa, the first non-Italian. Marchesi, who won the race last year, out of grid 5. Rossi Mellis, the American. Nicola Stanley. Lawrence Friend, that's Lorenzo D'Amico. And Peter Stiller for King Racing, who was on the podium. Franciacorta starts out of grid 10. Pietro Santese, Ania Lavar. Jezierski, Ferlicia, Luisa Della Pietra. He's starting alongside Riccardo Ferrari. Federico Nardozzi. Then we go to Goretzky, that's Mikhail and Piotra. Lully, that's Lorenzo, starts out of grid 20. Davide Iannone, Paul Becker, Alessandro Cocozza. Also in a Sodi kart alongside the third of the Zvaric brothers. That's Marc Leo Sapke, Matteo Gallo, the London-born French driver from Nice on the French Riviera for team driver. And Alexandre Negura alongside the Filipino Miguel Paco on the final row of the grid. Zach, this should be a fantastic race. Lamberto Ferrari, former Wsk Final Cup champion, as is Marchesi.
Indeed, so 17 laps of racing ahead of us. The lights of the gantry go out and we go racing down in towards turn number 1. Lamberto Ferrari leading them away in that Formula K machine. Nicely done from the Italian. And also as well on the outside of the front row, Cristian Tonolini, who we've seen be absolutely brilliant so far this weekend. Let's see what he can do in the 821 Sodi kart. That orange and black you can see just trailing behind in third position. Guido Mazzolini, I think, getting off quite well as well. Defensive driving going down in towards turn number 8 from Tonolini, who I would probably tip to be up there towards the front end of the field, contending for the lead. Ferrari, though, able to consolidate an early race lead. A good couple of tenths of a second clear from Mazzolini in second position. Also interested to see the moves that the likes of Marchesi has been able to make. We'll update you when they cross the timing beam for the first time. A few moves being made down in towards the final corner. Not often that you see that, but it will be Lamberto Ferrari for Formula K Motorsport that leads them across the line for the first time. From Mazzolini, Tonolini, Nicolas Marchesi and Ochepa, the top 5.
A clean start to the OKN final after just a single formation lap. To the left of your screen, Lamberto Ferrari, the Formula K machine. From grid 1 goes P1, Giulio Mazzolini, the Zanchi Motorsport team. In second place, moved down the inside as Nicola Stanley goes on through. That was Peter Stiller. Nicely done on Lorenzo D'Amico. Pietro Santesi for the M2 M2 racing team follows him on through as well. Still a 8-3 fourth for the King Racing team. Lamberto Ferrari with a gap of just 1 kart length. This is Marchese just behind Giulia Sorchepa, the LKE-powered Lenzo kart. The Polish-Sicilian combination, the bottle green machine in P1. Zanchi Motorsport in second, the TM-powered Tony kart of Giulio Mazzolini. There's the Sodi kart of Christian Tonellini. Rossi fires it down the inside, does Federico. For the AKM, the Antonelli Motorsport team, now using Paralin chassis. He's gone on through Nicholas Danley, now up into P8 as well. Then it's Santese, Nardozzi, D'Amico, Ferrari, Ferlicia, Anielova, Piotr Goretsky, Della Pietra, Paul Becker, Zvaric, and Lughi rounds out the top 20. P4, Giulia Sorchepa. On the back of Christian Tonellini, one of 6 young talents selected by the Automobile Club of Italy recently. The Acci Scuola Federale to take place in what is effectively a talent shootout, looking to join the world's most competitive junior car racing series, the Italian F4 Championship, potentially in 2026. And you just saw why many people have got their eye on the young Italian. He goes through to P2 in the Sodi kart. It is the Formula K, P1, the Sodi kart Sigma in second. The Lenzo in third. Back to the Paralin, the Tony kart for Zanchi Motorsport in 5th place. Lamberto Ferrari now pulls out a slight lead. 0.5, 0.6 of a second now. Mazzolini, Marchese, Stanley, El Madrileño. The MP Motorsport team Gamoto has not given up on a podium.
Absolutely not, and still with the majority of this race remaining. We've only scratched the surface onto lap 5 of 17. Lamberto Ferrari, though, is the one in control. From Tonellini, however, ascend to the inside from a Chepa there. Sensational stuff from the Polish driver, and a point forward to say, I want to lead the charge, work with me, let's go and get the race lead. Because, of course, if they settle too soon, Ferrari is just going to get further and further away into the distance. Of course, followed by the likes of Mellis and Mazzolini, Marchese and Stanley as well in hot pursuit, trying to get themselves involved into this battle. But it seems as though the reigning champion of the Wsk Final Cup in OKN, of course, of Marchese, not quite got the pace to get onto the back of these guys. Of course, though, still a short fuse. Only takes a small spark to ignite all of the battles towards the sharp end of this grid. Ferrari, though, exactly what you'd expect of him. He has been the man to beat this weekend, and his efforts would put him into the top 3 into this championship, just 10 points off of Nicolas Marchese after his dominant form in Franciacorta. As it stands, though, Tonellini with a P3 would lead the championship by 35 points from Nicolas Marchese going into the final round in Lonato. Of course, the championship, something we have to consider because we're on round 2 of 3 already, and Tonellini putting his best foot forward to stake that claim for the Wsk Final Cup trophy in 25.
Matteo Mellis with a move up the inside. This is Giulio Mazzolini. Having said that about Nicolas Marchese, he did just put in the fastest lap a few moments ago. It has been eclipsed though by Giulia Sorchepa. 48.180. The gap just under 3/10 to Lamberto Ferrari, who controls the pace. Then it's Mellis for LA Motorsport. Mazzolini. Tonellini, Marchese, Stanley, Stiller, Nardozzi, Santese, Lorenzo D'Amico ahead of Federico Rossi, Riccardo Ferrari, Ferlicia, Anielova, the Slovenian, she's in P15. The Hagman Racing Team driver in the Carlos Sainz 55 kart. The chassis, which was launched by the still then Ferrari Formula 1 Grand Prix driver, the CS55. Anielova for Hagman Racing, the team of Stanek Groman, I'm sorry. For Hagman Racing, that is Anielova ahead of Luisa Maria Della Pietra. Julius has gone on through to take the race lead, as you can see. It is the Lenzo kart from the Formula K, back to Matteo Mellis.
Lap 8 of 17, so pretty much approaching half distance of this race completed. Chepa now is the one that leads in that 805 Novolux machine. Of course, the Lenzo kart chassis now being tailed by Lamberto Ferrari, who's going to lose out on a couple of points. And in fact, actually, that change does tip Chepa in front of Ferrari in the championship. It's a 20-point swing, 70 points for victory in today's final, and only 50 for second place. In fact, actually, then it's a 40-point swing. I do apologise in that case. So that's a huge swing in favour of Chepa, just from one overtake. Of course, the points go as follows: 70 points for the win, 50, 40, 30, 25, down in increments of 5, and then obviously 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, all the way down to P18. Those are the point scorers for the finals. But more crucially, you are rewarded ridiculously amounts by winning the race, and as you should be. 70 compared to 50 points is a huge differential, and there's the reward that Chepa is looking to be searching for, along with the trophy, along with the Vulcan timepiece, but more importantly, of course, those championship points on offer. Tonellini as well, down in P6, could be losing out on some vital championship points, losing out on upwards of about 40 points or so on Chepa, so he needs to be getting a move on after his form that he's been on this weekend. Lap 10 of 17. And we're following there you can see the blue and the yellow Novolux machine of Chepa, followed by the sort of the grey and the white of the Formula K of Lamberto Ferrari, who won this championship 2 years ago in 2023. Then comes Mazzolini from Marchesi, Tonellini, and Nicholas Stanley, the top 7. The American started as low as P18, I think, at some point this weekend. Climbed his way up to sort of the lower echelons of the top 10, started this race in what was P8, now up into P7, so position gain. Still some good progress shown from the US driver onto what will be lap 11 of 17. Chepa keeping Ferrari at arm's length. He's not running away with it, but he's just keeping Ferrari far enough back that he's not under a world of pressure, unlike this mosh pit of cars in the middle. There you can see Nicholas Marchesi, the 808 that we're following, trying to chase after Mazzolini for what is 4th place.
Zach, we've got Italians dominating, down to Riccardo Ferrari in 14th place. The American Nicholas Stanley is in 7th. Italians from Ferrari, Mellis, Mazzolini, Marchese and Tonellini, they're second through to 6th place. And then still Nardozzi, D'Amico, Rossi, Santese, Ferlicia and Ferrari down to 14th. But in position 1, it's the pole, Giulio Chepa, who's got the race lead. We cast our minds back to 2024 when Karol Paszovic took his first WSK title for the Lenzo car team, that Polish-Sicilian combination, and potentially we've got another victory here this afternoon. But Lamberto Ferrari is trying as hard as he possibly can. There's 5 laps to go at the conclusion of this one. The gap 0.4 of a second, a calm, a sedate race as you look at Nicholas Stanley for the MP Motorsport Team Gamoto, closing in on the back of Giulio Mazzolini. Good drive from El Madrileño for the Dutch Sicilian team. MP Motorsport, of course, active in Formula 3, Formula 2, and recently acquiring the home of champions, the world-famous Genk circuit in Belgium, working together with Team Gamoto. Nicholas Stanley in P7, still trying to get up onto the podium. He's got the time. Has he got the speed? We're about to find out. Giulio Chepa, 0.4 of a second clear of the Formula K of the 2023 WSK Final Cup champion, Lamberto Ferrari. Mellis still in P3.
4 laps left to go at the line. Chepa in control. Ferrari just keeping Mellis at bay. And a warning flag coming in from Max Varrick as well. That's unfortunate for the 8-11 and one of 4 warning flags that we've had shown this race thus far. Of course, still wide open in terms of the battles that can be had. It's not quite as nose to tail as we've seen throughout the day thus far, as we tip our way closer to being halfway finished with the finals this afternoon. Of course, this being our 3rd one with the OKN seniors. But there you can see Chepa, the blue and the yellow and the white. That's the Novolux machine at the 805, now going into the chicane at 6 and 7. What can Lamberto Ferrari do really to find a way past? I mean, the pace is pretty similar between the pair of them. That last lap, in fact, actually Chepa took 1.5 out of Ferrari, so it's actually swinging in favour of the pole. He didn't start on pole, of course, was a little bit further back in the pack, starting P4 on the outside of the circuit, going into a turn 1 as well. So not really where you'd expect a a driver that disadvantage to be already up into the race lead. But with just 3 laps left to go now as we tick our way onto lap 15 of 17, it's going to be difficult, I'd imagine, for a Chepa to lose this one because he's not really under that much pressure. Ferrari needs to find something extra in these final moments if he wants to seal the victory.
Fabulous scenes here, fabulous images from the team at WSK Promotion. You look at the Cremona circuit as we go into winter time here in the Northern Hemisphere. As we go to Lonato in 2 weeks' time, as it stands, Tonellini, whose P5 would be 161 points, Marchesi 151 points, and Julius Ochepa would be 124 points, but crucially with a race victory. The final event of the 20th anniversary season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport. South Garda Karting, the centre of the karting universe. Lonato in 2 weeks' time. The penultimate lap, Julius, P1, 0.707 clear of the bottle green machine, the Lamberto Ferrari Formula K, and Marchesi in 3rd place. Julius Ochepa glances back behind. Surely the pole is on his way to victory for the Lenzo Kart Racing team.
You'd imagine with just a lap and a half left of this race, Ochepa has always been up there and coming into this one was a little bit on the back foot in terms of the championship, but his efforts today alone would put him up into the top 3. Also, interestingly, a tie provisionally for the championship lead between Nicolas Marchesi, the reigning 2024 Final Cup champion, and also Christian Tonellini, who has languished a little bit in this race. I'd expect more from the Italian. I mean, top 5 in a grid of 28 cars by no means is bad, but of course his standard definitely deserves him to be a bit further up. A fight for second though as Lamberto Ferrari is under a bit of pressure from Nicolas Marchesi, and Mellis trying to get himself involved. That's going to close in the likes of Christian Tonellini into this battle as well. It's the final lap here at Cremona for the OKN seniors, and defensive goes Lamberto Ferrari. The door opens up though, and Marchesi finds a way through, and with it will take the championship lead up into 3rd place. Now Lamberto Ferrari under pressure from the Sodi car of Tonellini, the 821, trying to find a way through. The checker flag will wave in favour, you'd assume, of Ochepa. He's just got to keep it clean. Who's going to join him on the podium though? Marchesi runs away for second, and it's Julius Ochepa that will take the victory here at Cremona for the OKN seniors. What a drive it was from the Novolux pole. And well, Nicolas Marchesi and Lamberto Ferrari will be the ones to join him on the podium. Christian Tonellini from Mellis, the top 5. And like I say, with that move to get himself in the 2nd place, Marchesi returns to the top spot in the championship after 17 hard laps of racing, Ian.
Winner, Jurek Dina. Julius Ochepa takes the victory from Nicolas Marchesi. And Lamberto Ferrari in the Formula K, home in P3. Ochepa, who had a tough run at Franciacorta, has taken victory in the end. It was almost 2 seconds as they fought for the 2nd and 3rd steps on the podium. The pole has led home 5 Italian drivers to take victory at Cremona. We take a look at the highlights. It was Lamberto Ferrari who took the early race lead. Remember, the Formula K did start from pole position. Mazzolini for Zanchi Motorsport into position 2. Good start, good pass early on for Federico Rossi. Tonellini into 2nd place. Marchesi did not have the speed early on, but ultimately found the pace, set the fastest lap of the race on his way to 2nd place. Mazzolini going by Tonellini. And this is Julius Ochepa going on through to take the race lead away from Lamberto Ferrari. The Italian tried to stay with the pole. As Marchesi up into P5, still with some work to do. This move on Giulio Mazzolini, and Tonellini following on the team driver as well. Ochepa, the gap was 0.7 of a second, 1 second. In the end, it was 2 seconds as Marchesi drove around the outside of Lamberto Ferrari. Nicolas, the top Italian home. But it was Julius Ochepa for the Novolux Lenzo Kart Racing team who takes victory in the OKN final here at Cremona.
Julius Ochepa takes victory from Nicolas Marchesi, the new championship leader, the reigning champion from 2024. Lamberto Ferrari from Christian Tonellini will take 4th place from Melis and Mazzolini, making it Italians 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 in this race.
You're fine. Your advice just to listen for instruction. Keep using yours.
Of course, rounding out the top 10 was the likes of Nicola Stanley, Nardozzi, Peter Stiller and Luca D'Amico. Behind that, Federico Rossi, Felica from Ferrari, Santesi, Liva, Della Pietra and Becker, Kokoza, Jezerski and Luli, the top 20. There you can see 21 to 28, Zvarak, Gorky from Gorky, 22 and 23, Zapkir from Gallo, Iannoni from Paco and Nagura, the 28 and final classification. Of course, only 27 finishes in that one. As Ian Silvestrin is making his way down to the podium. We'll gear ourselves up again for 15 laps of racing action in a few moments' time, of course, with OKN Juniors for the 4th of 7 finals this afternoon. Again, hope everyone is having a good time watching along at home. It's a pleasure to have your company watching along wherever you are around the world on the WSK Promotion YouTube channel. Make sure you stick around. And yeah, like I say, pleasure to have your company. And when it comes to 2026 as well, of course, we round out the I think the 20th season of WSK in 2025 with the Final Cup, and then going into 2026. A lot of exciting dates, of course, all provisional, but those that are following along on social media would have seen some provisional dates come out for the 2026. Of course, the Supermaster Series starting in the final weekend of January, going on 5 rounds, taking us all the way to March. Same to the Euro Series, sort of coinciding with the Master Series a little bit, but ending in July. And then the Final Cup, a bit more spaced out. This year we had it across 3 rounds across 6 weeks. Next week we have, next year, the Final Cup starts in Franciacorta, ends in Viberto, and goes from the 30th of August all the way to the last weekend in November. So a little bit more stretched out than we had this year. And again, a quick reminder of the trophies that we've got on offer for our podium finishes at the Cremona circuit. We've already seen 2 winners. We've now got, of course, our 3rd, and there you can see the Polish flag joined and accompanied by the 2 Italians. That will be, of course, of Nicolas Marchesi and Lamberto Ferrari. In terms of the championship, that, of course, the top 3 in the championship are as follows: Nicolas Marchesi from Christian Tonellini and Julius Acepa, as it stands, of course, as they cross the line in that final. And there you can see some of the supporters giving us some company down at the podium as well. But Marchesi will lead the championship by just 5 championship points from Christian Tonellini, who could only finish P4. I say only. He didn't quite manage to get himself on the podium, which is probably where he'd expect to be. But still P4, a fantastic result for the Italian, and again keeps him within touching distance of that championship. And Acepa's victory again does him a lot of favours going into that final round at Lonato in a couple of weekends at time, which again I'm very much looking forward to. Wonder what the weather's going to be like. Apparently it's meant to be dry and not necessarily warm, but definitely dry, and some good weather to end the season on, which is always a positive. I'm very much looking forward to my first trip to Lonato. Each time I've gone to Italy this year, it's been for a new circuit, so very glad to be here at Cremona. It's a fantastic venue, and the racing that we've had has been nothing short of spectacular. Shouldn't be too much longer until we head back down to Ian for the podium ceremony, but of course just got to wait for the drivers to finish up and make their way over to get, of course, their Winners' Trophy, the Manufacturers' Trophy as well for Novolux, and also that Vulcan timepiece going the way of Julius Acepa for his efforts after a fantastic race, battling his way from 4th on the grid all the way up to the top. Let's head down to Ian to give out some trophies.
The podium for the OKN final, Italians dominating the field, but it is a Pole who takes victory here at Cremona. In 3rd place for the Formula K racing team, the Italian Lamberto Ferrari. He finishes with fastest lap of the race. A great fight back for the reigning WSK Final Cup champion, the Italian, for team driver Nicolas Marchesi. The Italians dominated the entry in OKN, but it is a Pole who comes out on top. The winner of round 2, the WSK Final Cup, for the Lenzo Cut Novolux racing team. Let's hear it for Julius Acepa. And representing the winning Novolux racing team, Dario Gallipo. Third place to the Italian Lamberto Ferrari. Second place, Nicolas Marchesi. The winner of round 2, the Wsk Final Cup from Poland, Julius Ociepa. And representing the winning Novolux racing team, Dario Gallipo. And also presenting Julius Ociepa, the race winner with a magnificent Vulcan timepiece. The national anthem of Poland. The podium for OKN here at Cremona. Third place, Lamberto Ferrari. Second, Nicolas Marchesi. And the winner for the Novolux racing team from Poland, Julius Ociepa. Zach, we continue racing in OKN, but the junior drivers, back to you in the studio.
Big congratulations to those in OKN Senior, and we continue with the juniors, and this is going to be the site and the battleground of a legendary fight between Lucas Palacio and Harry Williams, who will share the front row of the grid. Also look out for Austin Newstead, who is no stranger to getting his elbows out over the course of the pre-final a bit earlier on today, fighting away with his Forza Racing teammate of Harry Williams to eventually take the pre-final victory, and with it some important championship points as well. I know I'll keep blabbing on about it, but it's very important to hammer home. We'll run you through the full grid when we get an opportunity to in a couple of moments' time. But yeah, very much looking forward to getting this. 15 laps of racing, as is the case with the juniors ahead of us, and this should be a good one here.
Junior Lucas Palacio will be starting on pole position, the Williams F1 Junior Academy driver. Just a moment away from the start. Lucas to start on grid 1 alongside Harry Williams for the Forza Racing team. The 5-minute board goes up. In the meantime, let's check out some of the highlights from this week in OKNJ here at Cremona. We qualified on Friday morning before we raced 12 heats on Friday afternoon and 24 heats yesterday. The pre-finals this morning, and we are down to the finals here this afternoon. We work our way through, approximately halfway through here this afternoon. OKN Junior, over 15 laps of this magnificent, deceptively fast 1,224 metre circuit. There is Lucas to the left of your screen, Harry to the right for the Forza Racing team. Austin Newstead, British champion for 2025, driving for the proudly British team Forza Racing. Neue Staciones on the podium at Franciacorta 2 weeks ago for the Modena Kart Racing team. virtually a home circuit, one of quite a few home circuits for the Fratelli Finocchi. The 1 minute board goes up. The OKN Junior Final, 36 drivers, all the way back to Mathis Brajol and Vincenzo Salierno on the final row of the grid. The green flag about to fly. Our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, gives the OK on the OKN Junior 125cc direct drive. Engines are pushed into life. This is the grid for the OKN Junior Final here this afternoon as the shadows get longer here at Cremona. Lucas to start on pole position alongside Harry. Austin Newstead alongside Noia Stacionis, the second row. Błażej Kosheva, the pole in the old Albanian. Diari Islami, Turo Yurkan for Goldstar Racing. Ruska Evci, Théo Pelfrin, Le Gleba, and Jean Pujol, and all French. Yes, fifth row of the grid. Diego Bertolini, Il Romano, Eduardo Colucci, Feligione, Tiberius Muller for the Beyond Racing team. Rocco's back on 15, Alexandre Poix for Victory Lane, Turchiano, Shilice, Elton back on 19 after a tough pre-final this morning, and Orlando Ravelli out of grid 20. Ochepa, Grayson Walcott, Aurelian Lumea, Janas Kolovos from Greece, Callan Costea also for Goldstar Racing, Sapia from Argentina, Latinen, Giacomelli for the Energy Course team, Matthias Stigsen, and Ivan Aman for Innovate Competition. Watch the Swiss driver from grid 30, Yanni Gutierrez. The Mexicans, Visway Cruz with Botte in between. Another formation lap. Mathis Brajol and Vincenzo Salierno. Zaka was, in racing terms, a rather clean, sedate OKN final a few moments ago. Personally, I'm not expecting that in a few moments' time for the OKN junior drivers.
No, these guys definitely do like to give us some fireworks, let's put it that way. Yeah, looking forward to this one. Of course, each driver is mandated. They get 10 tyres throughout the entirety of the weekend. They're mandated to have 2 new ones on for the final. So, of course, a couple of these guys are going to have either fresh fronts or fresh backs, depends on obviously what you'd rather have. Looking forward to seeing what we've got in store for this one, because the track's at its best. The drivers should be at their best. I know it's been a long weekend. A lot of them probably are quite tired, but in terms of driving skill and experience of Cremona, this is at their optimum, basically. Well, just in time, of course, for the final. 15 laps of racing ahead of us, and Lucas Placio will lead them round ahead of Harry Williams.
The English-speaking drivers on the front row of the grid from the United States of America and the United Kingdom. The OKN Junior Final here at Cremona. Lucas leads them up to the line. We race. Austin into second place, and Błażej Kosheva, who was in the grass at that very corner in the pre-final this morning. No problem for the Polish Ward Racing driver. He goes through into position 3. He splits the Forza Racing duo, but it's Lucas Palacio from Washington, D.C. and the United States of America in the Kart Republic already with a nice lead. Austin has to defend. He's sent down into turn 8. Cold tyres on a cooling track. There was major contact to the British driver. He's still there in P5. His teammate's gone on through. Kosheva, Noia Staciones in between. Look at the lead from Lucas Palacio. Ruska Evci comes across the line. In fact, it's Staciones, the Lithuanian in the first Paralink kart. The Modena Kart Racing Team driver, the Lithuanian, who was second at Franciacorta in P5 behind Kosheva and Tudor Jurkan. From pole position to the left of your screen, Lucas Palacio, a perfect start. Austin Newstead and Błażej Kosheva from grids 3 and 5 followed him on through. Palacio, Williams, Jurkan, Kosheva, Staciones, Newstead, Bertolini. Che partenza fantastica per il romano, il laziale Diego Bertolini, già in settima posizione. Jurkan goes on by, makes contact ever so slightly with Błażej Kosheva. In position 3 at the moment is the Romanian. Lucas leads, but Harry lights up the timing screens. In the early stages of this race, the Forza Racing driver, a 49.5, took 0.4 of a second out of the American race leader as the pole. Wsk Kosheva goes through. The Romanian falls off the podium. The leading duo, Lucas from Harry.
Yeah, looking pretty good at the front end of the field, and Blage, of course, blasting his way through on the inside of Yerkan on that previous tour through, and good stuff from the pole, of course. Didn't have the best of pre-finals when spearing off at turn 2. That dropped them back a little bit, but clearly here motivated, fired back up and wants to compete towards the sharp end in the final, as any sane racing driver would. And again, the efforts in terms of the championship would promote Kosheva provisionally up into P4 as they break the B in for the next lap. Palacio, though, still currently the one that's leading, taking the lead away from Neue Stationes. This 709 currently sat in 5th position, would be losing the championship lead by 26 points as it stands. Fastest lap come in, though, from Harry Williams as he chases down and hunts after Lucas Palacio. The KO Motorsport leading with the Forza Racing driver trying to close back in and get himself into the race lead. Did a good job, did Harry Williams, on the outside of the front row in towards turn number 1 and 2. Not often do you see a driver retain position, but he's done a good job. He's kept that agility and is keeping that momentum into the rest of this race. Now, the thing is here, they've got, 11 laps to go at the end of this one. They've got 1.4 seconds back to Kosheva. How hard does Harry Williams fight this one this early? Does he want to risk reeling in potentially not only Kosheva but also Yerkan, Staciones, Newstead and FG as well, all into the battle? If he gets a little bit too argy-bargy with Palacio in front, he wants to have this be as easy of an affair as possible. Doesn't want to bring in any more people than he needs to, but of course needs must, and he wants to win this race, and he's going to do that by any means necessary, I'm sure. The 701 though, Palacio still just about in control for now.
One-third race distance. Now Palacio will give the slipstream to Harry Williams. There's Kosheva for Ward Racing in the background. Staciones on the podium up front, Chakota off it at the moment. Janos Kolovos down in 19th. Has just put in a 48.964, the fastest on circuit ahead of Orlando Rovelli. Harry Williams, ADD management driver for the Forza Racing team. The team with 2 drivers on the grid in the FIA Formula 1 World Championship. Isaac Hadjar and George Russell, of course, former Forza Racing drivers. Come 2026, there may be a couple more Forza Racing drivers in Formula 1. Simply stay tuned. Lucas Palacio, the Williams F1 junior driver, still with the race lead. Kosheva is 1.2 seconds behind now. The leading duo as we approach half race distance, halfway through this lap. Pulling away from Kosheva. The gap stays the same. Staciones, Newstead, Austin back to P5. Ruska FG watching to turn 8. The move, the attack, it's not on yet. Yerkan, Teo, Leclerc, Pelfran for Team Victory Lane ahead of Diego Bertolini and the Canadian Rocco Simone. In P10, they turn left, the triple right-hander stays behind Lucas. Does Harry. The gap back to Wsk Kosheva. 1.4 seconds, 1.2, it's down to 1.1. Kosheva is catching for Ward Racing. Wsk, the TM-powered Tony Kart. The TM-powered Forza Racing driver dives down the inside. Harry takes the lead. Lucas fights back. Kosheva will catch them both. Lucas briefly back to P2. Harry to attack. Dives down the inside. Williams goes on through. The Brit goes P1. Intelligence there from Lucas Palacio. Did not fight because he knows the pole is coming.
Heading on to lap 9 of 15, and it's now Williams that leads Palacio. There you can see the orange, the black and the white of Forza Racing being chased down by the all-white KR Motorsport machine. Harry Williams now takes the lead in the 738. Palacio will still hold the lead in the championship, but again, it's a 40-point swing in favour of Harry Williams, and it takes 20 points off the championship off of Palacio. 70 points for a win, 50 points for second place. A huge swing in terms of that championship battle. Harry Williams, as you can see there in the orange, leading the way. Kostrzewa, though, is closing in at the pole, the 7:24. Seeing these two battle is, well, it's like a shark smelling blood in the water. He can see the vulnerability, he can see the two positions in front of him, and he can see an opportunity to go and win this race. Also, Noé Staciones just in behind. He would also like to get his way a bit further forward for the Modena Kart Racing team. Currently sat fourth, definitely would like to get himself onto the podium. Lap 10 of 15. Williams in control, but for how much longer? Does Palacio have an answer? Does he have a counter-attack? Where does he get this done? He launched a minor one, but Harry Williams was immediately able to counter the counter and find his way back into the race lead.
Zach Teo, who's just gone by Austin. Newstead's back to 7, Pelfran up to 6, Wsk Final. The Turk goes by. He's in P5, Staciones 4. Kostrzewa, the gap, 1.4, 1.1. It is down to 0.6 of a second. Lucas back down the inside. It is on. A two-kart fight. It is about to be a trio. Fighting for victory here at Cremona. A tighter line from Lucas Palacio as they come across the line at 118 k's an hour. 121 for Wsk Kostrzewa. The Ward Racing driver is rocketing around the circuit. The pole is flying. Harry down the inside. They go wheel to wheel. Williams takes him. Superb racing. Respect between Williams and Palacio. They did not touch. Kept it clean. But the problem is Wsk Kostrzewa has come from 1.5 seconds back. And now he's right on the back of the pole sitter. Lucas Palacio, he won at Franciacorta. Williams, he took pole position in time qualifying. He's back to P2. Lucas launches down the inside. Palacio back in P1. The driver from the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. Williams from the northern side of the English Channel back to P2. And the pole Porsche on the ripple strip. Here comes Noyes. Now 4 karts, 5 karts because Wsk Final is there as well. The Modena Kart Racing team drivers, plural, fighting for the victory. Lucas doggedly determined. Lap 12 of 15 stares back at Harry Williams. White lines it into the hairpin. Williams from the lead. He falls off the podium. Staciones and Wsk Final go by. Lucas Palacio has got the race lead. Just from Noé Staciones. The Lithuanian to attack Lucas to try and lead the Wsk Final Cup. Williams back down the inside of Kostrzewa, who goes from 2nd back to 5. What a race here this afternoon. Williams defends. Edgy, the fastest on circuit. Ruska in 7.54. Into the back goes Noyes. Lucas back to 2nd. Repays the favour. It is on. Sideways down into the chicane. Williams sends it. What a move from the Brit. Harry's on the outside though. Noyes Staciones is racing away. Kostrzewa. What a race here at Cremona. The Ward Racing driver back to P2. A sedate OKN final earlier, but the juniors are kicking off here this afternoon. Noé Staciones on the podium, P3 at Franciacorta, a fortnight ago, but the Lithuanian leads with 2 laps to go. Lap 14, the gap back to Wsk Kostrzewa. It's 0.8 of a second. Palacio, Williams is off the podium. Then it's Evchi. Teo Leclerc is fighting into P6. He's almost into this fight for the final step of the podium, the penultimate lap of the race. Noé Staciones, the Modena Kart Racing team, I Fratelli Finocchi in testa with their Lithuanian driver. Going back to Jurkan Feligione and Matteo Turchiano rounds out the 10. Zach, surely Noé Staciones, who missed the top step. He was on the podium at Franciacorta. It is looking good for him to take the victory.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's dealt with this pack racing very well indeed. I mean, he was P4, slightly off the pace, but it was a short spark, it exploded, and now Stasionis onto the final lap of this race was able to capitalise on the drama, get into the lead, and has not looked back. A couple of times from the likes of FG Williams, a bit of clumsy driving where you'd sort of say, well, why didn't you defend? You let 3 or 4 carts through at a time, missed opportunities, and Palacio is going to be kicking himself, I'm sure, because instead of leading this championship by 20 points, he's going to be trailing behind Stasionis by 29 points as things stand. The Lithuanian somehow has pulled it out of the bag and is looking to command the WSK Final Cup in 2025. Still a couple of corners left to go, but Stasionis is the one in control. He's just got to keep it clean. Out of the final couple of corners, a slight roll off the throttle, and here at Cremona for round number 2 of the WSK Final Cup for the OKN Junior Final, Noia Stasionis takes the championship lead and takes victory here at Cremona. Blaž Kristeva will join him on the podium, so too will Lucas Palacio. And what a race that was. One of the best finals that we've seen so far this season. FG and Williams complete the top 5. We'll run you through the full results in a few moments' time. Not a bad way to spend 15 laps of racing here at Cremona at all. And of course, we'll run you through highlights and things in a moment. We got underway for 15 laps of racing. Palacio was on pole position. Williams started immediately to the inside, lost a couple of places, but was quickly able to find his way back through. And then we saw the likes of Krostrzeva battle his way after DNF in the heat earlier on in the day. It was a fight uphill for the pole. Harry Williams would then take the lead of the race from Palacio, and a quick counter-attack actually from the American would see these two jostle for position over and over again. Like this move to the inside of turn 12 from Palacio. Harry Williams would have absolutely none of that though, and would very quickly find his way back into the lead, reeling in the likes of Krostrzeva to get themselves involved in this battle. 2 quickly became 3, quickly became 4, and then quickly became 5. Harry Williams left the door open for Stasionis, opened the door for those in behind as well, and very quickly dropped to 5th. A stark attack though from Williams would see him climb back up the order and contest for 2nd place before dropping once again. Stasionis would complete the move for the race lead on the inside of Palacio, and after that point would not look back. Around the outside though, some sensational moves being made from Krostrzeva. That sealed the deal for the pole to take 2nd place after 15 laps of racing action here at Cremona. Ian's going to head down to go and do the podium. I'm going to run you through some results. Noia Stasionis, the Lithuanian from Modena Kart Racing Team, takes victory from Blaž Krostrzeva. Lucas Palacio and FG from Harry Williams and Forza Racing in P5. Simone from Palfrene, the top 7. Feligioni from Yerkan, and Terciano, the top 10 from Monster K Factory team. Colucci from Austin Newstead, maybe would have expected a bit more from the Forza Racing driver, but not at all bad in P12. Rovielli from Chilice, Matthias Stigson and Tiberius Müller in 16th place. Peugeot from Lattinen, Islami down in P19 as well, probably got caught up in a couple of things from Botte. Yanni from Brajo, Ochepa, Point from Sapia, and Gutierrez the top 26. Giacomelli from Visray and Walcott. Saliano completes the top 30. Behind that, we had 6 DNFs, as we'll see there. Bertolini, Headforce, Lemaire, Kolovos, Costia, and Aman, all out, unfortunately, at some point in that race. A lot of them completing at least 1 lap, but after that, unfortunately, would see them out of contention. That's going to do it for the OKN Juniors this weekend. Of course, we'll see them out in a couple of weekends' time at Lonato. That does mean that Stasionis, like we alluded to during the race, will be taking the provisional championship lead, 140 points in favour of Luca Palacios, 111. Ochepa will be up there with 81 from Krostrzeva, and Mason Robertson, who again has had an up and down weekend, it must be said. Has definitely had the pace, but 3 DNFs and some further issues, I think, in the pre-final. In fact, climbed up 18 positions, but couldn't quite crack the top 10, would take out the top 5 in the championship. Of course, we move to the next junior category and to OK Junior after the podium ceremony. And again, this is one that I am absolutely buzzing for, with Arias and Vale sharing the front row. We'll allude more on that in a few moments' time. while we wait for the drivers to make their way down to do the podium ceremony. But again, like I always do when it comes to this interim period between now and the podium, a big hello and welcome if you are now just joining us, and thank you to those that have been joining us for the entire day. I know it's been a long one. I think we started at 9:30 this morning, so about 6 hours ago, and if you have been here this whole time, then fair play to you. Big thank you, of course, to all of the mechanics, the drivers, parents, team members, and everyone that's been a part of this weekend and this season in WSK. Obviously, all of your efforts definitely do not go unnoticed. Thank you, of course, to all of your efforts. Big thank you to all of the marshals, all of the staff, and everyone that shows their support for WSK, and especially the staff here at CREMONA, the medical staff. Again, without your efforts, we could not go racing, and it's greatly appreciated, very sincerely as well. The preparations for the OK Junior final are getting underway on the grid, so we'll be seeing more from them in a couple of moments' time, and definitely make sure you are sticking around for that one. Let us know in the YouTube chat where you're watching from and who you're cheering on for as well. Make sure, of course, you are sticking around in 2026. We've already gone through the dates of the WSK season in 2026, provisionally, of course, but it is looking fun, it is looking good. I can't wait to be tuning in for some of those next year. And hopefully shouldn't be too much longer until we get down to the podium to give out some trophies, and of course the Vulcan timepiece for what will be the 4th time today. We've got just 3 more to go, and we'll head down to Ian now for the podium.
Thank you, Zach. The OKN Junior podium, a frantic race. In 3rd place from the United States of America, Lucas Palacio. A fantastic drive to come from Neron mid-pack to come home in 2nd place for the Ward Racing team from Poland, Wsk Koszywa. On the podium at Franciacorta, but not on the top step. This time, he goes position 1. The winner of round 2 of the WSK Final Cup from Lithuania, Wsk Staciones. And representing the winning Modena kart racing team, Jonata Finocchi. For Kart Republic from the United States of America, in 3rd place, Lucas Palacio. From Poland, in 2nd place for Ward Racing, Wsk Koszywa. And the winner of round 2, the WSK Final Cup in OKNJ from Lithuania for the Modena kart racing team. Let's hear a big round of applause for Wsk Staciones. And Jonata Finocchi representing the winning Modena kart racing team. And also presenting the magnificent new Vulcan timepiece to the race winner, Wsk Staciones. The national anthem of Lithuania. The podium for round 2, the WSK Final Cup in OKNJ. 3rd place, Lucas Palacio. 2nd, Wsk Koszywa. And the winner here at Cremona, Wsk Staciones. Zach, we stay racing in OKJ, but without the N denomination, Original Kart Junior. They're on track. Back to you in the studio.
forward to this one. We're heading on to OK Junior. In fact, yes, it's our 5th final, I should say. We've completed 4. We're on to 5. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. Yes, OKJ with Bosco Arias that we started from pole position. Again, run through that all in a few moments' time. Ascari Vale as well for Parallel Motorsport on the front row. And for those that have been following this weekend, know that that's a spicy combination to indulge in. Very much looking forward to getting this one underway. Again, 15 laps should be a good one.
Certainly will. Zach Bosco Arias will start on pole position. Starting alongside the fastest qualifier from Finland, Ascari Vale. The shadows are getting longer here. This is our 3rd last final of the afternoon. OKJ. Firstly, let's check out some of the highlights from this week here at Cremona.
Okay, highlights will cover Jake.
Thank you. I'm gonna stay right here.
The shadows getting longer here at Cremona. You can see Bosco Arias, the bottom left of your screen. Ricky Flynn Motorsport, 1st, 3rd on the grid. Don't be surprised if they're 1-2 after the first few corners. Ascari Vale, though, has got other ideas. The Finn, who was fastest in qualifying 48 hours ago, starts out of grid 2. 67 drivers in OKJ. The final 36 on the grid. Leo Gorski inside 2nd row of the grid. There is his mechanic, Ethan Ringo Patterson, who, as ever, has done a fantastic job for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. One eye on the Premier League. Not too sure if Liverpool's playing this afternoon. The biggest Reds fan in the paddock, but for the moment, he's concentrating on his task at hand. RFM 1-3 on the grid. Just behind, speaking of England, Will Green, the Williams F1 Academy driver. 2nd generation racer is WG. There is Vale to the right of your screen. So the green flag. We get ready to race over 15 laps. The OK Junior Final here at Cremona. Antoine Venot just a little bit slow to get away. The Belgian for the Belgian VDK racing team, but he is underway. He will start out of grid 22. Out of grid 1 is Bosco, alongside the fastest qualifier, Ascari Vale. Gorski for RFM out of 3. Eiley Christian out of 4. Will Green and Dean the Dutchman, the Prema Racing duo on the 3rd row. Zach Zhu and Noah Baglin, who won a Franciacorta, the reigning junior world champion. BVS, also for RFM, Julian Frasnelli, last year's Mini Final Cup champion. Purcell, O Menino do Brasil, Antonio Pizzonia Jalacea for the Energy Corsa team. Hernandez, Oliver Cini, DML out of 16. Justo Naish, Nicola Frick for Victory Lane, and Valerio Villapiana. Lazaro, Vernon, Mark Pilapenko and Michael McCoy. Legenki, former WSK Champions Cup champion. Tam, Lazarus, Girardello. Gypsies ahead of Trusho and Finley Lines, also for Energy Course. Zvaric, Samchik, Santiago Diaz, Juan Garciache, the Mexican, penultimate row of the grid. Yubo Wen and Felipe Sanchez do Brasil on the final row of the grid. There is Bosco, 327 for RFM. The OK Junior Final, round 2, the Wsk Final Cup. The Spaniard on pole. We race. Vale has missed the start. He's been mauled by the pack. Gorski goes down into P1, followed by Will Green as we lose 3 karts into turn 1, into the wall. It may well be Ailey Christian. It's certainly a Tony Kart Racing Team driver. It's a local yellow only for the moment. As Bosco Arias for Ricky Flynn Motorsport with the race lead. It is Christian and Billy van Staveren. The Canadian and Dutch drivers are out. Their race comes to an end barely after 100 metres. But Ricky Flynn Motorsport, 1-3 on the grid, go 1-2 in the early stages of the OKJ final. Gorski, first race with the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. William Green in P3. Yellow waving on the start-finish line. It is a local yellow only. It is not full course. They have to wait to Marshall Point 2, which is turn 3, to go back green, where they're passing now. What a start from Zach Xu, French regional champion for the LSR team, up into P4. Watching Ailey Christian, outside contact. He was sent. And the RFM driver, Billy van Staveren, on debut, the Dutch driver, with the British team, and an innocent victim. His teammates, 1, 2 and 6. Bosco Arias, Leo Gorski, and now Evan Purcell. Fabulous start, Zach, for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. They go 1-2, the Spaniard from pole position.
Yeah, really good start, exactly what Arias needed to be doing. Double waved yellow still, of course, in that first sector, which takes away a couple of overtaken opportunities for these guys. And I have to say, I mean, it's a shame for Ailey Christian. Had similar bad luck in the final at Franciacorta as well. Still was able to bag a couple of points. That won't be the case this weekend. Not at all telling of their pace, but that's the brutality of motorsport, and I'm sure everyone in this paddock is going to know that. You might be the quickest, you might be one of the quickest, but anything at any point can go wrong and rob you of all of that hard work, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. There you can see the blue, the white and the yellow stripes of the Ricky Flynn Motorsports machines of Arias and Gorski leading the way from Will Green and Zach Xu in 3rd and 4th place. Ascari Vale on the outside of the front row. Again, we'll be talking about it until we're blue in the face when it comes to being disadvantaged in that position, but still able to consolidate a 5th place as it stands, and plenty of racing still to come. Heading our way on to lap 4 of 15, and Bosco Arias not really under too much pressure as it stands. We'll be looking to go faultless this weekend, and I believe off the top of my head is the only time that would have happened so far in 2025 across all 7 of our categories. He won all 3 heats. He won the pre-final and he won the final. The only thing he didn't win was pole position on Friday, but we can let him off for that one, I'm sure. At the moment, of course, still a long way to go. Let's see if he can hang on from the likes of Gorski, from the likes of Will Green for the next 12 laps of racing action.
Speaking of pole position, Zach, we see Ascari Vale, P5 now down the inside into P4. Nicely done by the Finn, goes by Zach Xu from Melun on the south eastern side of Paris. The LSR team, mentored by the former WSK European champion Adrien Renaudin. Zach Xu, P5 behind Vale, and Will Green in P3 for the Prefinal Racing team, the Williams F1 Academy junior driver. But it's Bosco Arias in P1. Gorski in P2 on debut for RFM. Vale, Xu, Purcell, Hernandez. El Primero Mexicano. Justo, Villapiana, Nice. Julian Frasnelli, Freak Jalal Sayer for the Energy Corsa team, who has just set the fastest lap of the race, 48.444 in the early stages. That will come down. We go into the second third of this race. Bosco Arias with the race lead, but just Ricky Flynn Motorsport, 1, 2 and 6. The team which has put 5 drivers on the grid in the FIA Formula 1 World Championship. Of course, Logan Sargent, Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri, Jack Doohan and Zhou Guanyu, 5 drivers having raced for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, now racing in Formula 1. Will Green, of course, his father, Jamie Green, multiple DTM race winner and former McLaren Mercedes Formula 1 test driver, the Williams Jr. He's the top Brit. He's behind the pole and the Spaniard in 3rd place, almost in 2nd place. WG in position 3, rights the ripple strip. Oscar Valle says, cop that, buddy. And Green goes from P3 back to 5. Zach Xu follows him on through. And the French-Chinese driver is now a step off the podium for the LSR team. Green back to 5. Purcell Hernandez and Giacomo Giusto. Bosco Arias, Leo Gorski, 1-2. Now Bosco starts to skip away as we finally go into the second half of the race. Or finally, I should say more accurately, he's able to pull away. Superb form. Bosco Arias, P1. His teammate, first time with the RFM team, Leo Gorski in P2.
Yeah, pretty impressive debut to say the least from Gorski. Of course, a driver with a lot of experience under his belt and jumping into this team, again, doing exactly what he needs to be doing and consolidating a very solid position is the Polish driver. We've got still 8 laps of racing to go in this one and very much looking forward to seeing what can be given to us from the next 8 laps. I mean, Arias, he's been faultless all weekend. His pace, his racecraft, absolutely exceptional. Gorski trying to follow him as well. Oscar Valle, quickest man in terms of raw speed. He proved that on Friday. Started on the front row. Now he's trying to claw his way back into contention. But look at that gap. And Bosco Arias, he is one driver on this field that you definitely do not want to be giving a gap like that to, because he is one that will just consolidate it and try and check out over the course of the next couple of laps. Still got plenty to go though, and anything can happen. Mistakes, full cauchelles, anything like that still can arise over the course of the next sort of 8 or 9 minutes or so that we've got of racing. But what can Gorski do maybe to try and close that gap? Let's see if they break the beam. Obviously last lap was a PB coming in from Gorski. This lap in though, slightly quicker, once again in favour of Arias. He just has the pace, and importantly he has the consistency up in front. He doesn't need a slipstream, he doesn't need to be racing anyone, he just needs car and track in front of him, and he just lays down the law essentially as he's proving the Spaniard around Cremona.
Valerio Villapiana coming into view now. He's had a storming drive from grid 20. He's into position 8. Now closing in on the back of Evan Purcell, who's got Will Green just ahead in P5. Villapiana, Justo, Hernandez, Nice, Frasnelli, Saya. Fastest driver on the circuit is Noah Baglan with a 48.487, but the Ferrari Junior, the reigning junior world champion, who took a dominant victory at Franciacorta 1 fortnight ago. Yes, he's fastest, but Noah Baglan is down in position 21. He won't win today. Baglan, who was in absolutely scintillating form at Franciacorta, outside the top 20, as we see Zach Xu on the back of Oscar Valle trying to get up onto the podium. Zach, the French-Chinese driver, 3-time Ile-de-France champion, NSK regional champion, as William Green goes on by. WG goes into P4. Purcell makes it 3 Ricky Flynn Motorsport drivers inside the top 5. Villapiana down the inside, almost into the grass. Villapiana just sent it. He's come from grid 20. The team driver is now in P7, P6. Xu falls back. What a storming drive from Valerio Villapiana, 3-2-3. Bosco Arias, 0.6 of a second clear of Leo Gorski, former WSK champion, and Oscar Valle from Finland in P3 for the Paralympic Motorsport team. There's Green, Purcell, Villapiana, Xu, Justo, Hernandez, and Roland Naish, the Hungarian, in P10. Jackie Justo, the Indian-Italian, just behind Hernandez for Diego Pablo Karting. DPK Racing, the team from Oviedo, Asturias, home circuit of Fernando Alonso, Museo y Circuito. Hernandez, the Mexican, into P9. This is Purcell, trying to become the top English driver at the moment. That's Will Green in P4. Bosco Arias, the gap, 0.737, like a jet. Here's the Spaniard Hernandez. Down into turn 8, Frasnelli, who won the WSK Final Cup in 60 Mini 12 months ago, goes on by, and Jala Saya for the Energy Corsa team follows him on through. 3 laps to race. Bosco comes across the line, the gap 0.67. stays virtually the same at 121 kilometres an hour. Gorski in P2, Bosco 2.5 laps from victory here this afternoon as the sun sets at Cremona. The sun sets on the 20th anniversary season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport, the 3-time Spanish WSK champion. For the legendary Wsk Final Motorsport team, he's had a dominant weekend. He's now pulling away from his Polish teammate, surely on his way to victory.
Well, you'd imagine so, but again, don't count out anything as, oh my goodness me, with that one a little bit further back into the field, 2 cuts up on each other there. Not entirely sure as to where in the field that was, a little bit further back, I would think. We'll confirm that as soon as we can. It looked as though they both carried on, probably with a sore back of the head, I would imagine. Hopefully all is okay. On to the penultimate lap of this race, lap 14 of 15. Arias leads Gorski, leads Vale, leads Green, and of course Via Piana up 15 positions.
Zach, just quickly, that was Roland Nige coming together with Xavi Lazaro. They've continued on.
Yeah, unfortunate for Naj and Lazaro there, but again, when you're racing that hard, especially that far down in the field and in and amongst the mid-pack of what is a 36 karts grid, again, tensions boil over and things like that. A lap and a half left to go though. Bosco Arias, I mean, he's just been on top form. He's won all 3 heats, the pre-final, is on course to do so in the final as well. All he's got to do is keep it on this circuit, keep it on the black stuff, all the way around this 1.2 kilometre circuit here at Cremona. You can see just how deep and dark that rubber racing line is with how good the conditions have been this weekend. The track has gotten grippier and grippier. The drivers need no reminder as to what the racing line is. They've got it right in front of them. They're following it now. Through 3, now 4, ascend to the inside there though. Ascari Vale gets the move done for second place. Gorski tries to send the move to the inside of 6. Now the inside swings the way for 7 for Ascari Vale. Not quite through enough though. The Wsk Final Motorsport machine of Gorski just able to stay in front through turn 8.
L'ultima vuelta para Bosco Arias as Gorski and Vale fight for second place. Green is not out of this. Green down the inside. Bosco Arias will win in a few moments' time, the final few corners. The checkered flag is about to wave. Vamos! Bosco Arias wins for Wsk Final Motorsport. Across the line in P2, it's Gorski for an RFM 1-2 here this afternoon. Oscar Vale just holds off Will Green for the final step of the podium. Bosco Arias dominates Cremona. Round 2 of the WSK Final Cup. The Spaniard for the English team wins the OK Junior Final. Gorski, first race for the British base pole for the legendary English team Wsk Final Motorsport. RFM 1-2 and Oscar Vale, a great weekend for the Finn. Pole position on Friday and stands on the final step of the podium.
Let's talk you through some highlights then of 15 laps of hard racing action in OK Junior. It started with chaos as 2 drivers went straight off going into turn number 1. That was Van Staveren and Eli Christen that we unfortunately lost on the opening lap. A big shame for the Canadian and the Flying Dutchman after their pace this weekend. And of course, dramas would ensue throughout the entirety of the field. Will Green, the 306, would get muscled wide by a couple of karts, all while Bosco Arias was trying to consolidate that race lead and would fly in front for Wsk Final Motorsport. We saw the 376 of Purcell, again the British driver, fight his way forwards in this pack, would eventually finish P6, and again the fighting again through these very heavy braking zones, through the likes of turn 8 where we've seen a lot of taps wide and forcing drivers wide on the outside as well. Very easily done, especially when you've got that Constantina effect going into heavy braking zones. Of course, throughout the entirety of the race we had moments like that perfectly cut away with the 2 drivers. I think it was Naj and Lazaro that came together there, and one went onto the top of the other. Ascari Vale would be battling away with Leonardo Gorski on that final lap and nearly did the Finn come off with a P2. Bosco Arias would be the one to take the victory though of the 15 hard laps of racing action. We'll run you through the full results in a few moments' time before we head down to Ian for the third to final podium presentation of the day. We've got 5 finals down. We've got 2 more to go with OK Senior and of course KZ2. We'll more on that in a moment. Of course, we'll run you through the results as soon as they pop up on screen, as soon as they're confirmed. But I can confirm Bosco Arias will be the one leading the championship. And to my surprise, to be honest, Noah Baglan P2. He, of course, came into this weekend leading the championship, and with more points on offer for round 2, subsequently more points on offer for round 3, Arius was able to make some big gains and carve his way to the top with victory, and Ricky Flynn Motorsport 1 and 2 with Leonardo Gorski and Oskari Vale completing the podium. Will Green from Via Piana up 15 places to the top 5 for Team Driver Racing Car. Then comes Purcell, Guisto, Zach Zhu from Seya, and Frigg, the top 10. Miron Lorente from Frasnelli, then comes Naj and Lazaro, the Hungarian and the Portuguese driver, very much coming together towards the end of that race. Hernandez and Dean Hugendorn and Noah Baglan 16th and 17th, not at all where you'd expect to see the two Prema Racing drivers, not at all their weekend in terms of luck. Pitonia from Svarik, of course, behind that, Pilipenko. Then comes McGoy, of course, again coming into this, P2 in the championship, Koski Motorsport down in P21, Diaz from Chuko, Giardello, Giosase from Legenki, Sinirito down in P27 from Vanat Tam and Samchik, the 30th driver, Lazarus from Finley Lines, and when the last of our finishers, Sanchez, Christen and Van Staveren were the 3 that we lost throughout the duration of that one. That does it for OK Junior. Again, we'll see them out in 2 weeks' time when we head to Lonato, and hopefully it will be a good championship finale again with more points on offer. There you can see the trophies we're about to dish out. The second and third place drivers will be receiving those ones. Those, of course, of Leonardo Gorski and Oskari Vale. And, of course, the race winner getting not only the gold trophy but also the Vulcan timepiece ahead of the OK final, which, as you can see, the preparations for coming in now. Cars making their way on to the grid. But also wanted to draw attention to the fact that it's actually a tie between Noah Baglan and Oskari Vale in the championship. And somehow Ida Christen, despite a DNF in that final, losing out on a potential 70 points, still is holding on to P4 in the championship, just by 1 point from Leonardo Gorski. And expect this championship to be ebbing and flowing throughout the entire weekend next in 2 weeks when we head to Lonato as well. With the point structure as it is, and with how unpredictable it can be at times, drivers are here, there and everywhere. It's those that are consistent through the 3 rounds from Franciacorta, Cremona and Lonato in a couple of weeks that will actually shine their way through and join a very impressive alumni in the Wsk Final Cup of years gone by. Should be too much longer before we head down to Ian for, of course, the podium ceremony to give out those trophies and the watch to our winners, our manufacturer, and the watch, of course, to our race winner of Bosco Arias. Undefeated this weekend, by the way, apart from pole position. He won all 3 heats. He won his pre-final and he won the final as well. Clean sweep for the Spaniard of Ricky Flynn Motorsport, and a weekend that he can absolutely be very proud of, and one I'm sure is going to put him in good stead and good confidence for future racing, whether that's next weekend or when he joins us the weekend after when we head to Lonato. There you can see the Spanish, the Polish and the Finnish flag that will be taking up onto the podium, of course followed by the Spanish national anthem at the end of it all. Just 2 more finals to go. This weekend has absolutely flown by. We had 24 races yesterday. We've completed 17 thus far. That's 44 races we've done over the course of the 2 days. Ian also had an extra 12 that he would have done on Friday, plus of course the qualifying sessions. So over the weekend, we're looking at, I think, 58 races total from Friday through to Sunday. Very intense here at WSK. There you can see the Vulcan sponsorship and the partnership with the WSK Final Cup. Thankfully, able to gift our winners, our very deserved winners, those fantastic watches. And a big thank you to all of the supporters of WSK, and a reminder looking back on talking points that we had previously when it comes to big thank you to all the mechanics, the team staff, the drivers, the parents, and all of that unwavering support, all the fans that are watching along at home as well. I can see upwards of 1,000 people cheering on these future stars at home as well. Got a good congregation of people down at the podium, ready to take some pictures of our race winners when they arrive. And just moments away from getting the OK final up and underway. We'll have 36 karts again joining us for the start of that one, and then of course after that we'll have the KZ2. So make sure you are sticking around for the next sort of half an hour, 40 minutes or so, where we get the final couple of races done and dusted. And make sure you are sticking around for the OK final as well. Yenrik Peschel and Davide Botaro starting on the front row of this one. Yenrik Peschel coming into it with a lot of form. And Zach Drummond as well on the inside of the second row, so he'll be looking very quick for Fusion Motorsport as well, the 237. So again, look out for him. No pressure, Zach, out there on the grid. Vladimir Ivanikov also one to look out for. I mean, the entire grid and anyone realistically within the top 10 have a very decent shot of winning. It can go any which way over the course of the next 17 laps of racing. We can see some of our drivers there. You can see Bosco Arias with his teammate of Gorski ready to take to the podium in a few moments' time. A dream weekend for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, I'm sure. Team that tends to have a habit of promoting some young talent. Let's head down there to Ian, though, for the podium ceremony of the OK Juniors.
Thank you, Zach. The podium for a fantastic OK Junior final. A brilliant weekend for the Finn. He took pole position on Friday. He finishes third from Finland for Paralin Motorsport. Welcome to the podium, Wsk Final. Former WSK champion, first race with the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team, and he finishes in second place. From Poland for RFM, Leo Górski. A dominant weekend from qualifying through the heats on Friday and Saturday. He pulled away eventually to take a fantastic victory. From Spain for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, vamos, Bosco Arias. And representing the winning team, Ricky Flynn Motorsport, Scott Cheney. Third place from Finland, Wsk Final. Second place from Poland, Leo Górski. A deserved winner of round 2 of the Wsk Final Cup from Spain for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, Bosco Arias. A 1-2 for the winning team, Ricky Flynn Motorsport, represented by Scott Cheney. And also presenting the magnificent new Vulcan timepiece to the race winner, Bosco Arias. The national anthem of Spain. The podium for the OK Junior Final. Third place from Finland, Wsk Final. Second from Poland, Leo Górski. And the winner here at Cremona from Spain for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, Bosco Arias. Zach, we've raced 5 finals. We've got 2 to go. It's looking okay. Okay, in just a moment.
It is indeed, Ian. Thank you very much. And gearing ourselves up for 2 finals for the Final Cup in 2025. First up, of course, will be OK Senior, and still slightly cooler air temp. I think it's about 15 degrees or so. Feels a little bit cooler than it did sort of in the mid-afternoon, but we're moving on. We're about 10 to 4 local time now, so pretty much bang on schedule as to where we need to be. And this should be an absolutely fantastic battle between Yenrik Peschel and Davide Bortaro on the front row of the OK Final. We'll run through that in a few moments' time, but looking forward to this one and the 17 laps of racing that are ahead of us.
Jindrik Peschel, race winner at Franciacorta. Fastest qualifier on Friday and starts on pole position, looking to continue a perfect run in the WSK Final Cup. Yes, the grid in just a moment. Firstly, let's take a look at some of the highlights from OK this week here at Cremona.
Just 2 finals left to go then for round number 2 of the WSK Final Cup in 2025 here at Cremona. We're moments away from 17 laps of racing action with OK Seniors, and we'll run you through the grid in a couple of moments' time. I can tell you for free, it's Jindrik Peschel on pole position, our championship leader by 51 points from Lev Krutogolov in second. Speaking of Lev Krutogolov, he's starting back in P9 after a DNF in one of the heats, putting him on the back foot for the rest of the weekend. But let's see what the Ukrainian can do with a top 10 start. You can see the grid girls leaving, and then the mechanics will be ushered off as well, so we can get this race underway and run you through what will be a 36 kart field for 17 laps of racing. 20.8 kilometers around Cremona karting, and just 34 laps of racing left of the entire round. We've got 17 laps of this one, 17 laps of the KZ2, and we'll be counting them down, of course, to crown our winners. Final notice board been shown. And let's run you through the grid as they leave the corridors, as they get pushed off by their mechanics and get those OKs started up. Looking forward to this one. Again, Jindrik Peschel has been on top form all weekend long. They get the green flag and get those karts fired up. For Tony Kart Racing Team, of course, Jindrik Peschel will be starting from pole position alongside Davide Bortaro on the front row. Zach Drummond will be alongside Vladimir Ivanikov on row number 2, with Oliver Kinmark and Zarav Rekal on row 3. Devon Volts from Benjamin Manak on row number 4, as you can see there, run you through the grid. Behind that, Lev Krutogolov and Filippo Sala will complete the 5th row of the field in what is an absolutely stacked front 5 rows of the grid, and the Czech driver of Jindrik Peschel looking to pick up where he left off after success at Franciacorta. Behind that, it will be Luke Kornder alongside Kara Ferhand for row 6. Roman Kamyab from Thomas Pradier on row 7, with Ilya Bereshkin and Mariano Lopez behind that on row 8. Manuel Scognamiglio, the championship leader coming into the round, only starts P17 alongside Bruno Blanco, with Paul Andriotis and Huzheng Zhang on row 10. Albert Mateo rivals from Ixander Zulfkari on row 11. Behind that comes Matsui and Henry Domain on row 12. Pedrotti behind that from Aston Sharp, then comes Ella Ladima from Rasmussen, then comes Kerdal as we get this race underway in a few moments' time. They get the indication to stay nice and neat. 17 laps of racing ahead of us. Are they neat enough? And no, they're not. We go around for another formation lap. We get to finish the grid. Kerdal from Zhao, then comes Nunez from Gallen, Nati Fanon, Leva and Gonzalez, the 36th and final driver on the grid. A lot to get through in just a short formation lap, but thankfully they've given us the opportunity to carry on. The key things, though, obviously for this one, Scognamiglio down in P17, Jindrik Peschel on pole position. Well, I'm not surprised about Jindrik Peschel, but I definitely am surprised about Manuel Scognamiglio after the results that he had at Franciacorta. Of course, with a win in the pre-final and a P2 in the final. But Jindrik Peschel looking to do exactly what Wyn Gottschalk did in the mini under-10s. He wants to go 2 from 2 in terms of final victories so far this season.
Zach, of course, Cremona is the circuit where Scognamiglio won recently the OKN World Cup. Talone Motorsport driver back on grid 17. We're looking for Filippo Sala. There may be a problem for Il Trentino Philip Hall. 36 karts, we may be down to 35 already. Looking for Sala. was to line up alongside Lev Krutogolov. Cannot see his chrome helmet. Sala potentially out before the start. JP on pole position for the Tony Kart Racing team. The OK final here at Cremona. We race. Bottaro shoots to the inside and then tries to defend from Ivanikov. To the outside he goes, now cuts back down the inside of Zach Drummond. Over the ripple strip. Touches the back of the Scotsman. You know you can't fight with a Glaswegian. And Zach Drummond holds on to P2 as Jindrik Peschel from pole position leads the field down the hill for the first time. We've got one of the Forza Racing drivers sideways into the chicane. It was Benjamin Menach. Also Zhao in trouble in the opening stages as Jindrik Peschel already opens up a handy lead over Zach Drummond. Bottaro back to P3 and Oliver Schinmark for Koski Motorsport in P4. The Tony Kart Racing team driver looking to go 2 in a row. Comes across the line for the first time. Zach Drummond in second place.
Lap 1 in the books then. Lap 1 of 17 on to 2. Jindrik Peschel with the form that he's been showing all weekend, but Zach Drummond looking to put an end to this one as it stands. He promotes himself up into second place in the championship, forcing Peschel to go defensive. Think back to Franciacorta, and Peschel definitely had no shortage of pressure. We got the race underway. And an immediate dart to the inside from Davide Bottaro, trying to minimise the damage of being out on the outside of the front row. There you can see back to the lead fight, the 208 of Kinmark trying to find a way through the Swede. I think was able to pick away past, indeed so, on the inside of Davide Bottaro and up into what is third place. Also, Zach Drummond applying some pressure to the Czech driver of Jindrik Peschel. Out of the final corner to start what will be lap 3 of 17, and drawing alongside there is the Swede. A very slow exit from Zach Drummond. It's going to see him lose not 1, but potentially even 2 places through turn number 2.
Waltz, Badeshkin, Luke Honda wide coming onto the straight that time. The gap between Peschel back to now Oliver Schinmark. It's just on half a second. The shadow's getting longer. The track temperature is dropping rapidly here at Cremona. Tony Kart Racing team driver in P1, Koski Motorsport in second place, and Miami Powered Kart Republic. It's the same combination for Zach Drummond for Fusion Motorsport in P3. Schinmark's looking good though. Oliver on the back of Jindra. Zach in P3. Back to Bottaro. This is Waltz. Head of Ilya Badeshkin for the Glatzis Satiros Racing team. The Russian driver for the team from Athens. Racing in the Hellenic Championships at the brand new Athens International Circuit. Located next door to the Athens International Airport just 1 week ago. And now Badeshkin in P6 trying to get up onto the podium. In the opening stages of the OK final, Peschel looks behind. Back to Schinmark. Zach Drummond and Davide Bottaro. There's the Lenovo Kali Kart Racing team driver, Waltz. Dances on by. Luke Honda is up into P6. The German junior champion from Cologne for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, ahead of Lev Krutogolov, the Ukrainian for the Energy Corsa team, who finished on the podium last week, 2 weeks ago at Franciacorta. As Schinmark down the inside, Peschel does not cop an attack from Oliver Schinmark. Zach tries to get by. Defense from the Tony Kart Racing team driver. That was awesome. Drummond slips down the inside. And the Fusion Motorsport driver, he's now the Top Kart Republic. What a defense from Jindrik Peschel. Bottaro is not out of this either. He's the fastest driver on the circuit with a 48.989. There's Korda, goes by Waltz, Krutogolov, Jindrik Peschel. They are attacking the Czech, but he's here to fight. He goes P1. He won at Franciacorta for the Tony Kart Racing team. He took pole position. He leads the final as the sun sets here at Cremona, the penultimate race of the 20th anniversary season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport. 127 kilometers an hour across the line. Zach on the back of Jindrik Peschel. Schinmark and Davide Bottaro, the first 4. It's quite a distance back to Luke Honda for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. The German in P5. Jindrik Peschel down the back straight into turn 8. Defense from Zach Drummond.
Lap 6 of 17. And Peschel, I mean, he's had 3 different people in second place. He's been able to thwart the attacks of all 3 of them. And the top 4 breaking away from, Cornder, Luke Cornder, who's climbed his way up. To be fair, Ricky Flynn Motorsport having a very good day from 11th up to 5th. But the top 4 clear away from the rest of the pack. Lap 7 of 17, so just 11 to go, including this one. And Yenrik Peschel, his form has been impeccable. Coming into the WSK Final Cup as the man to beat. The Czech driver, won in Franciacorta, is looking to win again today at Cremona. But Zach Drummond wants to put a nip in that bud, wants to say absolutely not and find a way through. In the slipstream, closes the gap. As Vladimir Ivanikov is the one to set the pace. He's all the way down in P12 though, not at all where you'd expect the unfortunate driver to be on that occasion. And off about 0.3 of a second back on the 227 in front of him as well of Kamyab. So unfortunate for Ivanikov, but good to see that the pace is still there for him to climb his way forward. A change for the lead though, because here comes Zach Drummond to the inside of turn number 1. Yenrik Peschel tries to go to the outside, there's contact and nearly turns sideways as Yenrik Peschel. This is going to allow Kinmark a way through. Peschel just like that tries to turn across the nose of Zach Drummond, gets himself spun round and drops to 3rd. Very lucky between the pair of them that further calamity was not caused, but Zach Drummond into the race lead on lap 8 of 17.
What a move from the 2 race leaders. Drummond nailed Yenrik Peschel, but then straightened him up on the exit. The Glaswegian leads. Take a look at this down into turn 1. He was up the inside. Peschel, incredibly tough to pass. He was turned and then straightened by the Scotsman in second. Spectacular in the OK final. Drummond with the race lead is now Cut Republic 1-2. Bottaro goes ahead of Peschel, potentially with damage to the Tony Kart. He's losing ground, he's losing speed. Zach Drummond, who won the season opening first round of the WSK Supermaster Series at Le Concours Leggese World Circuit to kick off the 20th anniversary season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport. A Fusion Motorsport driver in P1 again. He took pole position at Franciacorta the first round of the championship before falling back outside the top 10 in the final. This is Bottaro. P3 for the Lenovo Kart Racing Team driver Yenrik Peschel. Fastest qualifier, pole sitter, race winner of Franciacorta. The Vortex-powered Tony Kart gets the slipstream, but it's Iami Cut Republic from 2 different teams, Fusion and Koski Motorsport, who go 1-2, lap 10 of 17. Zach Drummond, he's from Scotland, don't dare call him English. He is British, he goes P1. The Swede in second place, Oliver Kinmark. And Bottaro holds off the Czech, who is incredibly fortunate to still be in the race. Here comes Luke Cornder. The German is flying. He's catching the back of the pole sitter.
He is indeed, and like we alluded to, Cornder, Ricky Flynn Motorsport up from 11th position, now knocking on the door. In fact, is inside the top 5 and could well promote himself a couple of places further than that. We've still got a lot of race to run though, only on to lap 11 of 17. Drummond did get a warning flag for that move a couple of laps ago, but no penalty, so let them race, and he's cracking on out in front. Of course, he's got the Swede chasing him down, and Yenrik Peschel maybe a little bit off-sighted from that one because, he's dropped down. He, of course, dropped behind Davide Bottaro and now is fighting not for the win but to stay on the podium, and the swing in the championship still has Peschel leading, but it's much closer. The gap only 36 points, in fact 26 points between Zach Drummond and Yenrik Peschel at the front end of the field. Drummond will be picking up a lovely 70 championship points for his victory if he's able to hang on from the Swede of Oliver Kinmark for the next what will be 6 laps at the line. As a technical foul comes in for Andriotis, that's a shame for them, of course, and will be the end of their long weekend. Across the line to start lap 12, still Zach Drummond leading from Oliver Kinmark. Davide Bottaro, you can't see on the timing screen, but he is there. He is up there in 3rd position from Yenrik Peschel in 4th.
Zach, the gap is almost out to 0.6 of a second now to your namesake, Zach Drummond. He's looking good here for Oliver Kinmark in 2nd place. Bottaro, there's Yenrik Peschel, that's Cornder. Waltz, who's just set the fastest lap of the race a few moments ago. Lev Krutogolov for the Energy Corsa team. The OK Eclipse chassis going through for the Ukrainian, who was 3rd at Franciacorta. Zaidef Raikal from Malaysia, the Asian champion from Kamyap. Aston Sharp from grid 26. A remarkable drive. The Brit now in P10. 4.5 laps remaining. The gap still, well, officially 0.68 as you can see. As the sun soon sets here in the north of Italy, the shadows getting longer. Kudutugolov goes through ahead of Raikal, Kamyap, Sharp, Rivals, Pereshkan, El Peruviano, Mariano Lopez, Vladimir Ivanikov, and we spoke about Manuel Scognamiglio, the recently crowned OKN World Cup champion at the circuit where he took that title. Just flashing by on screen, in position 15.
Just a handful of laps left to go. We're already 10.5 minutes of the way through this race. On lap 13 of 17, tick that on to 14 as they cross the line. Zach Drummond, after taking the lead, has not looked back since. Oliver Kinmark is trying his best to stay in touch with the 237, but the Scottish driver in control. There you can see for Fusion Motorsport the blue, the orange, looking remarkably strong through the chicane at 6 and 7. As you can see, a very picturesque circuit here in Cremona as the sun begins to set. As Ilya Bereshkin is the one to set the pace of 47.5, which is, well, obviously quicker than the race leaders. They've gone quickest overall, but substantially quicker than the leaders, and allowing Bereshkin to maybe close in to the likes of rivals and Aston Sharp for potentially what could be a top 10 finish in a few laps' time. We'll track that progress. Look for the 222 on the left-hand side of your screen. But following the leaders across the line, and you can see the sheer gap that Zach Drummond has got back to Oliver Kinmark, who himself has only got 0.3 of a second back to Davide Bortaro. Jindrik Peschel there as well. He, at the very least, will want to scrape a podium from what has been a near faultless weekend for the Peppermint Livery Tony Kart racing machine. There you can see the 201. Rapid is the check, but unfortunately, of course, a move, aggression, saw him to the back end of the top 4. Now he's clutching to try, at the very least, get onto the podium.
We'll bring it home from here. The gap is out to over 1 second now. Drummond to Bortaro. That's 1.3 seconds, with Oliver Kinmark for Koski Motorsport in second place. The penultimate lap of the race. 1 second dead. Vladimir Ivanikov, meanwhile, is ahead of Scognamiglio. He's gone purple with a 47.427. Drummond controls the pace. This is Jindrik Peschel, looking like he'll miss the podium. Or do I speak too soon? He dives down the inside. Fantastic pass from Jindrik Peschel. Magnificent move into the chicane. Bortaro goes back to P4 for the Lenovo Kalikat racing team. Fabulous move from Jindrik Peschel. As it stands, will be 172 points. Going to Lonato in a fortnight's time from Drummond on 146. Kinmark in second place. The gap 1.08 seconds. 1.2. Zach Drummond on his way to victory. This is Luke Cornda, who's driven brilliantly. A word also again for Aston Sharp from grid 26 is inside the top 10. Down through the chicane for the final time. He won the season opening first round of the WSK Supermaster Series at Le Conca Muro-Lechese. He's had a tough 2025, but he's back on top. Just a few corners remaining. The triple right-hander, that checkered flag, is about to wave. Let's pile on round to Stuart Cassidy's house tonight. We'll see all of Glasgow for Whose Race Dinner, because Zach Drummond takes victory here at Cremona. Oliver Kinmark second place, and Jindrik Peschel in P3. The Scotsman wins here. A fantastic drive and well deserved. Zach Drummond takes victory in round 2 of the WSK Final Cup. Oliver Kinmark for Koski Motorsport in second place. Jindrik Peschel third from Bortaro and Luke Cornda.
Let's take a look at some highlights then. 17 laps of racing got underway, and Jindrik Peschel would lead them from pole position. It was very busy throughout the entirety of the field. Again, especially in the opening melee, and you can see it did claim a couple of victims towards the back end of the field. They would become one of 4 DNFs. Ascent to the inside from Zach Drummond would see Yinrik Peschel drop to 3rd position and Drummond inherit the race lead. Ascent to the inside though from Peschel would reignite his podium hopes and see him able to seal the deal for 3rd place. Zach Drummond though takes victory here at Cremona. The Scottish driver was unstoppable in the later stages of that race, and well, that's going to do it for OK in round number 2. There you can see Zach Drummond for Fusion Motorsport taking the victory, 1.2 seconds clear from the Swedish driver of Kinmark, and Yinrik Peschel, a P3 is some damage limitation after the race that he had for Tony Kart. Davide Bortaro from Luke Kornda from 11th to 5th, then comes Volts and Lev Krutikulov from Raycrow, Kamyab and Sharp, the 2 Brits rounding out the top 10. Bereshkin from Rivals and Ivanikov only P13 for the Birolite Racing Machine. Skoglomilio P14 again would have asked for more at the track that he was crowned champion just a few moments ago. Fairhand from Henry Domain and Angiotis from Lopez and Hushai, then comes Zulfikari to round out the top 20. Cram karting team of Pedriotti, Nunez from Rasmussen, Kerdal and Levar, the Slovenian from P25. Then comes Gallon, Porconi from Ladma, Blanco and Gonzalez, the top 30. A couple of more finishes of Matsui and Nati Fanon, then those that did not finish: Pradia, Menak, Filippo Sala and Zhao, that unfortunately did not start or did not finish. Menak unfortunately was tagged round on the opening lap and brought an end to the Spaniard race, despite some fantastic pace that was demonstrated from Menak over the course of this weekend. Like I said, that's going to do it for OK, and they did a pretty OK job, pun intended, over the last few days of racing. Cannot wait to see them back out in Lonato to crown our 2025 WSK Final Cup champions. In a few minutes' time, of course, we'll be moving forward to the KZ2s. First, we have to go down to Ian in a couple of moments when we've got all the drivers to go and do the podium presentations for each of the podium sitters, and of course the manufacturer, and also the Vulcan timepiece to our race winner. I hope everyone is having a good time, and a quick update as well for the OK Championship. Yinrik Peschel's move into P3 gave him just a couple more points relative to Zach Drummond. The gap now 36 points between the two. But Zach Drummond's, of course, victory with 70 points added to his total doubles what he scored in Franciacorta. Yeah, fantastic result from the British driver. Oliver Kinmark from Lev Krutikulov and Manuel Skoglomilio, the top 5. Skoglomilio came into this weekend leading. He comes away at half of the points that Yinrik Peschel has. Davide Portaro, Menak and Filippo Sala complete the top 8 of the OK Championship. It's looking pretty competitive. I mean, it could come down to Drummond, Peschel, maybe Kinmark, maybe Krutikulov could get involved if the rest of them have maybe a slightly off weekend. That is the ebb and flow of such a championship format where the points increase. So for reference, for Franciacorta, a win in the final was worth 60 points. Here, a win in the final is worth 70, and at Lonato in 2 weeks' time, a win is worth 80. With 20 points differential between first and second place, which means that you gain quite a lot and you're rewarded quite a lot for winning, as you should be in the overall championship. Just motivates the drivers to go for that move a little bit more, and maybe Zach Drummond was motivated by those extra championship points and of course the big trophy and the very nice watch to go with it for a very aggressive move to the inside of turn 1, which you don't often see because I don't think you actually are on the brakes. It's just a slight lift all the way around to get the kart slowed down, get the front pitched in. And yeah, that saw contact between himself and Yinrik Peschel, but of course we'll be down there with them in a few moments' time, of course, to give them their trophies. There you can see the podium, the UK, Sweden and the Czech Republic, and there are the 2 trophies that will be awarded, of course, to Kinmark and Peschel, presented, of course, by the lovely ladies down there by the podium, and we'll head down now to present some trophies.
The penultimate podium of the day for a fantastic race, emotional scenes. We've got a Scottish victory here this afternoon in Italy. The OK final, round 2 of the WSK Final Cup. Another brilliant weekend. He does take the lead of the championship into Lonato in 2 weeks' time. For the Tony Kart racing team from the Czech Republic, Yinrik Peschel. Second place from Sweden for Koski Motorsport, the Norwegian Swede Oliver Kinmark. The winner of round 2, the WSK Final Cup from Fusion Motorsport from Glasgow in Scotland. Let's hear it for Zach Drummond. And representing the winning team, Fusion Motorsport, Neil Doran. Third place for the Tony Kart racing team from the Czech Republic, Jindra Peschel. Second place, the Swede for Koski Motorsport, Oliver Schinmark. The winner of round 2, the WSK Final Cup for Fusion Motorsport from Scotland, Zach Drummond. And representing the winning team, Fusion Motorsport, Neil Doran. And also presenting the race winner, Zach Drummond, with a magnificent new Volcan timepiece. The national anthem of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The podium for the OK final, third place Jindra Peschel, second Oliver Schinmark, and the winner here at Cremona, Zach Drummond. Zach, we've raced 6 times here this afternoon. We've got the KZ2 final to end out the second round of the WSK Final Cup. Back to you in the studio.
Well, yes, one more race. 17 laps, 20.8 kilometers of the Cremona circuit to round off and encapsulate a fantastic second round of the WSK Final Cup in 2025. It's a bit more chilly and the sun continues to set here at Cremona, but I for one cannot wait to get the final underway, especially when you've got Christian Bertucca and Marek Scriven on the front row sharing that. Of course, the Virolat Racing driver of Bertucca coming into this as the championship leader, and we'll want to keep that going after 17 racing laps after the weekend that he's had.
Christian Bertucca in form. Starting out of pole position for the Virolat Racing team, Marek Scriven, fastest qualifier on Friday. First race with the CPB Sport team. 29 drivers on the grid. Right back to Mathis Ormet from Senegal. It is the Italian on pole position. Firstly, let's check out some of the highlights from KZ2 this week here at Cremona. Final image on board, these KZ2 karts are topping more than 140 kilometres an hour here at the Cremona circuit. We'll take a look at the grid for you in just a moment. Zach, it's been a brilliant weekend thus far. 336 drivers, 56 nations. We've got 17 laps to race.
We do indeed. 20.8 kilometers left to round it all off as we await the start of the KZ2 final. We'll run you through the grid, of course, when everyone's ready to get going. Still a number of drivers out of the car. I think I can also see Christian Batuka having a word with the race directors ahead of the start. Wonder what they're having a chat about as the sun continues to set. Yeah, should be a good one though. Of course, Batuka leading the championship by what is 38 points from Daniel Vasile and Emilian Denner in second and third place in the championship. And with Batuka on pole position, his nearest rival is Vasile, who will be starting directly behind him in third place. The Romanian CR Racing team will want to get a good launch and stop Batuka, extending that gap in the championship because, again, 70 championship points on offer for these 17 laps of racing.
Batuka, we'll watch him off the line. The coolest driver in terms of stress on the grid, does not get plastered as the girls leave the circuit for the final time here this weekend. 29 starters for the KZ2. The final here, a couple of drivers to watch out for. James Anagnostiadis, Mercedes AMG Junior. First KZ2 race for the former vice world champion. Of course, his sister, Ava Anagnostiadis, racing for High-Tech in the F1 Academy Series. Marcus Armstrong from the NTT IndyCar World Series for Maya Schenk Racing, direct from the Indianapolis 500. The Kiwi who was out on the first lap of the pre-final this morning. Dion van Verven, also P4 at Franciacorta 2 weeks ago. But it's Batuka, visor open to the left of your screen on the front row of the grid. We take a look at the grid. Christian Batuka is on pole position.
He will be indeed alongside that, of course, Marek Scriven on the front row from Daniel Vasile and Massimiliano Pasucci on row number 2. We'll have the graphic up in a few moments' time, but Jensen Graham will be there alongside Moritz Ebner on row number 3, Daniel Stell and David Trefilov on row number 4. Let's run through the graphic there. You can see down to the all-German row 4. Mettinen and Emilian Denner will round out the top 10 of the grid for Formula K, the factory team. And of course, will be looking to climb his way up through the field, sitting third place quite comfortably in the championship. But of course, with his two rivals, Batuka and Vasile in first and third, the Frenchman will want to go forward. Of course, behind that, from P11 downwards, you've got the likes of Kimi Tani for LA Motorsport alongside Eric Vess on row number 6. We'll scroll down hopefully in a few minutes' time for the KZ2 final. They're making their way around for the formation lap, and we've got our way through the top 10. So look out for Christian Batuka. There you can see Kimi Tani from Eric Vess, Anagnostiadis from Dion van Verven, row number 7, Usim and Rosati on row 8. Behind that, you've got Mark Cedric alongside Marcus Armstrong, who will be looking to last a bit longer than the opening lap. Manuel Castile from Campus Yers on row number 10. Of course, behind that, Simas Bachuska and Andrei Sizov are on row 11. Nikolaos Frakakis and Mark Bravocco will start from row number 12, just in behind this top 20 that you can see. Keep an eye on Marcus Armstrong, of course, as we've said, IndyCar driver, and like I say, will be liking to get a little bit further than the opening lap. Bachuska, Sizov, Frakakis and Bravocco from Letner, Piagev from Astashenko, Ilyas and Omatar, the lone driver on the 15th row of the grid, starting P29 ahead of 17 laps of the KZ2 final. And they're making their way around for their formation lap. They'll then line up on the grid, a standing start in 17 laps of racing. Batuka leading the championship will lead them down in towards turn number 1. And the pressure is on to get a good start.
The shadows getting longer here at Cremona. The two African drivers, the two Western African drivers on the final row of the grid. Matthias Omat, the CPB Sports Bodycart out of grid 29. Just behind Ilyas and Marzuki from Casablanca. On the west coast of Morocco, the city which hosted a round of the FIA Formula 1 World Championship way back in the 1950s. And if plans locally do come to fruition, they will be back on the F1 calendar in the not too distant future. Ilyas El Marzuki, KGT Motorsport 140, out of grid 28. alongside Anton Astashenko. This is James Anagnostiadis, vice world champion. Marcus Armstrong, 104. The sole New Zealander racing here this weekend. Behind Eric Vest, Kimitani, Emilian Denner, multiple WSK race winner, former international World Cup, Super Cup champion, CP, get that right, he used to race for CPB Sport, now SRP. I'm sorry, Mike. 119 out of grid 10. Christian Cannibal lights up the rear LeConte. Puts the 103. The Biralat, the team from Lissone. New management, the Chorus Group taking over. That's big news in the paddock over the last couple of weeks. The visor open for Christian Cannibal. He's on pole position. Marek Skriven, fastest qualifier, the outside front row of the grid. For the final time today, we welcome you to Cremona, the KZ2 final, round 2, the WSK Final Cup. Zach, Christian Cannibal Bertuca on pole position.
It's time for the drivers to put those visors down and focus up. 29 carts will take to the start. The green flag waves at the back. It's eyes to the lights for the final time today at Cremona for round number 2 of the WSK Final Cup. Bertuca and Scriven in the front row. The lights go out and we go racing. A launch off the grid from the 120 of David Trefilov down in towards turn number 1 for 17 laps of racing. A slow start at the back as well for the 109 of Eric Vest. Starting P12 in this race, will be at all the way at the back end of the field. Bertuca able to consolidate that race lead though as we get underway pretty tamely and pretty cleanly in towards turn 6 and 7. The 103, Christian Bertuca is in control up towards the pit lane hairpin at turn number 8. Ascend to the inside, or a defensive move being made from 4th place there, I believe, of Pasuki. Just trying to hang on to that respective position. The CL kart chassis just trying to hold firm through this twisty section towards the back end of the circuit. And closely following there, the Sodi kart of Marek Scriven, who was able to tuck directly in behind Christian Bertuca out of the final corner for the opening time. Lap 1 of 17 in the books. And it's Christian Bertuca that leads Marek Scriven.
Like a top fuel dragster off the line is Christian Bertuca. Unbeatable, almost off the start. From pole position, we take a look and just launches it. Marek Scriven tried to go with. As Eric Vest stalled in the background. The German was quickly back underway though. He is still circulating, 29 drivers and 29 still in the field. Clean start for the KZ2 final. Bertuca, Scriven. That is DV in position 3. Daniel Vasile. Trefilov, Graham, Denner, Kimitani, Edna, Maitanen, Massimiliano Pezzucchi, Van Verven, still Anagnostiadis, and Fabrizio Rosati for the Magic Kart Racing Team. Vasile in P3. And David Trefilov for the Formula K SRP team. Moritz Hebner, the driver from the very north of Italy who actually took a victory in Melbourne, Australia, the first round of the AKC around about 12 months ago. The EKS, the Dragon chassis. Moritz Hebner in P7 behind Graham, ahead of Kimitani and Alphonse Maitanen. Scriven on the back of Christian Bertuca. He shadowed the Italian home to position 2 in the pre-final. But now he's all over the back of Christian Cannibal, 2-time WSK Supermaster Series champion, KZ2 World Cup champion, Daniel Vasile, WSK Champions Cup champion, 6-time Romanian Karting Masters champion. But behind is David Trefilov, the German for the German Formula K SRP team, the bottle green machine which took pole position for the recent KZ World Championships. Scriven looking to attack. Bertuca withstands the attack for the moment. Defense from the Italian. The Czech in second, down into turn 8. Fires it down the inside. Christian covers him off.
He does indeed. Very well done from the Biralat chassis of Bertuca. Again, his defensive driving has been really good, but Scriven has given us some brilliant overtakes so far this weekend. Daniel Vasile, one of them as well. That Romanian in 3rd place in this train on the CL Racing team and the CL chassis as well. Out of the final corner to start what will be lap 5 of 17. 13 to go today as we have just upwards, I think we're about 16 or so kilometres left of racing action this afternoon. Batuka leading Scriven, leading Daniel Vasile, leading the 120 of Davide Trafilov, who had a rocket ship of a start in that 120 Formula K factory team. Look to the inside as well, not quite late enough on the brakes. Don't want to send it too late and lock the rears, or send it too deep and just get switched back from about 3 different karts, as would be the case for Marek Scriven. So he doesn't want to be risking that one, but definitely applying the pressure of Batuka, showing his nose, putting it there, letting him look in his peripheral, Batuka, and see the 141 and apply that pressure. Maybe try and bait the 103 into a mistake, although I think that is going to be quite difficult to do. Onto the 6th lap of asking, and Batuka still leading Scriven, Vasile and Trefilov, with Emilian Denner up 5 places into 5th.
Zacco was just going to point out the driver to watch. He's surely Emilian Denner. He's in P5. He's just dropped off Jensen Graham. And Denner is scorching around the circuit, a 47.425, 0.2 of a second faster than the race leaders. There is a driver from Strasbourg. Bertuka still in P1. Starting to bottleneck now. Head of Graham, Ebner, Kimitani, Dion van Verven and James Anagnostiadis now back inside the top 10. The Mercedes Prema Racing driver, first ever KZ2 race. He was testing here with Haas Formula 1 driver at this circuit, Ollie Behrman, 10 days ago. James Anagnostiadis, that was the day he first ever drove a KZ2 car. And the Australian now inside the top 10, the former vice world champion, behind Dion van Verven, who finished P4 at Franciacorta 2 weeks ago. Denner, the gap is 1 second to David Trefilov, his Formula K SRP teammate. There are the 2 bottle green machines in 4 and 5. As Daniel Vasile tries to attack the back of Marek Scriven, and that gives Bertuka 2-3 kart lengths distance. We are about to start lap 8 of 17. The final of round 2, the Wsk Final Cup, here at Cremona. Scriven, CPB Sport, the Sodi Kart Sigma, head down behind the steering wheel. They flash across the line at 141 kilometres an hour for Kimitani. 143 earlier on today for Daniel Stell. Off screen there is a kart which has lost some bodywork as we get news that the 112 is under investigation. Down the inside, Daniel sends it! Vasile tries to take Scriven. He does, but Trefilov takes the both of them. What a move! Not by Vasile. That was ambitious. It was worth the attempt. But Trefilov from 4th into 2nd place. Take a look at this. Down into turn 8. Vasile down the inside over the ripple strip. Scriven hard on the brakes. And David Trefilov, the German, simply says Dankeschön and goes on by to P2. His teammate Denner in P5. It's Alphonse Maintenon, incidentally, who is under investigation. Scriven now defending from Emilian Denner. The gap, this is crucial, from Christian Cannibal, who puts in a purple 46.772. It's almost out to 1 second. Not to Vasile, not to Scriven, but David Trefilov in 2nd place.
Over half distance in this race, and yeah, the 112 will be showing the meatball flag this lap. I did see them recover a side pod, so maybe that is probably the cause of that one on the the start-finish straight, I should say. Lap 10 of 17, and Batuka has got 3/4 of a second over Trefilov in 2nd from Daniel Vasile. Of course, that battling for 2nd has allowed the leader to get away and stretch his legs a little bit. The gap is not insurmountable, though. It's still closable with still 7.5-ish laps left to go in this race. You can see the Formula K machine of Trefilov closing in to the Birla of course, Batuka. Now the 103 has been in control this weekend. He's been the man to beat. He's set the pace all throughout the weekend and has been the one to go and catch. Coming into the final, everyone knew it was going to be difficult. They knew they had a chance though, and right now Trefilov is trying to capitalise on that chance. He started 8th. He rocketed off the line. He's now in 2nd position, up 6 places in just 11 laps. Now, on to lap 11. It's just about chipping away at that gap, trying to put him under pressure as the sun continues to set, and a black flag, Ian, for Maintenon.
Yes, it was Alphonse, who's had a great run this weekend consistently. inside the top 10, but his afternoon, his weekend has come to an end. We saw a side pod bouncing along the start-finish straight. Mechanical defect flag has now become a black flag. Alphonse Maitinen, his afternoon is over. Five laps to race here this afternoon. Bertucca across the line. The gap 0.79 of a second. Fastest on circuit is Massimiliano Petsucchi, who qualified fourth here this weekend. He qualified on pole position at Franciacorta, the Krypton Motorsport team driver. Second WSK race. Lightning quick is the young Italian. It's just outside the top 10, but he's gone purple, 46.502. This is Denner behind Scrivan. It was Ebner going through ahead of Anagnostiadis and the aforementioned Massimiliano Petsucchi and Daniel Stell, who continues to break through the 140km/h bracket on the start-finish straight where they're approaching now. Look at Christian jumping out of the seat. Only 138 for him that time. 142km/h for Emilian Denner with the slipstream, with the horsepower from the SRP Tune TM engine. His teammate in second. Scrivan in fourth. Daniel Vasile in third place. Christian Cannibal Bertucca. He's enjoying himself out there. Throws it down into the hairpin. The gap is out to 1 second. We're in for a super sunset here. Not only for the race, but here at the Cremona circuit, the penultimate race of 2025. Of course, we'll see you at the centre of the karting universe, South Garda Karting Lonato, in 2 weeks' time for the third final round of the WSK Final Cup. Bertucca 1 second, 1.2 seconds clear to Trefilov, Vasile Scrivan and Emilian Denner.
Yeah, Denner's had an incredible race, and the chance of a podium is still there to keep him within the shout, of course, of the top three in the championship. Chefilov's efforts today would put him up all the way into third place. He would be scoring what will be 50 points from this race alone, Will Chefilov, and that start was definitely an abating factor in that one. Bertucca has got away, but Chefilov is holding on for second place. He's got Vasile, you can see there, the 101, the Charles Leclerc chassis machine, just trying to chase after him, the slightly darker, the grey, the white, the red, of course, of the Formula K. And then, of course, you've got the Sodi car of the CBB of Scriven trying to close in. There's the move to the inside from Vasile, trying to send it towards turn 1 and 2. That never usually works. That's offset him ever so slightly and bunched the rest of the pack up as well. 2.5 laps left to run, and a decent attempt from Daniel Vasile, but Trefilov had it covered. Now through 6 and then 7. It's all about the exit, and look at the lead Bertucca has got. They have settled now for second. It's a race to see who's going to be joining Christian Bertucca on the podium, because that's almost a given unless Bertucca becomes his own worst enemy, because he's under no pressure from anyone else on the circuit. Trefilov has to go defensive. Vasile tries to find a way through. 2 laps left to go at the line, and Trefilov is fighting for his life.
Zach, there's no chance Christian Bertucca is going to throw this away on his own accord. David Trefilov defends from the Romanian. The gap 1.8 seconds. The sun will soon set here at the Cremona circuit, which, just reminding you, is back on the calendar. The 2026 World Superbike Championship is back here at Cremona the 27th of September next year. The WSK Supermaster Series for 2026 gets underway at La Conca Murolacese World Circuit on the final weekend of January. This is the penultimate race of the 20th anniversary season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport. And Christian Bertucca comes across the line to start the last lap of the day. Bertucca is on his way to victory.
He is indeed. 1.2 kilometres to go, and ascend to the inside from Emilian Denner. He tries to find a way through. Does the 119. Back to the front of the train though, and hanging on is David Trefilov, the German driver, with a rocket ship of a start from 8th on the grid, is now fighting to stay in second position. Daniel Vasile, look over the shoulder, an assessment of the risk but under pressure, sandwiched between the two Formula K karts, is Daniel Vasile with just a handful of corners left to negotiate. Who's going to hang on for second place? Will Cheflov be able to do it? One thing is for almost certain though, out of the final corner, Christian Bertuca will come across the line, will take victory here at Cremona, will take the championship lead as well. The 103 in dominant fashion this weekend, and for Birla will take the checkered flag. David Treflov and Daniel Vasile will join him on the podium from Emilia Denner and Marek Scrivener, the top 5. What a fantastic battle that was. 17 hard racing laps from start to finish to round out what has been a brilliant second round of the WSK Final Cup in 2025 here at Cremona. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for the on-track action. We'll run down, of course, with Ian in a few moments' time to do the final podium presentation of the day. But first, let's take a look at some highlights. A standing start, and you can see a stall for Eric Vest in the background. Meanwhile, Cheflov got a rocket ship darting to the inside, but Christian Bertuca was able to get away. Ascend to the inside there, and just about getting it stopped was Daniel Vasile, allowing a couple of karts to find their way past. It was a hard battle from start to finish as Cheflov had to battle hard and find a way to keep Daniel Vasile at bay. Ascend to the inside, as well as Emilian Denner wanted to knock on the door. So too did Marek Scriven. The checker flag would fly, and in favour of Christian Bertuca, who would take the victory and, of course, the championship lead with it by some 58 points clear of Daniel Vasile. We'll run you through the results in a couple of moments' time, but yeah, in terms of the championship, like I say, Bertuca from Vasile, then comes Trefilov in third. Of course, these are the finishing results. It was Christian Bertuca from David Trefilov and Daniel Vasile, the top 3. We'll catch up with them in a couple of moments' time down on the podium. Emilian Denner and Marek Scriven, the top 5. From Kimitani and Dion van Verven, then comes Jensen Graham and Ebner from Massimiliano Pasucci for Krypton Motorsport, the top 10. Anagnog Stiatis will come home in P11 from Stel Rosati and Pigev from Cedric, the top 15. Marcus Armstrong, the Kiwi, just outside in P16 from Provoco, and Sizov in 18th position. Castle and Bachuska, the top 20 drivers. Of course, CBB Motorsport having a pretty decent day, a number of karts up towards the sharp end of the field. The Lithuanian of Yers from Eric Vest, who stalled on the grid, carved his way up to P22, not bad going at all. Then comes the Greek of Fragakakis from Letna, Astashenko, Ormtar from Maitanen, who got a black flag, Usim and Ilias, who we saw pull over on the, I believe, the second lap of the race it was, and was recovered head in hands, unfortunately, because again, a whole weekend of work comes undone with just a couple of laps into the race. We'll go down in a couple of moments' time, of course, to Ian, but there you can see the Italian flag flying high. I believe, off the top of my head, might be for the first time or second time today, in all fairness. The Italians have been very, very strong. I'm not entirely sure off the top of my head if they have actually been able to take a victory so far today. Joined, of course, by Trefilov, the German flag, and also the Romanian of Daniel Vasile on the right-hand side of your screen, and it'll be the left-hand side, of course, of the podium. I hope everyone has been enjoying the coverage here on WSK Promotion YouTube channel. Of course, we've got one more round of the WSK Final Cup in 2025 in 2 weeks when we take to Lonato. And then, of course, the final week of January, we kick things off with the Supermaster Series. We've also got the Euro Series and also the 2026 Final Cup, which starts in August and ends in November. So a bit more spaced out in 26 compared to the 3 races in what is effectively 5 weeks for the 2025 Championship. It's quite intense, and we crown our champions in just over 2 weeks' time. I, for one, absolutely cannot wait to be back out in Italy. I'm going to fly back, do some uni work, and then before you know it, you're already back out again and ready to be calling some action. And of course, a big thank you to all the marshals, all of the staff at WSK, all the medical crew, and all the mechanics, team members, family members, all the supporters watching along at home as well. All of your efforts definitely do not go amiss. Of course, big shout out to our race directors and any staff, again, that contribute to the work that gets done here at WSK for allowing us to go racing, to enjoy this sport, and also to nurture that future talent, to potentially see them onto the Formula 1 grid in a few years' time, or at a very high level in motorsport at the very least. We're waiting for our drivers, of course, our top 3 of Bertuca, Trefilov and Vasile, to make their way down to the podium to do the final presentation of the second round of WSK Final Cup in 2025. They'll get their trophy. They'll also, the manufacturer, the representative, of course, of Birla with Christian Bertuca will take theirs, and then we'll also present the Vulcan timepiece to our race winner of Christian as well. There you can see some lovely supporters down by the podium awaiting the arrival of our podium sitters. very well presented, of course, and a big thank you to all of our supporters. We speak of the Vulcan timepiece and their partnership with WSK in 2025. It's a pleasure to have them, and I'm sure the drivers definitely not complaining with a lovely watch presented to them after their fantastic efforts. A long weekend. It's almost a week-long affair, and for these guys, effectively a full-time job, you know, balancing schoolwork, flying basically from round to round. They'll go from here probably straight to wherever they're going next, and we'll see them very busy, to put it bluntly. So it's nice when it all comes together. There you can see our race winner of Christian Patuka, very happy to come home with the gold after 17 hard laps of racing across the whole weekend. There you can see Ian as well having a chat with them and orchestrating how the podium is going to work. So hopefully it means that we're not too far away from getting this one done and dusted. Obviously from my side, because this is probably the last you're going to hear from me today, Ian will wrap it up downstairs. Thank you, of course, to everyone that's tuning in. It's been a pleasure to be calling the action up here in the commentary box. It's been amazing over the last 2 days. Of course, for those at the circuit, of course, for today as well, with the pre-finals and the finals. Again, the racing that you get in karting generally is very, very good. And for one final time, I believe we might be ready to go down to the podium.
Thank you, Zach. The 7th and final podium of the afternoon as the sun sets here at Cremona. The KZ2, round 2 of the WSK Final Cup. In 3rd place for CL Racing from Romania, Daniel Vasile. 2nd place, the German for Formula K SRP, with that fantastic move to go from 4th into 2nd place, David Trefilov. E di nuovo il vincitore. Round 2, the WSK Final Cup. He won at Franciacorta. No, he dominated. And this afternoon, again, he dominated. Welcome to the top step of the podium, the Italian for the Birolart Racing Team. Let's hear it. Un grande applauso per Cristian Cannibal Bertuca. And representing the winning Birolart Racing Team, Riccardo Longhi. 3rd place to the Romanian Daniel Vasile. 2nd, the German David Trefilov. The winner of round 1, the WSK Final Cup at Franciacorta, is also the winner of round 2 here at Cremona. Di nuovo il vincitore, Cristian Cannibal Bertuca. And representing the winning Birolart Racing Team, Riccardo Longhi. And also the magnificent Vulcan timepiece presented to the race winner, Cristian Bertuca. The national anthem of Italia. The podium, round 2, the WSK Final Cup. 3rd place, Daniel Vasile. 2nd, David Trefilov. And the winner, Cristian Bertuca. What a fantastic penultimate race of the 20th anniversary season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport. This has been a fantastic event. Just as the sun sets here at Cremona, 336 drivers from 56 nations around the world. A magnificent weekend of racing. We have got one race left in the 20th anniversary season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport. In 2 weeks' time, one fortnight, we go about 100 kilometres that way to the centre of the karting universe. South Garda Karting Lonato, the third final round of the Wsk Final Cup, the last race of 2025. We hope you've enjoyed the action from here at Cremona. See you at Lonato in 2 weeks from now.